Chapter 1: The Wolf and the Octopus. Catelyn Tully, now married into the Stark family, was beginning to grow exasperated. Her son refused to listen to reason. At first, she feared that his appearance, with the reddish Tully hair, would make it harder for his rough vassals to accept him as a Stark. But as for his character, there was no doubt, he was as stubborn as all the men of the North. Almost all of them. Ned, truth be told, was the exception. She sighed. She missed her husband more and more each day. "It's pointless to insist, Mother. I won't change my mind. I've already told you, I trust Theon as if he were one of my brothers." "But Theon is not one of your brothers," Lady Stark exclaimed, exasperated. "He is the son of Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands. An enemy of the Seven Kingdoms, who launched a disastrous rebellion 10 years ago, and the only reason he still has his head on his shoulders is because of Robert Baratheon's clemency. Theon isn't his father, though. He was raised with us at Winterfell. Yes, as a hostage. But that's not the point. Theon may well be loyal to you, but his father is not. He has no reason to obey you. The only leverage we have over him is Theon himself. Once you give him back, he'll have no reason to ally with you. He'll start sending his men to raid wherever he pleases, taking advantage of the war. If I return Theon, I'll have proven my good faith. I understand he has no reason to trust me. After all, the Starks have fought the Ironborn for centuries. But the alliance I'm proposing is advantageous to him, too. If he attacks the western coast and sacks Lannisport, he'll gain great spoils while keeping our enemies occupied, attacked on multiple fronts. It will make it easier for me to flush Tywin Lannister out of Harrenhal, forcing him to come out and protect his lands. Then promise him you'll return Theon after he's done all of that, not before. If you give him back beforehand, you'll have no guarantee that he'll keep to the terms. Why would he attack Lannisport, so well defended, when he could go further south and raid the coasts of the Reach, which are nearly undefended, as their troops have all gone east to support Renly? In his position, wouldn't you?" Robb hesitated. I would honor the agreement. I am a man of honor." "Yes, but Balon Greyjoy is not." Robb sighed, irritated by his mother's persistence. He was a grown man. He had won battles against the Lannisters, his vassals respected him, they even elected him king in the North and the Riverlands. He couldn't stand having his decisions questioned as if he were still a boy. Catelyn noticed the growing distance between them and moved closer, reaching out to touch his face, her eyes pleading. "Robb. Please, Robb, listen to me. I'm not speaking to undermine you, I'm your mother. I'm speaking to help you. Unfortunately, the only advantage of age is experience. And while you've already proven to be an excellent commander on the battlefield, you don't yet have the experience to judge people. Not yet. Trust me when I say that your sense of honor is admirable, but you cannot assume that everyone else shares it. Think of what happened to your father. His only mistake was trusting." Robb snapped. "Yes, trusting you. When you told him to trust Littlefinger, who then betrayed him and handed him over to the Lannisters. Perhaps your judgment of people is a little clouded, Mother. The discussion is over." The young wolf turned his back on her and left the tent. Catelyn sat on a sack in the women's tent, staring at the ground, deep in thought. She was losing the trust of her eldest son, and worse, she realized it was her own fault. In the past months, with her family under attack, she had decided to act and, she now understood, had made mistakes. Many mistakes. The reference to her responsibility in Ned's capture hurt her deeply. Knowing that her son held her responsible. She shook herself. It was true, she had erred. But she was certain she wasn't wrong about Balon Greyjoy. It would be safer to trust a venomous snake than that old kraken. But how could she make Robb understand? Just then, noticing her distress, one of the women weaving in the tent spoke to her. "Is something wrong, my lady?" Catelyn turned to look at her as if seeing her for the first time. "Oh. Yes, quite a few things are wrong, Myrella. My son is growing up, but I still see him as an inexperienced wolf pup. It's terrible to watch those you love head down a dead-end path without being able to stop them. But he's Lord of Winterfell now. I suppose I must start getting used to the idea. Myrilla gave her lady a sympathetic look before resuming her weaving and said, I understand you, Lady Stark. My children do whatever they want as well. Catelyn smiled at her, grateful for the distraction, and asked, You have children, Myrilla? How many? And where are they now? 2. A boy and a girl. I left them with their grandmother at Deepwood Motte. The older one, Jory, he must be 4 by now, and little Alan is 2. Catelyn grew pensive again. I've been in this tent with these women for months, and I didn't know Myrilla had children. Gods, what am I becoming? Ever since this whole affair began, I can't think of anything but. Anyway, Myrilla continued, with a bit more boldness, seeing that her lady was interested in her, if I may say so, Lady Stark, sometimes, to help those we love realize they are wrong, we don't always need to oppose them. What do you mean? Catelyn asked, intrigued. How do you handle it when little Jory throws a tantrum? She didn't expect to get any real advice, she was simply making conversation, mother to mother. Well, for example, before I left, little Jory was determined to jump over a ditch that was a meter wide, about 200 meters from our house. We had always forbidden him because it was dangerous, but he wanted to prove he could do it, so he kept running off to try. We couldn't keep going like that, so I told him, Jory, if you really think you can do it, show us. Jump over this other ditch, half a meter wide, right in front of the house. If you succeed, we won't say anything, and we'll let you try the other one. The Lady of Winterfell smiled. If only all problems were like this one. Did he manage? Myrilla nearly burst out laughing. Jump over the half-meter ditch? Of course not. He got covered in mud and started crying. But after that, he stopped insisting on trying to jump over the bigger one. What I'm trying to say, she continued as her lady took a deep breath, is that if we had kept fighting him, we wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Jory needed to figure out for himself that he was wrong. By letting him do what he wanted, but in more controlled conditions, so to speak, we managed to save both sides of the issue. Catelyn Tully, Widow Stark, felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She's right. She's absolutely right. She jumped to her feet and rushed toward the exit of the tent. But before stepping out, she gave Myrilla a grateful look. Thank you, Myrilla. You may not realize it, but you might have just helped us win the war. Catelyn walked briskly, trying to keep up with her uncle, Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, as they hurried toward Robb's tent for a meeting. So, you agree with me, uncle? You'll support me? Cat, I will. I know how treacherous that Kraken is, and I wouldn't want my nephew caught in its grasp. When they arrived at the tent, Robb was alone. He looked up from the map of the Seven Kingdoms when he saw his mother. Uncle Brynden remained at the entrance. Mother. I need to apologize for earlier. I didn't mean to say. Catelyn rushed to him and took his hands in hers. You don't have to apologize for anything, Robb. You're under pressure, we all are. And the gods know there are things I tell myself every day that I wish I had done differently. Starting with capturing the imp and starting this war. That's not true, Mother. Once the Lannisters imprisoned Father, who had discovered Joffrey's true identity and Jon Arryn's murder, the war would have started anyway. It was only a matter of time. Yes, but the past is the past, Robb. We have to look to the future. I know you've become a man, and I don't want to challenge your authority. But promise me, just promise me that you will at least listen to the advice I want to give you before making a final decision. I promise, Mother. The war council began shortly after all the available commanders had arrived. Besides Robb, Brynden, and Cat, present were Dacy Mormont, the fierce warrior from Bear Island who served in Robb's personal guard, Great Jon Umber and his son Smalljon, Garbart Glover, Ricard Carstuck, Helman Tallheart, and Roose Bolton. From the Riverlands, Jason Mallister, Mark Piper, and Ed Muir Tully himself had come. Theon Greyjoy stood 2 steps behind Robb, head lowered. My commanders. I've gathered you here to make an important decision. As you know, I have sent a peace proposal to Queen Cersei Lannister, but I hold little hope that it will be accepted. Her brother, and if we are to believe Stannis Baratheon's letter, the true father of her children, her brother Jaime, is our prisoner, while Lord Tywine has barricaded himself inside Harrenhal, making it extremely difficult to root him out. My plan is to force him to come out. We will directly attack the Westerlands. We will take our armies and bring fire and destruction to his lands, just as the Lannisters have done to the Riverlands. A chorus of admiring reactions greeted this bold plan. But for the plan to be more successful, Robb continued, we will need the support of a fleet. The Lannisters have at least 60 ships in Lannisport, and at worst, they could evacuate the population into Casterly Rock. Therefore, I have decided to seek the help of Balon Greyjoy to unleash the Iron Fleet against them from the sea, attacking from 2 fronts. To secure the Old Cricken's support, I will promise to recognize the independence of the Iron Islands from the Iron Throne, and I will return his son, Theon, who has been our hostage until now. This part of the speech was met with less enthusiasm. A cacophony of shouts and speeches, both for and against, erupted, and soon the lords were debating among themselves. Most, however, were doubtful. Robb sighed. He knew it wasn't easy to command the respect of the rough northern lords and the quarrelsome river lords. That's when Cat spoke up, raising her hand to restore silence. Everyone held a certain reverence for Eddard Stark's widow. My lords, your doubts are also mine. Not so much about Theon, who grew up beside my Robb at Winterfell, and here she gave Robb a meaningful glance to appease him, but more about Balon Greyjoy himself, who has proven treacherous and unreliable in the past. You can't trust the Old Cricken. Jason Mallister emphasized. The Ironborn have attacked our coasts for millennia, roared Great Jon Umber. Robert Baratheon should have wiped them all out last time. That's why Cat continued patiently, I implore my son. If you truly believe in this plan, and your instincts have led us to victory before, then proceed. But do not trust Balon Greyjoy blindly, without guarantees. Send him a raven, arrange a meeting. You could do it here. She pointed to a spot on the map, along the coast in the Blackwood region, halfway between Riverrun and the Iron Islands, with the condition that each of you brings only a limited number of escorts, say 50 guards each. Ask him to come in person, and bring Theon with you. Speak to him, look him in the eyes. And if in your heart you are convinced you can trust him, then seal the pact and return Theon to him so he can go back to the Iron Islands with them. But if you aren't convinced, you'll still have time to withdraw. The whole operation will take no more than a week. What do you say? Robb looked around, bewildered. He hadn't expected this proposal from his mother, but he had no strong arguments to refuse it. His lords seemed appeased, as if they didn't mind the idea. He lowered his gaze. All right, we'll do it that way. A few days later, Robb was on the beach, waiting for Balon Greyjoy's landing. 3 longships had anchored 200 meters from shore, and boats had been lowered, approaching them. Beside Robb stood Theon, visibly excited. Daisy Mormont, small Jon Umber. It had been decided to leave Great Jon in camp due to his fiery temper, Garbart Glover, and Brynden Tully, along with 50 armed men. When the Ironborn disembarked, Robb noticed that many of them were dirty, rough, dressed in coarse cloth and boiled leather armor, with faces weathered by sun and salt. It wasn't hard to recognize the Cricken. Balon Greyjoy wore a long tunic, had sparse, long grey hair, and a kind of crown on his head made of intertwined wood. Beside him was a girl, not pretty, with a defiant air, 2 axes hanging from her belt, and several daggers tucked into their sheaths. Theon gasped when he saw his father, but he was momentarily bewildered when he noticed the girl. When the Lord of the Iron Islands stood before them, Robb greeted him. Greetings, Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands and King of the Sea. Robb Stark, King in the North End of the Riverlands, greets you. Theon knelt respectfully. Greetings, Father. Not a day passed during my captivity when I did not hope to see you again. Balon looked him over with an indecipherable expression. Then he turned to Robb. And who is this little girl you have with you, young wolf? Certainly not my son. I gave your father, Eddard Stark, a boy as a hostage. He was supposed to make him a man. His sister Yera here, she may not have a cock, but she's twice the man he is. The Ironborn laughed. Theon stood, hurt and confused. My sister Yera. The girl shot him an amused glance. Hello, little brother. Robb was unsettled that things hadn't started on the right foot, but he tried to press on. I requested this meeting to make you an offer, one that benefits us both. Use the mighty Iron Fleet, the largest in the Seven Kingdoms, to attack the Lannisters, our enemies in this war. You've done it before, 10 years ago, and they couldn't resist you. Sack Lannisport, you can keep all the spoils, and threaten Casterly Rock itself. Tywin Lannister will be forced to return to his lands to protect them, and we will trap him. In return, as a sign of goodwill, I will return Theon. He can sail back to Pike with you today if you agree, and I will recognize your crown and the independence of the Iron Islands from the Seven Kingdoms. What do you think? Yara's face lit up, seemingly interested in the idea. Balon Greyjoy, however, stared at Robb for a long moment. Then he burst into laughter, a loud, unpleasant laugh. And who are you, young wolf, to recognize me, Balon Greyjoy, as King of the Sea? Do you think we on the Iron Islands are weaklings like you on the mainland? That we beg for anyone's approval? When we want something, we take it. We do not, so is our motto, and we will continue to live by it, as long as I am king. Robb was confused. But, this offer benefits both of us. Ah. Beneficial. I decide what is beneficial for us. And it is certainly not allying with the damned Starks, who ravaged my city and killed 2 of my sons. Go find some other lapdogs to run to your whistle, young wolf. We are Crickens, and we belong only to the sea. Theon tried to intervene. Father. The offer King Robb is making you is the best chance you'll get in this war. The Lannister gold, freedom from the Iron Throne's yoke, and then I could return to live with you. Isn't that what you've always wanted? Balon stared at him with contempt. A Greyjoy does not beg. An Ironborn does not ask others for what he wants, he takes it. I hoped that Eddard Stark's influence, damn him to the drowned god, hadn't ruined you, but what I see here before me is not a Cricken. It's a wolf. Balon spat in Theon's face. You are not my son. And with that, he turned and walked back to the boats, leaving Yara shocked. She cast a glance at the wolves group before following him. Robb's retinue was furious, their hands on their swords, but a gesture from their king stopped them. Theon stood trembling, humiliated and crushed. A few days later, back at the camp, Robb was still mulling over what had happened. The entire scene made no sense to him. He knew he wasn't the best diplomat, he felt more comfortable in front of a map, planning strategies, or on horseback rallying his men, but he was certain he hadn't insulted the old man in any way. So, why the refusal? His mother watched him from the tent's entrance, her expression sad. Robb noticed her. Have you come to say, I told you so? You're being unfair, Robb. You know I always hoped for your success, Catelyn said, approaching him, but at the same time, as clever as you are, there are many things in this world you have yet to consider. One of them is that not everything happens logically. As you grow older, you'll witness many things happen without rhyme or reason, as if the gods themselves play dice with us mortals. A man who believes he can control everything like a game of chess thinks he is wise, but he is truly a fool. Yet the truly wise man is one who learns from his mistakes, knowing when to decide on his own and when to ask for help. It's a necessary trait, for a king. Robb embraced her tightly. When they broke from the embrace, Catelyn looked him in the eye. Now, go. Go comfort your friend. From what my uncle Brynden told me, he needs it. The Blackfish never liked Theon, but even he confessed he had an urge to slit Balon Greyjoy's throat right there, listening to him. That's just it. I don't know what to say to him. I'm sure you'll find the right words. Robb approached Theon's tent and made sure he was alone. Their ward often kept the company of whores or free women he easily seduced, but there were none present this time. It wasn't hard to guess why he didn't want to be seen by any woman at that moment. Theon was crying. Robb assumed he wouldn't want him to see him like that either. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Oh, it's you. Go ahead, come in, King in the North. There's no reason you shouldn't see such a worthless sight, the rejected son of the great Cricken King, Balon Greyjoy. Theon spat out bitterly through his pain. Robb moved closer. Theon, I can't imagine what you're going through, and I'm truly sorry. More than I can express in words. Your father. I hate to say it, but he's a complete fool. Theon unleashed his frustration. I don't understand what he wants from me. I've done nothing to disappoint him. He was the one who rebelled against the Iron Throne, thinking he could win against all 7 kingdoms. It was his war that killed my brothers. It was his pride that made me your hostage, and now, he complains that I'm not like them. What did he expect? Robb didn't know what to say. I'm sorry. I guess there are just people like that. If I had known, I'd never have made them that offer. Theon seemed to calm down and sat on the ground. You know, Robb, you're lucky, despite everything. Even though your father is dead, you know he loved you. That he was proud of you. You'll always have that to remember him by. Robb was struck by his words. I'm not sure, you know. Would he really be proud of me? I hope so. I'm winning battles, I've been crowned king in the north, and yet we're no closer to peace than we were months ago. I've been arrogant lately. Every decision I made turned out right, so I began to think I was infallible. But the crown is a burden, Theon, one I never wanted. My bannerman thrust it upon me, and now I must prove worthy of it. But now I realize we are always just one wrong decision away from catastrophe. I avoided a major mistake thanks to my mother, but a man, a king, cannot depend on a woman forever. What if the next decision I make is wrong? What if we all die because of another error in judgment? Sometimes I wonder, what would my father do in my place? Theon looked at him and smiled. You know, Robb, when they overthrew the Mad King, your father and Robert Baratheon were 20. The same age you are now. And he, too, had lost his father and brother in tragic circumstances and didn't expect the responsibility of leadership to fall on him. You've always known Eddard Stark as a great, wise, infallible lord, yet there must have been a time when he was a scared, uncertain boy, just like you are now. And yet, it was in that moment that he achieved his greatest triumphs. Robb gazed at him for a long moment. Thank you, Theon. I needed to hear that. And I'm sorry. I came here to comfort you, but instead, you're the one comforting me. You really are a good friend. In fact, now that I think about it, even my father didn't face everything alone. He had Robert Baratheon, Jon Arryn, and Hoster Tully with him. And I, too, have allies by my side. But if I don't have enough, I'll need to find more. Theon smiled at him, though it was a bitter smile. I'm sure you'll succeed, Robb Stark. Some men are destined for great things. Others, well, maybe we're not destined for greatness ourselves, but we can help the first achieve it. Maybe that's my true role. And for what it's worth, I think Lord Eddard would be proud of you. Robb looked at him gratefully but with a curious expression. Well, and how do you know what my father would think? Because, for me too, he was more of a father than Balon ever was, Theon admitted, his words spilling out all at once. Robb stared at him for a long moment, then embraced him. As he was leaving the tent, however, Theon called out to him, as if struck by a sudden idea. Robb. Wait. There's something I've been thinking about for a few days now. My father's behavior, his words. I don't think they were random. I was just a child, but I remember he acted the same way when he decided to attack Lannisport, 10 years ago. And that mention of my brothers, killed by the Starks. I think that. What are you saying, Theon? You don't mean to suggest that? It's very likely. You've seen how he behaves. He doesn't think rationally. Right now, I don't believe he cares as much about plunder as he does about revenge. And he's also a coward. He won't attack Lannisport, well defended by the Lannister fleet, nor the Reach, protected by the Red Wine fleet. I think he's planning to take advantage of our presence here to attack the north. Robb stormed into his tent like a thunderbolt, where his commanders were rushing in for an emergency council. Only Roose Bolton was missing, as he had been sent to scout around Harrenhal, trying to counter Vargo Hoat's mercenaries who were attacking their supply lines. I've been a fool, the king in the north began, facing his bewildered vassals. I overlooked something crucial. And what would that be, my lord? Asked Lord Piper. The fleet. The reason I made that proposal to Balon Greyjoy is that the north doesn't have one. Not since the days of Brandon the Burner. I confirmed his uncle Ed Muir. And the Riverlands haven't had one since the Ironborn of Harren the Black dominated us, before Egon's conquest. And so Robb continued, irritated, all our enemies have one, the Lannisters have 60 galleys in Lannisport. Stannis Baratheon controls both the royal fleet and that of Storm's End, about 200 ships in total. I see what you mean, Brynden interjected. And the Red Wine fleet has around 300 ships, though they can't use them as long as Lord Paxter's sons are held hostage in King's Landing. Exactly. And since that idiot Balon rejected my offer, may the others take him, the 800 longships of the Greyjoys are out of the picture. Which means... The tent fell deathly silent, all waiting to see where the young wolf was going with this. That the North would be defenseless in the case of a seaborne attack. I'm surprised our enemies haven't already thought of it. An echo of worried exclamations followed his statement. How did this idea come to you, my lord? Asked Daisy Mormont. It was Theon's idea. He believes that Balon rejected my proposal because he actually intends to attack us. To avenge the last war. This time the tent erupted into chaos. Most were curses aimed at the Greyjoys. Enough, boomed the voice of Great Jon Umber. Let our king speak. I realize it's only a suspicion, but we can't ignore this possibility. We're hundreds of miles from the north, fighting a war against the Lannisters. If something happened, we wouldn't be able to respond. But, my lord, the north is vast, and there are few coastal cities. Aside from White Harbor, which is on the opposite shore, Garbart Glover pointed out. That's true, Lord Glover, but on the western side, there are many rivers that run deep into the land. In the past, the Ironborn used to sail up them for their raids. They could do it again. Catelyn's heart skipped a beat. Even Winterfell wasn't safe. Bran and Rickon were there, alone, she wanted to weep. We've only brought half of our total forces south, those we could muster quickly, Great Jon observed. We could send ravens and order garrisons to be stationed. Forgive me, my lord, but now is the most opportune moment, Lord Tallheart interrupted, pulling a scroll from his garments. This message arrived half an hour ago. I would have presented it to you immediately, but you summoned us first. It's from Hornwood. It seems the widow Hornwood has been abducted by bandits. 200 to 300 mounted raiders are terrorizing the area. Their leader is a mysterious figure clad in red armor. That was the final straw. The tent exploded again, but this time the outburst of curses, shouted proposals, and mutual accusations seemed impossible to stop. Catelyn, however, noticed a fierce glint flash in Robb's eyes. As if in response, Grey Wind leaped onto the table, forepaws planted firmly, baring his teeth and snarling. Everyone gasped in terror and jumped back, instantly silencing. Robb began stroking the head of his direwolf, slowly. Thank you, my lords, he said acidly, annoyed by yet another display of unruliness. I agree the situation is dire. We came south to free my father and to save the Riverlands, and so far, we've done neither. We were rightly proud of our victories, but we've also made mistakes. We were arrogant, thinking the north was safe, protected by the swamps of the Neck. And while we planned to lure Tywin out by attacking his lands, others might do the same to us. Perhaps, however, there is still time to fix things. Robb quickly did some mental calculations and then said. Someone take note. We will send more than one raven with a series of orders to Roderick Castle, the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell. I will command him to raise, as quickly as possible, let's say 5,000 more men. 1,000 will be regular armsmen, half of whom we'll send to Winterfell to protect my brothers, and the other half to Moat Cailin. Catelyn shot him a grateful look. Then we'll send ravens to Howland Reed, my father's best friend, who has yet to answer our initial call, Robb said through gritted teeth, doubting his own words. We'll ask him to gather at least 500 archers among his people. The Crannog men are experts in guerrilla warfare and use poisoned arrows. Half of them will defend the swamps of the Neck, where they already live, while the other half will station themselves along the western rivers, alongside 300 hunters from the lands of the Ryswells, Dustins, Glovers, and Tallhearts, to fend off any potential Ironborn attacks from that direction. Now, everyone listened, admiring the king in the north as he proved worthy of his title. As for this red armor, Roderick Castle himself will lead 500 cavalry to hunt him down, free Lady Hornwood, and then hang him. Lady Hornwood is a Marndale, so they will be recruited from Stark, Sewin, Hornwood, and Marndale lands. Lastly, at this point, not a single sound could be heard. We will send ravens to Lord Wyman Marndale of White Harbour. I want 500 skilled shipbuilders put to work at once to build at least 35 longships, and 1,500 men to starting be trained in naval warfare. For the first time after 8,000 years, the North will have a fleet. Chapter 2, Doubts, Decisions, Discipline, Diplomacy. Rob was walking briskly through the camp. There were many preparations underway, and still too many things left to do. The recent danger they had just escaped had made him cautious, forcing him to reconsider many of his beliefs. Ever since he had won the first battles and the loyal lords had named him king in the north, well, one could say he had become a little overconfident. On one hand, he had never wanted that responsibility, but on the other, he knew he had to constantly earn the trust and respect of his vassals. So, he couldn't appear indecisive or hesitant. He knew it would take little for them to start seeing him as just a boy again. But apparently, the opposite risk existed. Making decisions without enough thought could lead to disaster. He couldn't be sure that the Greyjoys would attack them, but it was highly likely. And he had his mother and Theon to thank if. I'm telling you, the next time they assign me to a scouting mission with Roose Bolton, I'd rather feign sickness than go. The speaker was a soldier with his back to him, sitting in a circle around a small fire with 3 or 4 companions roasting fish. They hadn't noticed Rob, and the young wolf, curious about their conversation, stopped and positioned himself behind a tent to hear the rest. He was certain they wouldn't speak as freely if they knew he was there. Oh yeah? And why is that? Asked another, addressing the first speaker. TSK. You should have been there, Roth. That stone-faced bastard plays dirty, I'm telling you. Every time we approached danger, he'd send soldiers from other houses ahead first. Really? A third soldier asked. Of course, the first soldier confirmed, indignantly. For example, the other day we finally ran into Vargo Hope's mercenaries, some kind of half-Dothraki or something like that, and the rest of his lot is even uglier than him, and that damn Leech Lord sent us Glover and Umber soldiers to face them while keeping his own men fresh in the rear. He sent us to the slaughter against those beasts, who, in the end, still retreated like cowards when they realized they were too few, and I barely escaped with my life. May the others damn him. Eh? That's absurd. Such behavior. No, it's all true. I've heard a story like that myself. The last of the group confirmed. I'm close friends with Hallit, one of the Lord's attendants, and he told me that his lord, one of the few of ours who ended up captured by the Lannisters at the start of the war, was caught in exactly the same way, sent to the front by Lord Bolton and abandoned when things turned bad. Cursed son of a bitch. You can't trust a house that boasts about flaying their enemies alive. With allies like that, trust me, who needs enemies? Rob returned to his tent slowly and in silence. What he had overheard disturbed him. On one hand, it could seem minor, almost normal, to spare one's own men, but on the other, to betray the trust of allies in such a way. If Big John found out, what would happen? They had already had too many examples of the Northern Lords being undisciplined, though all fiercely loyal to House Stark, and the River Lords being quarrelsome amongst themselves. What would happen if word spread that? Rob. You're here. The young man lifted his head. It was his mother who had spoken, her large blue eyes gazing at him. Yes, mother, I'm here. We need to make the final decisions. Are you truly sure of what you're doing? Mind you, I am willing to take on this diplomatic mission, but it's not just that. It's that I wouldn't trust anyone else to do it, said the king in the north to his mother, smiling. Caitlin softened. I imagine other lords could do it. And perhaps it would be more credible if you went yourself. I'll accompany you if you want, but if you intend to seek Renly Baratheon's aid, it would be more effective if you approached him personally. King to king. Renly Baratheon is not a king, Rob responded, petulant. At least not while his older brother Stannis is still alive. If Rickon cannot inherit Winterfell while I live, Renly cannot claim the Iron Throne while Stannis lives. In fact, my father wanted Stannis to succeed Robert once the truth came out. It was Stannis who sent ravens across the realm with the news that Joffrey and his siblings are bastards born of incest, and the Kingslayer, our prisoner, confirmed it without shame when I confronted him about it. If Renly had helped my father when he asked. A shadow of sadness crossed Catelyn's face. The past is the past, Robb. If you want to ally with Renly to destroy the Lannisters, and I must admit, it was a brilliant idea, considering that both the Reach and the Stormlands have declared for him, you cannot approach him while refusing to call him king, no matter how much of a mockery it may be. After all, I can see how, from an outsider's perspective, your situations might seem similar. Even you, in theory, had no right to declare yourself king in the North and the Riverlands, or at least that's what everyone thinks in the Southern Lands. And that's why you should go, Mother Robb concluded, calmer. You're far more suited to diplomacy than I am. I fear I'd say something stupid and ruin everything. But your intuition recently saved us from a great mistake, and I trust you can help us again. I'll be more useful here. A king who goes begging for the aid of others while leaving his men to fight his battles is no true king. Catelyn resigned herself. If her son was resorting to flattery, there was no hope. At the same time, she appreciated the change she saw in him. The danger they had faced with Balon Greyjoy seemed to have taught him something. Don't worry, my Lady Greytion Umber intervened. We will provide a good escort. Thank you, Greytion, Catelyn replied, though the journey shouldn't be too long. Actually, my Lady Roose Bolton interjected dryly, the journey may have just gotten longer. It seems Renly's troops are moving southeast. Robb looked surprised. And why is that? He asked. Brynden Tully strained his eyes and ears, sensing nothing good in that news. It seems Renly Baratheon has treated this war as little more than a game so far, Bolton commented with a mixture of disdain and derision. His troops have gathered at Bitterbridge in the Reach, where they've been spending their time feasting, holding tournaments, and celebrating the marriage between the young stag and the Rose of Highgarden, Lady Margaery Tyrell. TSK. Of course, the Blackfish retorted acidly. With 100,000 swords at his command, 3/4 of which came as a dowry from that little Rose, with the Lannisters engaged against us, and his elder brother abandoned by all, left alone with his ships, the boy must think he's already won without even fighting. But now you say they've moved. Why? Asked Robb. It seems Stannis Baratheon has decided to lay siege to Storm's End, defended by Courtney Penrose, the Castellan Robert appointed when he gave the castle to his younger brother, Bolton informed, his tone as dry as ever. What in the world is Stannis thinking? Brynden asked, incredulous. It was rare to see him rattled. Laying siege to a fortress that has never fallen to anyone, with just a few thousand men. I thought he was a more capable commander. He should know, he himself defended Storm's End for a year during the rebellion. He should turn his fleet toward King's Landing instead if he hopes to beat Renly to the throne. Of course, even if he took the Iron Throne first, he'd never be able to hold it. I don't care what Stannis does, Robb replied impatiently. What concerns me now is Renly. If he moves his troops east to face his brother, he won't be able to move them north to help us against the Lannisters. Mother, we'll have to accelerate the plans. You'll depart immediately, hoping to reach him in time. Very well. In the meantime, our plan will proceed as expected. Robb cast his gaze in a semicircle, ensuring everyone understood. My uncle Edmure will remain here with the River Lords, and everyone will play their part. I intend to repay Tywin Lannister in kind. We will raid and burn the Westerlands just as he has done to the Riverlands, until he is forced to leave the walls of Harrenhal to pursue us. At that point, it is imperative that, while putting up some resistance for show, you let him pass. That way, he'll come to meet us, convinced he can defeat us, and at the right moment, you'll strike him from behind, and we'll finish him once and for all. With a bit of luck, it'll all be over regardless of what Renly and Stannis decide to do. It's a brilliant plan, Brynden acknowledged. Will you personally go to the Westerlands, Robb? And who will you take with you? Robb hesitated for a moment. I haven't decided yet. He looked at his main generals. At first, he had thought of bringing Greytion, as he was the most devoted to him, and they had often fought together. But, after what he had heard about Roose Bolton earlier that afternoon, could he trust leaving him behind in command where he couldn't watch him? His thoughts were interrupted by the muttering of his uncle Edmure. He didn't seem convinced. TCH, but it won't be easy convincing the River Lords to let Tywin Lannister pass without fighting, after everything he's done to our lands. I fear some units might be difficult to control. Robb looked at his uncle in surprise. Again. The assembled lords were still not showing the necessary cohesion. Yet he knew he couldn't bring Grey Wind to every meeting to scare them into submission as he had done before. He quickly surveyed everyone, then looked at his mother. He had an idea. "We'll do this," he announced solemnly. "Coming west with me will be two of our most experienced commanders with the largest forces, Rickard Karstark and Roose Bolton." Gratian gave his king a wounded look. He had been convinced the choice would fall on him. "If what my uncle says is correct," Robb continued, "it's better that Brynden stay by his side instead of coming with me as I had thought, to help him maintain an iron discipline over the troops and the River Lords. We cannot afford to waste this opportunity. My mother will depart with a larger escort than originally planned, Smalljan Umber and Daisy Mormont will join the others. You are in my chosen guard, and you will protect my mother as if she were me. If Renly's troops are already on the move and farther away than expected, I prefer to err on the side of caution." Smalljan and Daisy also seemed surprised. They had expected to stay and fight alongside Robb, with whom they were very close friends, as always. But they knelt and swore to protect Lady Catelyn with their lives. And finally Robb turned his gaze to Gratian. "Lord Umber will remain here in the Riverlands with a small select cavalry unit. You may choose the men you prefer from the forces of any lord, with the task of covering our departure and doing what Roose Bolton has failed to do recently, hunt down Lannister scouts, Vargo Hoat's mercenaries, and the gang of murderous beasts commanded by the Mountain that rides, who continue to harass the people of these lands and make our supply lines difficult. If, in the meantime, you manage to intercept these new outlaws, the Brotherhood without banners, these deserters hanging our men to trees, all the better. Then," he added, turning to his mother, Daisy, and Smalljan, "by staying behind, he'll be the one to welcome you when you return from your mission and guide you safely back to Riverrun. You might even have time to join us for the celebration." The eyes of all those present brightened. Robb approached Gratian, placed a hand on his arm, and looked him in the eye, saying, "I trust you completely, Gratian. Don't let me down." The giant man replied warmly, "Of course, my king." Catelyn smiled. She hadn't missed how her son had changed his mind, for some reason, about which generals to bring with him. He had managed to switch Umber with Bolton without either feeling offended. On one hand, Roose couldn't complain about the honor given to him, but Robb had highlighted how Gratian was replacing him to correct his previous failure on an important mission. This softened the blow, and the prospect of seeing his son again and the honor of protecting her upon her return had sweetened the deal for Gratian. Brynden must have thought the same. You could almost see a shadow of a smile on his severe face. "Then, my great-nephew the Blackfish began, if it's all the same to you, we'll keep Theon here." "I thought you didn't like Theon," Robb remarked. "True, but he doesn't need to be likable, we just need to work together. The other day, his insight was useful, and I must admit he's a skilled archer. We have a strong tradition of archers in the Riverlands. I'll have him train our archery units, which we'll use to harass the Lannisters when they leave our lands." Catelyn didn't miss the subtext, and it will also distract him from his depression, but the Blackfish would never admit to such a kind gesture. "Very well. Any news from King's Landing?" "Not good," Sire Robert Glover replied sadly. "Queen Cersei has refused to return your sisters in exchange for Kevan's children." Robb had expected this, but his enthusiasm still dimmed. For Catelyn, it was far worse. I figured as much." "Very well, that's all. You have your orders. I want each of you to prepare your men for departure." As his mother passed him to leave the tent, he lightly touched her arm with his hand and said, "We'll bring them home, mother. You'll see." Catelyn seemed to look beyond him. With a gaze far from convinced, she said, "Of course, Robb, I know," and left the tent. Robb shuddered. He knew what his mother would propose, to try and exchange Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, for Sansa and Arya. But as much as he loved his sisters, he knew his lords would never let him do such a thing. As he mulled over this, Brynden slipped through the crowd of lords swarming out, leaned close to Robb's ear, and whispered, "You're right to bring Karstark to the Westerlands. He's a mad dog, perfect for the mission you're undertaking. And besides, the distance will distract him from certain temptations. What do you mean? Well, he's been deeply upset ever since Jaime Lannister killed his 2 sons. I've caught him more than once staring at the Kingslayer's cage with a threatening look. I wouldn't want him to be getting any ideas. Robb was shocked. He wouldn't dare. Wouldn't he, though? Old Rickard Karstark seemed unpredictable. Gods, what am I getting into? With allies like these, who needs enemies? Triple the guard on the Kingslayer. No one approaches unless it's to feed him. We can do that, but I have another suggestion. Since you're going straight into the lion's den, and you'll need to move fast, it would be unwise to take him with you. If an enemy unit attacked the men guarding him and freed him, especially in his own homeland, it would be disastrous. Trust me, nephew. Leave him here. We'll keep him locked in the dungeons of Riverrun. Here, no one will even try to free him, and no one will dare harm him, knowing they'll answer to me. Robb considered the idea. Yes, uncle, we'll do it that way. As Yara Greyjoy sailed her ship through the waters of the Bay of Seals, just past Flint's Finger, she was consumed by dark thoughts, though she didn't know why. Was it because she was worried about the boldness of her uncle, Victorian Greyjoy, who sailed arrogantly at the head of their fleet, unconcerned with the possibility of being discovered? No, it wasn't that. Or rather, not only that. In some ways, yes, but it was mostly something else. Maybe because she recognized that the venture they were embarking on was pointless. A war of revenge. But what is there to steal from the north? Compared to Lannisport or the Shield Islands, any spoils taken at Deepwood Motte would be meager. Maybe she agreed with the young wolf. Perhaps she thought they should help him in his war to secure their independence. Maybe. Yet, she kept thinking of the hangdog look on her brother Theon's face. In truth, he was hurt. As if he hadn't expected it, as if he considered the rejection an injustice, a betrayal. To hell with it, she shook herself out of it. I can't worry about that idiot. I haven't seen him since we were children, after all. Bran Stark was sleeping in his large bed covered in fur. With Robb away in the south for the war, it fell to him to be the Lord of Winterfell. Yet, the Lord's sleep was plagued by strange dreams. By morning, he couldn't remember them anymore, except for one unsettling detail. For some reason, during the day, he was convinced that everything was connected to the other dreams he'd had during his coma, after the fall, and the ones he'd had since. During the coma, he had dreamt of his mother sailing the narrow sea and staring at a blood-stained dagger. Later, they told him that someone had tried to kill him with that very dagger, and that Summer had saved him, while his mother had secretly gone south to investigate. Then, at the Trident, he had seen his father pleading with the king, Sansa crying desperately, and Arya keeping her secrets. And again, they had told him of the incident with Joffrey and Nymeria, and how poor Lady had paid the price. All things that had really happened, while he slept. How could he have known about them? And then there was the last part. The shadows looming over his family, one dark as ash with the face of a hound, another a knight in golden armor, handsome as the sun, and the last, the strangest, a giant in stone armor with nothing but darkness and black blood behind the visor of its helmet. Was that real, too? A premonition? And if so, did it have something to do with the other dreams he'd had after waking up? He dreamt of being Summer and going hunting. Did it happen because he couldn't stand being crippled? And the last one, for some reason, it seemed more vivid, more real. A three-eyed crow. Calling out to him. Catelyn Stark prepared to depart on her mission. She was comforted by the fact that, in addition to Wendell Marndaly, she had Small Umber and Daisy Mormont as bodyguards and traveling companions. But she couldn't shake the dark thoughts that had plagued her since hearing of the rejected offer. How long had it been since she had seen her girls? So long, too long. All she could do was hope that wherever they were safe. Sansa had spent her childhood dreaming of knights and ladies. She could only hope that even in King's Landing, there was at least one knight noble enough to protect her. Sansa was uneasy as she rode slowly beside her betrothed, Joffrey, surrounded by members of the Kingsguard, Mandon Moore on her left, the Hound on her right, and several others ahead and behind. It wasn't just the discomfort of being a hostage, surrounded by killers who called themselves knights, or the need to pretend she was happy next to that golden-haired monster who was still her betrothed. No, the thing was, despite everything, the people didn't seem, strangely, neither excited, nor afraid, nor indifferent. They moved aside as they passed, like blades of grass shifting in a breeze, but there was something subtly wrong about the way they did it. Their eyes were fixed, cold, and yet there was a controlled tension in the air, an almost unnatural silence. Sansa had learned to sense danger in the too short time she had spent training Lady. It was a kind of instinct. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of Joffrey, holding a dead child in her arms. She screamed something at him about the famine caused by the war. Joffrey was irritated, and his horse nearly reared up. Sansa feared it would trample her. Someone threw dung. Sansa couldn't tell who it was or where it had come from, but it seemed to come from above. From the right. Joffrey was hit in the face, but a splatter landed on her leg. In that moment, as if at a prearranged signal, all hell broke loose. The crowd, from all directions, began throwing stones at the soldiers. The procession halted, the horses reared. Some of the soldiers, like the Hound, dismounted to control the horses better, avoiding being thrown off. Hundreds of hands reached out, clawed, hungry. Out of the corner of her eye, Sansa saw people from the procession, Kingsguard knights, even the High Septon, being dragged away. And then the same thing happened to her. At first, she didn't understand. Mandon Moore had been on her left, but he had rushed forward to protect Joffrey, slashing hands and arms of those who got too close. Sansa screamed as she was dragged away by a dozen people at once. And then someone came. A warrior in dark armor approached with long strides, swinging his sword 2, 3, 4 times around her. She heard cries of pain, saw blood splattering. And then, around her, there was emptiness once again. She looked up, trembling. The Hound was looking down at her. From inside his dog-shaped helm, his burned face was terrifying as he panted, his eyes fierce. And yet. Come with me, little bird, if you want to stay alive. Chapter 3, Battles and Negotiations. Robb rode swiftly, as if the effort could help calm his thoughts. He was playing a dangerous and bold game, but he was fairly confident it could work. If his mother could negotiate with Renly before he clashed with Stannis, and if Renly agreed to march northwest to help him against the Lannisters, instead of northeast to besiege King's Landing, and if Tywine took the bait and left Harrenhal to chase him and protect his lands. Damn it, he thought, there are too many ifs in my plan. Let's focus on the things I can control. Going into the Westerlands and ravaging them, defeating the reinforcements the Lannisters were preparing, without getting discovered. He quickly glanced to his right and left. The cavalry columns, the vanguard of his troops, were commanded by Roose Bolton and Rickard Karstark, respectively. Gods, help me. Arya Stark stepped out of the hole in Harrenhal, where she had been serving as cupbearer for Tywine Lannister. The old lion had guessed that she was an educated girl, but she had managed to pass herself off as the daughter of a cloth merchant from the north, who had come with Robb Stark's troops in search of trade, only to be killed by the Mountain during a raid. Once outside, she returned the cups to the kitchens, then, with a certain discretion and no particular hurry, she made her way to where Hot Pie was baking bread. Then she headed toward the smith's quarters, where Gendry had been put to work, making use of his skills, forging and repairing swords, shields, and armor for those same Lannisters. What irony, who would have killed him if they had known he was the same boy the Gold Cloaks of King's Landing had been hunting. Finally, to pass the time, she pretended to loiter in the vast courtyard, where her eyes met those of the former Night's Watch prisoner who had introduced himself as Jaqen H'ghar. He was doing heavy repair work alongside his 2 companions, Rorge and Biter. She acted as though she hadn't noticed them, but the man with the red hair gave her a knowing look as she passed by. That man made her feel uneasy. He had made her some sort of proposal, and although she wasn't entirely convinced he could actually carry it out, perhaps one day she would test him, if necessary. She sat in a corner, alone, as much as was possible in that enormous castle, and mentally began reciting her list. Eileen Payne, Meryn Trant, Amory Lorque, Whis, Chiswick, Tickler, Dunson, Poliver, Raff the Sweeterling, Gregor Clegane, the Hound, King Joffrey, Queen Cersei. Catelyn was worried and in a hurry, but that didn't stop her from being cautious. She was aware that, although it was a relatively safe journey from Riverrun to the Reach, there was a narrow stretch that brought her brother's lands dangerously close to the Westerlands to the west and the Crown lands to the east, so she preferred not to take any chances. Equally challenging was choosing the right road to take. According to the latest reports, Renly and his colossal army had stopped at Bitterbridge, in the lands of House Caswell in the Reach, to celebrate a grand tournament in honor of his coronation. Madness, thought Catelyn, but just recently they had set off east to lay siege to King's Landing. Though the news had only just arrived that Stannis was besieging Storm's End, there was only one road the young would-be king, with his army of nearly 100,000 men, could have taken, the King's Road, which cut the Reach in half and then, crossing with a coastal road in the Kingswood, veered northeast toward King's Landing. The infantry had to move more slowly, so it would have made sense for them to travel on a road. They must have already been on it when they received word of Stannis. In that case, Catelyn reasoned, if I were Renly, or rather, one of his more sensible advisors, I would continue east until just past Tumbleton, then leave the main road and head south, taking dirt roads. Though they would travel more slowly, they would, once they reached Storm's End, be able to rejoin the King's Road to reach the capital from south to north. A long detour in any case, but it was the only way not to lose too much time, making the infantry travel on a cobblestone road for most of the journey. Her predictions proved correct. Catelyn's small escort group reached Renly's army at Fellwood, just south of the Kingswood in the Stormlands. Several days had passed since their departure, but they had traveled swiftly, safely, and, most importantly, in secret. When Daisy Mormont returned from her scouting mission to announce that she had spotted them, she seemed unusually excited, which was odd for her. Although not cold by nature, the warrior woman was generally quite composed. But then Catelyn understood when she crested a hill and saw it. Tents upon tents as far as the eye could see, so many that they obscured the city and the forest behind, casting shadows in the light of the setting sun. Renly Baratheon truly had 100,000 men, along with a good number of servants, merchants, quartermasters, and camp followers. Gods, prayed Lady Tully, please let this army align with my son and not against him. She spurred her horse, and the entire group began to ride, crossing the vast grassy plain that separated them from the camp. Within 3/4 of an hour, they were brought to the gigantic pavilion that everyone referred to as King Renly Baratheon's, first of his name. It had not been difficult to be recognized, declare peaceful intentions, and request an audience. After all, the hard part began now. Richly decorated guards led them inside, Catelyn, Daisy, Smalljan, Wendell Mondaly, and Lucas Blackwood, while Robin Flint, Pewinfrey, and Horlis Mollin remained outside with the escort's men-at-arms. They announced her presence. Catelyn Tully, widow of Stark, requested an audience with King Renly Baratheon and his queen, Margaery Tyrell. It was the first time Catelyn had seen either of them, though she only vaguely remembered Mace Tyrell, Margaery's father, who had grown balding and heavier with age. She is quite lovely, Catelyn thought, even radiant, truly. It's no wonder tales of her beauty have spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He has charm too, but it's only surface deep, I fear. Beside the two rulers and the father-in-law stood a strikingly handsome warrior with light brown curls and an enormous woman in chainmail, taller and larger than even Daisy, who was still much more feminine, with a homely face and short, dirty yellow hair. Despite being informed of the visit at short notice and likely having to delay their dinner, the king and queen were perfect hosts, showing no signs of inconvenience to their unexpected guests and behaving with exquisite courtesy, as if they were the oldest of friends. Both stood up and quickly came to meet her, smiling and shaking her hands as if they were one entity. Lady Stark, your visit is as unexpected as it is welcome, said the young king. Honored to meet you, Lady Stark. At your service, echoed the young queen. Your graces, Sir Renly, Lady Margaery, I am most grateful for your hospitality, Catelyn responded. King Renly and Queen Margaery, corrected the curly-haired youth with a sharp tone. Renly shot him a light-hearted, reproachful look, smiling. Come now, Loras, we can't expect everyone in the Seven Kingdoms to recognize us as king and queen until we are seated on the Iron Throne. Forgive my wife's brother's rudeness, my lady. He is a great warrior, I wouldn't have made him captain of my King's Guard otherwise, and a true gentleman, I assure you. But he is young, and like many men his age, impulsive. Concluded, looking at him briefly. And besides, he added with a sly glance toward her, we are speaking to an equal, are we not? I must commend your son, your ladyship. The echoes of his victories against the Lannisters have reached even the Reach and delighted us all. No wonder his vassals chose to name him, what is it? King of the North and King of the Trident. Very evocative. Very fitting. To him, it's all a game, Caitlin thought, a spoiled child used to getting everything with his pretty face, playing at war. And playing only because he is sure to win. Allow me also to offer my condolences for your loss, Lady Stark, added Margaery with a half-bow and a face so contrite that Caitlin was tempted to believe her sincerity. Lord Eddard's death has shaken all 7 kingdoms. An ignoble crime for which the Lannisters will pay, Renly promised her. Loras knelt before Caitlin, fist to his heart, soon followed by the blonde woman. I apologize for earlier, my lady. And I assure you that as soon as we take King's Landing, I will personally bring you Joffrey's head. There is nothing to apologize for, Sir Loras. And while I thank you for your solidarity and support, I assure you it makes little difference whether you or my son bring me Joffrey's head, it will not bring back my Eddard. Though I knew him as an enemy many years ago, Eddard Stark was a valorous and honorable man, interjected Mace Tyrell, who had been ignored until now. I believe there are many things we must discuss. But you must be weary from your journey, and I think we can postpone the conversation until after dinner. The dinner was extravagantly lavish, served on gold-plated dishes and cutlery, as were the goblets, which greatly surprised the frugal northerners and the more modest Riverland knights. During the meal, Caitlin and the others learned that the blonde warrior was Brienne of Tarth, only daughter of Lord Selwyn Tarth, Lord of Evenfall Hall on the Sapphire Isle. While a female warrior was not entirely unheard of in the 7 kingdoms, ancient legends recalled several, and even after the conquest, there were famous ones, like Jonquil Dark, the Scarlet Shadow, who had been Queen Alysanne the Good's sworn shield. It was rare enough to spark curiosity. When it was revealed that she had joined the Rainbow Guard, Renly's personal Kingsguard, by winning a melee at the Bitterbridge tournament and defeating none other than Loras in the final, Daisy Mormont shot her a look of curiosity and respect. In the north, it was somewhat more accepted for women to bear arms, though it was still uncommon, and Bear Island was a notable exception to the rule in terms of frequency. Margaery did not miss the mutual acknowledgement between the 2 warrior women, and at the end of the feast, she took both of them by the arm, much to their embarrassment, and led them out of the pavilion, under the pretext of telling this helpless maiden the grim tales of 2 warriors, while their guests discuss important matters. Mace and Loras exchanged knowing looks with their king and left with the other guests. Caitlin was left alone with Renly, though she had no doubt that the exits were swarming with guards. So, Lady Caitlin, what does the young wolf want from me? I can imagine, more or less, but I prefer that you make your embassy in your own way. Lord Renly, Caitlin began, searching for the right words despite having rehearsed them thousands of times in her head over the past few days. I assure you that my son, Robert Stark, named by my husband after his close friend, your brother the king, has no interest in politics south of the Neck or in the Iron Throne. All he desires is justice for his father's murder, security for the North, and the safety of his family, his sisters being held hostage in King's Landing, and once this is achieved, he will return north without involving himself in any further struggles for power. Except Renly interrupted with a sly smile, for the fact that he has been proclaimed king in the North and of the Trident, correct? Forgive me, Lady Stark, you were born at Riverrun, were you not? If I remember correctly, it lies south of the Neck, part of the 7 kingdoms, just like the North itself. Caitlin had anticipated this objection, but she admitted it was difficult to respond to. His bannerman named him such. However. Oh, don't strain yourself too much, my Lady, Renly interrupted, amused. I am well aware that what they say of him in King's Landing must be the same as what they say of me. A usurper defying the rightful king, Joffrey Baratheon, who was recently orphaned by our dear hero, Robert. A touching story for the ignorant masses. If we didn't know that Joffrey and his siblings are bastards born of incest. Yes, I can confirm it to you, my brother Stannis' letters are true. Your husband Eddard had uncovered the truth and came to tell me directly. Likely, Jon Arryn had discovered it too, and that led to his death, just before he was captured by Cersei's soldiers on that ridiculous charge of treason. It's sad to say, but if your husband had supported my claim to the throne back then, he might still be alive. Yes, and you abandoned him and ran like a rabbit because he didn't agree to help you usurp your older brother, Catelyn thought, though she was careful not to say it aloud. Instead, she said, I knew Eddard like the back of my hand, and I'm certain he had nothing against you. He likely just considered it proper to support Lord Stannis' claim by birthright, in an effort to avoid further bloody conflicts for the realm. Stannis! Renly exclaimed sarcastically. My dear brother on the Iron Throne. Can you imagine? A joke that's not even funny. Stannis Baratheon is the sternest, sourest, and least likable man in the Seven Kingdoms. A king must be loved by his subjects, lords and common folk alike. Primogeniture doesn't make a man a good king. Nor does being loved by flatterers guarantee good governance, Catelyn thought, though she kept that to herself, too. Be that as it may, this conflict between brothers is madness, your grace. Forgive my bluntness. It's not eastward that you should be marching, against your own blood, nor northward against King's Landing, an undefended city, like a rotten pear waiting to drop. It's westward you should be heading with this army. Join forces with my son and my brother to defeat Tywin Lannister, our true enemy, and then most of the work will be done. Any discussion of who should sit the Iron Throne and which part of the Seven Kingdoms belongs to whom can be settled later. My old tutor used to say, you're counting your chickens before they hatch. And he was right. Tywin Lannister is dangerous, I'll agree to that. But he doesn't have an army of 100,000 men like I do. Any contender would have to reckon with that. Nor will I allow my brother to lay siege to my castle while I take the Iron Throne. This detour has already cost us several days, but I intend to settle the matter first. Stannis never got over Robert giving me Storm's End while leaving him Dragonstone, but I won't go against my brother's wishes, not even in death. As for the young wolf, Renly added magnanimously, I acknowledge that he's doing a good part of the work. I won't forget that. Once I've won, I'll ask only that he nominally recognize the Iron Throne's authority over the North. I won't ask him to kneel, that's so distasteful, and return the Riverlands to me, which will have nothing to fear from me. Then he can return to Winterfell and call himself Lord, King, or Emperor, for all I care. It makes no difference to me. Gods, this man is even more conceited and vain than I thought. How can I persuade him? Wait, what had Myrella told me? With spoiled children, you have to let them have their way so they can figure out for themselves where they went wrong, not confront them head on. Let's see. As you wish, Your Grace. May I ask for just a couple of conditions? If it's within my power to grant them, of course, Renly replied with an oily smile. Catelyn approached the large military map of Westeros hanging in the tent and studied it for a moment. Then she pointed to a spot with her finger. Your plan to confront Stannis was to proceed only with the cavalry to Storm's End and leave the infantry here, she asked. Exactly, that was the idea. I have 20,000 cavalry out of 100,000 soldiers, and this detour has already cost us far too much time. Don't do it, Catelyn continued. Wait until you've moved the entire army at least as far as the Bronze Gate. That way, the infantry can resume marching north along the King's Road at a good pace. I see what you're saying, Renly interjected. The cavalry can either accept Stannis' surrender or subdue him if necessary, and then still catch up with the infantry in time, while they've already gained some ground and saved time. Brilliant. And the second? Here she indicated a point slightly farther north. Right in the middle of the Kingswood, the road forks. The main road continues northeast toward the capital, but a smaller one veers northwest, crossing 4 of the 7 kingdoms, passing through Tumbleton, Stone September, and all the way to Hornvale. I ask you to split your forces, since they are so vast, and certainly you don't need them all to take King's Landing. Send half of them west to assist Robb against the Lannisters. Renly looked at her with surprise, respect, and even a bit of unease. How could he refuse without losing face and admitting he wanted to let others fight his battles, or that he wouldn't be able to take King's Landing otherwise? That was his weakness. He wanted to please everyone. He knew he was a coward, but he didn't want to appear as one. Catelyn shot him a determined look. The wolves of the north don't kneel easily, Your Grace. But they do kneel, sometimes. Thorin Stark bent the knee to Aegon the Conqueror to spare his people from the dragon's fire, and I assure you that Robb Stark will kneel before the one who helped him save his people and his family, if he has a debt of gratitude to him. And one more thing. What? Catelyn knew she had him now. When you take back King's Landing, I have 2 daughters being held hostage there. I want you to bring them back safely, unharmed. Do this, and both the North and the Riverlands will kneel before you, King Renly. Robb didn't make a sound, just like the rest of his cavalry, as they advanced slowly, the horses' hooves rapped to muffle the noise. They had penetrated the Westerlands a week ago, burning and devastating fields and farms to give back to the Lannisters what they had done to the Riverlands. But their armies were large and could not go unnoticed. Stafford Lannister, Tywin's first cousin, was training new troops gathered from the entire region to send as reinforcements to his lord. Their camp was set at Oxcross and was fairly well guarded, but Stafford wasn't known for being a great commander. It was likely that he had overlooked something. Indeed, Grey Wind had found a small goat path through the hills, allowing them to bypass the sentries and fall on the camp by surprise. Robb glanced at his bannermen, Rickard Karstark and Roose Bolton. They were there with him, ready, waiting for the supreme moment. And Robb gave the order. The men of the North stormed the Lannister camp in the dead of night, howling like a pack of wolves, while Grey Wind leaped from sentry to sentry, ripping out their throats in a flash before moving to the next, no doubt feeding the legends for years to come. Robb himself led the charge from the front, inspiring the men by example. He attacked the center of the camp. Bolton led the assault on the right flank, making a wide loop to prevent the men, once awakened, from trying to flee. The troops under his direct command were at the forefront. If the Lord of the Dreadfort felt any displeasure for that, he didn't show it. Rickard Karstark commanded the left flank and seemed utterly possessed. Since his sons had been killed by the Kingslayer, he had a thirst for blood. Unable to slit Jaime Lannister's throat, he had to vent his rage elsewhere. He howled like a madman, terrifying to behold, his long, flowing white hair and beard blowing in the wind as he swung his double-bladed axe, cutting down men like stalks of wheat. When he saw Sir Stafford emerge from his tent, half-armored and sword in hand, giving orders to try and repel the assault, he didn't hesitate. He spurred his horse and charged at him, and after a brief fight, he brought his axe down on his chest, killing him instantly. Robb too was shouting, swinging his sword amidst the splashes of his enemy's blood. He was happy. This was his element, not scheming, politics, or betrayals, no. War. Honest, raw, fair. He was born to make strategies, rally his men, fight battles, and win them, and he would keep doing it. In that moment, nothing could go wrong. Catelyn was outside the tent they had assigned her, resting, standing against one of the poles. She felt exhausted, physically, mentally, and emotionally. Renly Baratheon hadn't expressly said yes, but he had promised to think about it after consulting his generals the next day, and for now, that was enough for her. It was the only opportunity she had at that moment, and she had played it to the best of her ability. Now she had to hope that the gods would finally decide to be merciful. You're as magnificent as ever. Even in half-light. That voice. Catelyn almost jumped. When she saw the person, for a moment she glanced left and right to see who was around and to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Then she opened her mouth to shout for help. SSH, cat. Cat. It's me, no need to scream. Of course, Renly knows I'm here. Do you think someone could enter a camp as big as a city without anyone noticing? Catelyn calmed herself and looked him up and down with disdain. Petyr Baelish. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. The Master of Coin and newly named Lord of Harrenhal, at least in name, stepped forward slowly with a smile, though the tone of her words had hurt him. What are you doing here, I suppose? I've come to negotiate. I and my entourage arrived a few days before you. Strange that Renly didn't mention it. Perhaps he's more clever than he seems. You look well, cat. If looks could kill, Catelyn Tully, widow of Stark, would have buried him on the spot. Don't you dare call me cat, Baelish. You lost that right when you betrayed my husband to Cersei Lannister, to be killed like a dog, she added, tears welling in her eyes, barely holding them back. That's exactly why I wanted to see you. To explain. Explain what? By now, the tears were flowing freely, with no attempt to hold them back. That you betrayed Eddard. That you betrayed my trust. That you betrayed me. When I think that it was I who told him to trust you. How foolish. It was me, he died because of me. No, Caitlin, I assure you, perhaps Renly told you, or maybe he didn't. When he learned the truth, he told me everything. He needed help to stage a coup, to bribe the gold cloaks before the queen could, and I tried to convince Eddard to declare for Renly. I thought it was the best solution. But he wouldn't listen to me. Of course, because Eddard was an honorable man. Not that you would understand what that means, would you? And when he refused to play your games and declared for Stannis while Renly fled like a coward, you turned coat and handed him over to Cersei, yet you still stayed with the Lannisters, not with Renly. What, did they pay better? Your words wound me, but I understand how upset you are. But I assure you I had no other choice. Stannis wasn't even in King's Landing, and he has no friends anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. He's finished, Caitlin, as proven by this madness of besieging Storm's End with just 2,000 men, out of pure pride. Anyway, when we tried we discovered Cersei had already bribed all the gold cloaks. There was nothing more we could do. Get captured with Eddard, or pretend to side with them and stay alive. That was the only choice. And I couldn't. I couldn't have imagined that Joffrey would be so insane as to decide to execute him, even at the cost of starting a war. Even Cersei didn't suspect that. We were all convinced that he'd send him to the wall in exchange for Jaime's release. But by then, it was too late. So you made your choice. Baelish looked at the ground for a long moment. I'm not cut out to be a hero. The one time I tried, your then betrothed, Brandon, nearly killed me, remember? Caitlin softened for a moment. Yes, I remember, and I'm sorry about that. Lysa, especially, was devastated. She always had feelings for you. Petter smiled, seeing her calm. And I've always had feelings for you, whether you believe it or not. And I'll prove it to you by helping you get what you want. What I want is the end of this war and Joffrey's head on a spike, Caitlin declared, irritated, turning her back on him. How could you help me achieve that? Didn't you just come to negotiate for him with Renly, to stop him from burning the capital? Or have you escaped here to betray Joffrey too? Petter ignored her words, knowing he had the right card to play. I've come here to negotiate peace, with little success, I fear. But I can give you something else, what you truly want. Your daughters, safe and sound. Caitlin whirled around, her large blue eyes wide open. Sansa and Arya. Have you seen them? Are they well? They are well and both being pampered in King's Landing, I assure you, lied Petter. I've personally seen to it that they have the most comfortable and secure chambers in the Red Keep, but I can bring them back to the north with you. All it takes is one word from you. You, the Queen, the Imp, they've refused every exchange offer. Exactly, because dear Robb hasn't offered the right price. But we must understand him, mustn't we? It was his bannermen who crowned him king, and they wouldn't tolerate seeing him lose their best leverage, or they'd take that crown off his head as quickly as they put it on. Caitlin swallowed hard. She knew where Petter was heading. Gods, give me the strength to say no. What he's proposing is treason. Can I truly betray my son to get my daughters back? Jaime Lannister. Return the Kingslayer to me, and I guarantee you'll get Sansa and Arya back, whole and unharmed, and the war will end. No more massacres, no more Robb risking his life every day, you'll all return to Winterfell and live happily ever after. But, the Riverlands. The Riverlands were never a target for Tywin Lannister, Cat. It was you who put a bullseye on your brother's lands the day you captured the Imp. I understand why you did it, but it was a truly foolish move. Now you have a chance to make it right. You started this war by capturing one of Tywin Lannister's sons, and you can end it by freeing another. Let Jaime go, return to the north with your children, and leave the southern lords to sort out their own matters. Joffrey, Renly, Stannis, after all, what difference does it make which one of them sits on the Iron Throne? Chapter 4, The Gods Are Not Merciful. Caitlin was riding at the head of the column, along with Renly and his closest advisors, all from House Tyrell, including his father-in-law Mace, his captain of the guard, Loras, to whom he seemed very attached, and Loras's older brother Gullin, who was said to be an even better swordsman and appeared to be more sensible as well. He would make a fine match for Sansa, if he weren't already married to a Fossoway, they said. And then there's the older brother, Willers, crippled in a tournament and fond of books, who stayed behind at Highgarden to govern while his father and brothers went to war. Margaery, on the other hand, had remained at the new camp at the Bronze Gate. However, Catelyn had noticed that behind that pleasant and coquettish demeanor lay a sharp and ambitious mind, as Daisy Mormont had confirmed to her. "It's incredible, my lady," she had said. "After 5 minutes with her, I would have told her things that not even my sisters know." Catelyn could at least take some comfort, as Renly, after consulting his bannermen, had decided to follow her advice, bring the infantry to the Bronze Gate, then move down with the cavalry to negotiate with Stannis, and was already planning to split his forces, sending half to support Robb. Catelyn prayed they would make it in time. The negotiations could drag on, and the infantry moved at a painfully slow pace, to the point where she hoped one of the two brothers would surrender to the other, or that, if the younger had to destroy the elder, at least they would do so quickly. Gods, what am I becoming? This cursed war. At least, as long as Renly accepted the alliance, I wouldn't be tempted to follow Petter's advice. That snake, he knows how to exploit my weaknesses, but I must remember not to trust him. Baelish had not spoken to her since that day, but he had not abandoned Renly's camp, remaining as an ambassador of the Iron Throne. It did not reassure her that he had stayed behind with the bulk of the expedition. Next to Margaery, the young queen had certainly been made aware of her brother's plans, and as a precaution, Catelyn had wanted to leave Daisy with her, to keep the situation under control, but the warrior woman was more concerned about her lady's safety, in case a fight between the Baratheon's brothers broke out. "I could never face Robb again," she had said, "if I returned to him, failing to protect his mother." Catelyn had been grateful to her and kept her company for the trip. "I must hope the negotiations between the two brothers end quickly and in a specific way," Lady Stark prayed. "They are children. Spoiled children playing with the realms as if they were toys. But when the lords throw tantrums, it's everyone else who weeps." Robb was advancing with his troops toward Ashmark, seat of the great House Marbrand, one of the largest and most loyal to the Lannisters of Casterly Rock, whose symbol was a burning tree. The castle was large but not huge, perched on a low hill, in a pleasant but barren area. A large village stood at the foot of the mountain. The plan was to take the fortress. They had moved north from where they had annihilated Stafford's forces, near the Golden Tooth, loot it thoroughly, then continue northwest, attacking the crag, and then descend rapidly south along the coast. With a bit of luck, they would manage to leave their pursuers in the dust, threatening Casterly Rock directly and plundering Lannisport, while the troops defending these cities had gone north to look for them. At that point, even Tywin Lannister could no longer ignore them. The siege lasted only a few days. It was said that the heir to House Marbrand, Adam, was a noble and proud warrior with a thick tuft of red hair, and a close friend of Jaime Lannister, but his father, the old Daemon, had long since seen his red hair turn to white, and perhaps along with it had lost the will to fight, or perhaps he wanted to spare his people unnecessary suffering. He surrendered, handed over all the weapons of his fiefdom, his wealth, left hostages, and swore not to take arms against the wolves, disbanding his remaining armies and sending his men back to the fields. After a brief stay in his castle, Robb and the others set off for the crag, burning every lesser fortress they encountered along the way to make it difficult for their pursuers to resupply. Renly wanted Catelyn Stark at the side of his bannermen on the day of the meeting with Stannis. The woman couldn't say why, perhaps because he had come to trust her, having received good advice from her, or perhaps to impress Stannis, showing him that even the relatives of other claimants turned to him. Joining them to meet the elder brother were the same ones who rode at the head of the troops, Loras, Garland, Mace, while Stannis Baratheon, whom Catelyn barely remembered, though the years hadn't changed him much aside from his receding hairline, travelled with only two companions, a middle-aged man with a grey beard and a woman of indeterminate age but striking beauty, with hair of an incredible scarlet colour and robes of the same hue. In the distance, they could see the tents of his men, few, besieging the immense bulk of Storm's End, one of the greatest castles of the Seven Kingdoms, from land, and then the ships, many, that blockaded it from the sea. And they could see something else. Smoke was rising from inside the castle. "Greetings to you, brother," began Renly with his typical smug smile. I see that months of separation haven't made you any cheerier. In truth, Caitlin thought she saw the shadow of a smile appear on Stannis Baratheon's face, an extremely rare and worrying sight. Only fools laugh all the time, brother, replied the elder of the two, but today I have good reason to rejoice. Just yesterday, Storm's End, our ancestral seat, surrendered to me. I now control the castle where we were born. A look of shock spread through Renly's retinue. But, how is that possible? Courtney Penrose, the Castellan, is dead, having fallen from a tower, it seems. Afterward, his men saw no reason to continue their treachery and surrendered. Caitlin noticed that the Red Woman seemed very pleased, while the bearded man averted his gaze. Was that shame he felt? Fallen from a tower? That's impossible. Or perhaps he threw himself off in remorse, who can say, added Stannis with a sarcastic look. The fact is that the castle is now mine, as it always should have been. Renly darkened. The two brothers had exchanged positions. It's not yours by right, brother. Robert granted Storm's End to me. The king's word is law, whether you like it or not. Are you talking to me about law? Stannis's face darkened. By law, the Iron Throne is rightfully mine, yet here you are, gathering an army to usurp your own brother's rights. I am the heir to the Iron Throne, since Robert had no legitimate heirs. That whore Cersei Lannister made sure of that, and now that I've taken the castle, I can prove it, as Edric Storm, the bastard our brother fathered with Delaena Florent, on my wedding night, in my own bed, he added with disgust, is now in my power. The boy, as you know, looks like us, black hair and blue eyes. There can be no doubt about Cersei's betrayal. Just as there can be no doubt about yours. Since the beginning of time, the younger brother cannot come before the elder. But I can still be generous, kneel to me, beg for forgiveness, and you will face no further consequences. I will name you my heir, Dragonstone will be yours, and you will sit on my small council at the end of this war. Refuse, and I will destroy you. Renly stared at him as if he were mad for a long moment, then burst out laughing. Brother, for someone who doesn't appreciate humor, you do tell some very funny jokes. You want to destroy me? I mean, maybe with age, you're starting to have some sight issues. Back there, he pointed behind him, are 20,000 knights who are the vanguard of 100,000 soldiers in total, stationed at the gates of bronze, the entire strength of the Stormlands and the Reach, and they are all here for me. How do you hope to defeat them? With your, less than 5,000 men. This is madness. The Red Woman spoke for the first time, Lord Stannis is the chosen son of the Lord of Light. The Red God will grant his chosen victory over his enemies. And who would this be, brother? I thought you didn't enjoy female company, but perhaps with age, your tastes have improved. While yours have stayed the same, I suppose. You do not have the right to. Enough. Caitlin could no longer stay silent. I mean, do you hear yourselves? You are here arguing, not like kings, but like children. Children. If you were my sons, I would lock you in a room until you made peace. You're waging war for the right to sit on an iron chair, while the realm burns. Lady Stark, I apologize for not recognizing you right away, said Stannis, but on the other hand, I did not expect to see you standing beside my brother, the traitor, when your late husband had declared for me. And he was murdered by the Lannisters because you weren't there with him, Lord Stannis replied Caitlin sharply, because they are the real enemy, the Lannisters. They are the ones who have the realm in a stranglehold, who have usurped the throne, who murdered Jon Arryn and my Ned for discovering the truth, perhaps even Robert himself. And it was Jaime Lannister personally who pushed my son Brandon from a tower, almost certainly because he had caught him committing incest with the Queen. He is our prisoner at Riverrun, and he has confessed everything. And it was my homeland that burned first, to protect that secret. So yes, I am the most involved person in all of this, and I will do everything in my power to end it. For a moment, both kings were silent, contemplating her words. I beg you, she continued in a different tone, set aside this foolish dispute. I offer you a proposal, join my son and the Riverlands to defeat Tywin Lannister. Let us take King's Landing together. Then call a great council, like the one King Jaehaerys called 200 years ago, and let the lords of the Seven Kingdoms decide whom they want to be ruled by. With peace, not war. Think of your subjects, not yourselves, for once. That is what it means to be a king. Both would-be kings remained silent for a long moment. Then Stannis broke the silence first. No, I will not allow it. The throne is mine by right, and I will not let anyone try to buy it with gold and flattery. The true king is the only one who can protect the realm, the Red Woman emphasized. Arya has chosen him. It can be no one but him. You are both mad, brother. The true king must be loved by the people and be a good ruler. Someone the people would want to follow. You cannot be that person. Surrender to me, Stannis. Despite everything, I still feel some affection for you, and I do not wish to face you in battle. Never. You surrender, or by tomorrow, you will be a dead man. Renly looked at him with pity, then turned his horse and spurred it forward without another word. When Tywin Lannister received the latest report from the Westerlands, he was not very pleased. After delaying for far too long, he gave the order to his generals to ready the men and leave as soon as possible to abandon Harrenhal and chase the young wolf. He would leave command of the fortress to the foreign mercenaries of Vargo Hoat and the pack of beasts led by the mountain, Gregor Clegane. Arya, having received the news, cursed herself 100 times for being stupid. The mysterious Jaqen, now enlisted by the Lannisters, had promised her he would take 3 lives to repay her for the 3 lives she had saved in the fire, his, Roar's, and Biter's. Reluctantly, Arya had accepted, asking him to kill the tickler, the torturer, first, and then Sir Amory Lorque, and both times, the man had incredibly succeeded without being caught. Tickler fell off a patrol walkway right over some spikes that were adorning one of the lesser wall, remaining impaled, and took apparently a long time for him to die, still too fast for what he would have deserved for what he had been doing to the prisoners. Sir Amory Lorque, who ordered the attack that killed Yoren of the Night's Watch and the 30 recruits, a massacre that Arya, Gendry and Hot Pie survived by mere chance, was also, apparently, the one, many years ago, that killed the poor Rhaenys, the daughter of Rhaegar Targaryen and Elia Martell, at the end of the rebellion. Since he was a notorious drunkard, nobody suspected a thing when he was found drowned, with the head inside a bottle of wine. Both the killings passed off as incidents, much like the Faceless Men were famous for. But just when she realized she should have aimed higher and asked him to kill Tywin himself to end the war, Jaqen had been out scouting with other soldiers and only returned after Tywin had left. Knowing well that staying as servants at Harrenhal with Vargo Hoat meant great risks for her and her companions, Arya made a gamble. She asked Jaqen to free them. The man refused at first, but the girl had an idea. She told him his own name. To avoid being bound by the agreement and forced to kill himself, Jaqen agreed. One night, all the guards at one of the exits were found dead, and Arya, Gendry, and Hot Pie managed to escape. Later, Jaqen bid Arya farewell, asking her if she wanted to train to become one of the Faceless Men. Arya refused, as she first wanted to find her family. Jaqen then gave Arya a coin, an iron coin from Braavos, instructing her how to use it if she ever wanted to find him, either because she needed him or because she had changed her mind. But after their parting, as Arya and her companions began a difficult journey through the Riverlands, devastated by war, they did not yet know one important thing. Had they stayed at Harrenhal for another week, they would have been safe. A few days later, Great Yonumber defeated Vargo Hoat's mercenaries, and the few remaining guards of the fortress surrendered. The men of the north stormed the largest castle in the 7 Kingdoms, and Arya missed her chance to return to her brother. Yara Greyjoy was definitely not satisfied. Not only was there little to loot in the north, as expected, and she could live with that, but the men of the north had been waiting for them and had given them a harsh reception, and that, she had not anticipated. Damn the young wolf. He's sharper than he seems. Or, has someone else been advising him? She had to interrupt her thoughts, ducking to dodge an arrow that whizzed right over her head. It was the 3rd time that, when they attempted to land along one of the rivers in the northwest, between the Ryswell and Dustin lands, they had run into an ambush. Their enemies seemed to know in advance where they would be. They had certainly lined the banks with sentries, and emerged from the woods like shadows when least expected. It's not fair, Yara thought as she began fighting. We are the raiders and pirates, we should be the ones catching others by surprise. They didn't seem like regular soldiers, some were hunters or fishermen with long spears, harpoons, and, in some cases, nets. Ironborn octopi caught in a net, If only she could appreciate the irony. In other cases, they were woodsmen with hatchets, throwing axes, and small bows. Still others were strange men, even for northerners, hairy, silent. They didn't shout when they charged into battle like the others, clad in pelts, armed with longer bows that fired poisoned arrows. Yera had seen a couple of her men hit by those arrows. Depending on how deep they penetrated, death could come in minutes or drag out for 3 days, but always in excruciating pain. And she had no intention of following their example. Frog-eaters. The reeds, I've heard of them, she thought as she danced with her 2 light axes. Killing a spearman who charged at her seems my father's war of vengeance will cost us more than we expected. Did you hear him? It's really incredible. If being stubborn and full of oneself were a contest, my brother would be the champion of all 7 kingdoms. Renly Baratheon declared, as 2 squires helped him remove his armor. Catelyn had been granted access to his private tent in the camp, and she didn't seem quite as sure. I still think this is all madness, she muttered sadly. I agree, Lady Stark, the young king said, not fully understanding her words. But in any case, by tomorrow, it will all be over. My troops will march on him and destroy him if that's what he wants. But it's not certain he will accept to fight, Catelyn said, concerned. Since he's taken Storm's End, he might simply decide to shut himself in. He has experience holding sieges. During the rebellion, he kept that castle for a year. Do you really have that much time, Your Grace? Brian, protecting Renly, and Daisy, guarding Catelyn, both nodded silently. Renly glanced at them before stating, do you really think he would do that? Perhaps. Or he might flee with his ships, leaving only a small garrison to defend the castle, Brian suggested. I realize it wouldn't be like him, but... Sure, it would be more sensible than getting slaughtered, Renly conceded. Undoubtedly, Your Grace. May I speak? It was Daisy who had intervened, and she continued after a nod from the king. To be honest, there's something else that worries me. From what Lady Stark says, it's a mystery how Stannis took the castle. Those rumors about the Castellan falling from the tower. PFF. Surely my brother had spies at Storm's End. A miserable assassin who killed poor Penrose for him. It's possible. I just wonder, if that's the case, don't you think you're in danger too, Your Grace? If he used traitors and assassins, maybe professionals, even on Bear Island, we've heard of the faceless men of Bravos. Renly seemed to pale. Catelyn gasped. In fact, he didn't say, tomorrow you will be dead, he said, by tomorrow, you will be dead. The king bellowed orders, fetch me Loras and Garlan. At once. And Lord Mace and Randall Tarly, for a war council. With your permission, Your Grace, I would like to retire. I'm tired, Catelyn said. I can leave Daisy here with you if you like, until the Tyrell brothers arrive. No, Lady Stark, stay just a little longer, until my father-in-law arrives. And with that, he spread a military map of the Stormlands across the table. I just want to consider all possibilities, and I trust your judgment. Weary, Catelyn approached the map. First of all, I assure you I intend to honor our pact, Renly declared. Everyone else is in agreement too, and don't worry, what you said today changes nothing. I understand what you were trying to do. Catelyn shot him a look of gratitude. For a moment, she feared she had ruined everything with that council proposal. However, the young Baratheon continued, the plan needs to be modified. If Stannis is mad enough to face us in the field, we'll crush him, and that's fine. But I don't think he's suddenly lost his mind, he must have an ace up his sleeve. Perhaps he really is counting on having me assassinated, but within minutes, 2 of the best swords in the 7 kingdoms will be here, so his plan will fail. If he decides to flee by ship, we can't pursue him. The Red Wine Fleet, with 300 ships, is loyal to House Tyrell, but unfortunately, its lord, Paxter, has his children held hostage in King's Landing by that wretch Joffrey, so he's bound to remain still. But the most Stannis could do with the fleet is retreat to Dragonstone again. He doesn't have enough troops to attempt an assault on King's Landing, or he would have already done so. Lastly, he could indeed hole up in the fortress where he stayed during the rebellion. In that case, we would simply have to divide our forces into 3 parts instead of 2. A portion of the troops, let's say 10,000, all infantry, would lay siege to him, while the rest... He didn't have time to finish. A chill gripped the three women present. The squires had left, realizing that something was wrong. A form, made of what looked like black smoke, constantly shifting, rose behind him, coming from the edge of the tent. It took on a vaguely human shape, and its face, Caitlin could have sworn, looked like Stannis's. One of the creature's arms turned into a black sword that pierced Renly in the back, emerging from the center of his chest. The young man stared, shocked, at the blade protruding from his body and the blood that began to pour from it, copiously. He turned his head to the side to see where it was coming from. The pure terror on the faces of the three women was about to give way to screams. Brienne reacted first. She drew her sword and tried to strike the creature, but her blade passed right through it, as if it were made of smoke. Even the black sword inside Renly vanished, and he fell to the ground, on his back, bleeding profusely, with the same incredulous expression on his face. The screams had begun to draw in the guards. Brienne was slashing wildly, maddened by grief, thinking the shadow might reappear. Daisy immediately understood the situation and shouted to her lady. "Lady Stark! We must get out of here." But Caitlin had to do one more thing. Frantically, seeing the guards rush in and shout accusations, she instinctively turned to Brienne, who was collapsing over Renly's body, screaming in despair. She said, "Brienne! Brienne! You can't stay here. They'll accuse you too. Daisy, help me drag her away." 5 minutes later, the three women, along with the rest of Lady Stark's retinue, were galloping at breakneck speed westward, while the camp descended into utter chaos. To the three women, it seemed they could hear Loras' screams the entire way. Edmure Tully was restless while waiting, and once again, it took his uncle Brynden to calm him down. They were in a trench dug under a reed bed, in a swampy area. Numerous infantry soldiers, archers, and scorpion operators bustled around them. Bundles of wood, piles of arrows, and other materials were neatly stacked around them. "Stay calm, nephew. I understand how you feel, but stay calm. TSK. It's not that easy, uncle. Tywin Lannister has invaded my lands, massacred my people, burned our crops, and occupied my castles. Letting him go without doing almost anything doesn't sit well with me. I'm not an impulsive man, but I am eager to make him pay. And we will, I assure you. Do you think I don't want to? But Robb's plan is brilliant, and it would take very little to ruin it. If Tywin can't get through, or even if he just suspects it's a trap, we'll lose the chance to destroy him once and for all. Be patient today, and you'll see we'll win a greater reward tomorrow. But for the deception to be credible, our troops will have to put up at least a bit of resistance, and by doing so, weaken their columns. Our archers, led by Theon, the Scorpions, and everything else will take care of that." At the fords, defensive positions had been set up, elaborate enough to be believable. Tywin's vanguards had to struggle to push back the men left guarding them, and in some cases, some of the Riverlands divisions had to be sacrificed to make the act convincing. In several points during their slow march through the swampy area, the Lannister armies were harassed by small, mobile archer units firing from long distances or by large projectiles from scorpions that tore through infantry companies, killing a dozen men at a time. Even the cavalry was often troubled by fires set in the woods and reed beds, or by small bundles of wood deliberately placed in strategic spots or pushed against them on carts. The flames spooked and bolted the horses, sometimes turning on their riders, trampling a few unlucky ones, or plunging into the water, drowning the unfortunate knights in armor, though more often, they bolted from the columns, only to be quickly attacked by small groups of spearmen who swiftly killed them before disappearing into the woods again. Even many of the supply trains left in the rear, and the slow-moving siege weapons the Westerland's men were dragging behind them, fell prey to fire, whether from their enemies or set by themselves to avoid slowing them down, though without gifting them to their foes. "It's like a fly trying to annoy a dog," it was recalled Tywin Lannister had declared, "but no fly can trouble a lion. Edmure is trying to make us pay, but it's an effort beyond his capabilities. He might make us pay dearly to get through, perhaps, but we will get through. And when we're done with his nephew, we'll return here to settle the score." After 3 days, what became known as the Battle of the Fords was over. The Lannisters had lost 1,000 men compared to 300 among their enemies, but their entire army had managed to break through the fortifications and pass, on their way home. Nothing could stop them, or so they thought. The hours immediately following the assassination of Renly Baratheon were frantic. With the king's body still warm, chaos erupted in the camp. The murder was naturally blamed on the three women who were the only ones in the tent with him, Catelyn Stark, Daisy Mormont, and Brienne of Tarth herself, although it was inconceivable for anyone who had ever seen her devotion to Renly, and Sir Loras was so furious he would have killed the guards stationed outside the large tent if his brother Garland hadn't personally stopped him. Despite the interest of everyone present, and surely the confusion and shock didn't help, finding out exactly how it had happened proved impossible. Dealing with the political consequences of Renly's death was even more complex. The Tyrells now had no king to support, no candidate to rally behind. The claim of legitimacy would require declaring Cersei's children bastards, leaving another Baratheon to succeed Robert on the Iron Throne. This was also the reasoning of the Stormlords, fewer in number than their Reach allies, but no less determined, who, after the initial shock, realized they had only one choice left, to support the older and last remaining brother, Stannis Baratheon, the very man they had been prepared to fight just hours before. Sensing this danger, Mace Tyrell ordered his sons to withdraw before a clash with their allies could break out. Loras and Garland took Renly's body with them. Loras was heard to say that before leaving it to Stannis, he would die too, and commanded their cavalry to gallop northward, toward the Bronze Gates, where the bulk of their troops and Margaery, who had yet to be informed, were waiting. But the Stormlords had the same idea. While some of them rushed to swear allegiance to Stannis, swift messengers were sent north in an effort to beat the Tyrells in time. Not only did the two groups arrive almost simultaneously, but an even greater uproar broke out at the main camp. To Mace's great dismay, and to Lora's fury, not only did the Stormlords, but many of their own Reach bannermen, those who were supposed to be loyal to them, opted to declare for Stannis. What choice did they have? They said. The damage was already done, and they had no alternative if they hoped to topple the Lannisters. In essence, they wanted a piece of the pie. And when the stern commander Randyll Tarly threatened to personally carry out the execution for treason of anyone speaking in such a manner, a brief but bloody clash broke out in the massive and chaotic camp, with a couple hundred deaths, before Mace Tyrell finally played the role of Lord and declared that, to prevent further massacres, in such a large camp, a full-scale battle would be disastrous. It would be best to arrange a truce and disband, moving the Renly loyalists and the traitors, as Loras, less diplomatic than his father, called them, to different locations. Thus, the camp city split into two halves in less than a day. The new followers of Stannis stayed to await him, while the Tyrells and those still loyal to them quickly marched southwest, back toward Felwood, where they had camped just days before. To their great dismay, they realized that most of their bannermen had abandoned them. Aside from the troops directly under their control, the Tyrells could only count on the high towers, naturally, as they were the bannermen of Mace's wife and mother of his children, Fossoe. Same story, Garland's wife's family, Tarly, Redwyne, though most of their men were in the aforementioned fleet held hostage, Rowan, and Oakurt. All the other houses of the Reach, whether large, Merryweather, Roxton, Hewitt, Beesbury, Ashton, or small, all the others, had abandoned them to side with Stannis. Even so, they still had a force of 30,000 men, and many of them were cavalry. But they found themselves without a king, without a strategy, and without allies, and to the shock of Renly's death, they had to add the painful sting of betrayal. And when you're in desperate situations, you're willing to listen to anyone's advice. Margaery Tyrell stood tall in the funeral tent, contemplating the body of her former husband, Renly Baratheon. Her gaze was fixed, arms hanging at her sides, fists clenched. Slowly, announcing himself, Lord Petyr Baelish entered. He hadn't left Felwood, hoping to gather some information about enemy troop movements, but he hadn't dared to hope for such a development. "May I come in, Lord Baelish?" "Don't gloat from back there, take a seat in the front row," replied the Widow Queen, with an acidity that did not suit her. "You're being unfair, Your Grace, but such an attitude is understandable. Surely, you are still shaken by this unexpected loss. I offer my deepest condolences for the untimely death of your husband, the king." The young woman responded only with a scoff, as if she had no desire to keep up the charade. "Furthermore," continued Littlefinger, "I can assure you that this unexpected turn of events does not please me at all. I imagine we can speak frankly in respect for his grace, but as pleasant and well-liked as Lord Renly was, he was certainly not a great warrior or commander. As a loyal servant of House Lannister, I would have much preferred him to lead his troops rather than Stannis. Margaery scoffed again. Well, not everyone can be everything they wish to be, I suppose. Renly was born to smile, to please, and to make alliances, not to fight. But he would have been a good king, I believe. And, would he have been a good husband, too? Well, that depends. He was kind to me, and in my own way, I was fond of him. Things could have been much worse for me in life, but fortunately, my father the Lord has always cared about his children's happiness. But to be a good husband, well, one must also sleep with one's wife, otherwise, one is not truly married, or so says the 7-point star. So, the rumors were true. You hadn't consummated the marriage. Not that we hadn't tried, but my ex-husband, while my charms may be coveted in all 7 kingdoms, didn't care for them at all. It would have been a problem to deal with in the future. But now. Petter could almost feel the heat of the young widow's gaze. Disappointment, but also determination. Tell me, Lady Margaery, do you care so much about being a queen? No, the young woman replied. I want to be the queen. Petter Baelish smiled. Women. It's so easy to understand what they really want. To most men, they are a mystery, but to me, you're an open book. In that case, you will be interested in the proposal I have for you. With less than half the army, you cannot win, not alone. It is said that Catelyn Stark and those 2 warrior women assassinated Renly, and Loras has sworn revenge. Margaery seemed confused. So they say, but it's all very unclear. Catelyn Stark had proposed an alliance to Renly against the Lannisters, and he had accepted. My brother says it must have been those 3 who killed him, as there was no one else in the tent, but I don't believe it. What reason would they have had to do it? For Lady Catelyn, Renly was a valuable ally, and everyone could see how Brian fawned over him, not that she had any chance with him, of course, regardless of his preferences. What do you think, Lord Baelish? You say you've known Lady Catelyn since childhood. Would she be capable of something like this? Well, who can truly say they know someone, Lady Margaery? Life's circumstances change each of us in ways even the closest family or friends might find unbelievable. Catelyn Tully, Widow Stark, is a woman of intense passions, good at heart, yes, but also someone who would do anything to protect her family, and generally, like all women, she doesn't take rejection well. Is that what you're suggesting? That Renly had changed his mind about the alliance, and that's why she had him killed? And Brian? Oh, are you saying that Brian killed him as an accomplice because he never would have, with her? Does that seem like a credible theory to you? It will certainly seem so to my brother. Yes, I've noticed that young Loras is impulsive, and that he was very fond of the late king. But this still gets House Tyrell nowhere. How would turning against the Starks bring us any closer to our goals? Petter moved closer to her and lowered his voice. But it's clear, it's a necessary step to make you Queen of the 7 Kingdoms. You see, today you stand outside the Kingswood, and you cannot return to the King's Road without crossing Stannis's troops. His next move is obvious, he'll march up the road to King's Landing to besiege it and claim the Iron Throne. You, however, must head north, passing through Tumbleton, and make your way to the Riverlands, attack the young wolf from behind, help Tywin Lannister defeat him and ally with the Golden Lion. Then, with the help of several barges, swiftly transport you and his troops along the river to King's Landing, catch Stannis by surprise while he's engaged in the siege and destroy him too, and then... So, you want me to marry Joffrey? Exactly. And at that point, everyone will have what they desire. I will have the Riverlands, Tywin Lannister will have the King's Peace and his heir on the Iron Throne, and you, my dear, you will have a crown. Chapter 5, Lions vs Wolves. Stannis Baratheon had just finished receiving homage, bows, and formal acts of submission from all the lords, great and small, who now made up his new army. When the last one had exited the tent, while the king was still seated on his wooden bench, only Slyse Florent, wife and queen, remained with him, along with the young Shireen Baratheon, daughter and heir, half her face marred by grayscale, Alistair Florent, the queen's brother and hand of the king, and, of course, Melisandre and Davos Seaworth. But it was Melisandre herself who declared, "You all should leave. His Grace is very tired," to which Queen Slyse, The most devout among those converted to the red god, Arla, responded, "Of course, Melisandre." Until later, my lord, while her brother asked, "Do you have any orders, your grace?" "The usual. Place a ring of sentries all around the camp. And tomorrow, start a thorough inventory of weapons, provisions, horses, livestock, and fodder." When the others had left, Melisandre looked at Davos with a questioning gaze. "I want to speak with the king." Alone, the old smuggler declared. "As I said, the king is very tired. Besides the day spent, he has recently and in close succession used the gift of the red god twice. To be honest, I do not believe there's enough fire left in him to use it again, and in any case, he will need to rest for several days. Go on, Melisandre. Leave us alone." When the woman had complied, the king turned to his admiral. "You don't seem satisfied, Davos. Today was a great day." "No, I am not. A few days ago, I unknowingly became an accomplice to an abomination, black magic, murder, treason. Courtney Penrose had betrayed me. I am his king," Stannis reminded him. "And Renly Baratheon was your brother. And yet, will you deny that you used the same method, that thing brought forth by Melisandre, to kill him as well?" "When I saw it. Gods, I'll never forget it, even if I live 100 years. I offered Renly the chance to surrender peacefully, to join my council and be my heir. He refused. The penalty for treason is death, Sir Davos. And what is the penalty for witchcraft? Or for murder? That was no execution, nor a death in battle. You took his army, yes, but at what cost?" The king remained impassive for a long moment. "At what cost, you ask?" "Whatever it takes. I can bear it. This is my destiny, Davos. To sit on the Iron Throne and save the world from the threat that looms over it. Melisandre knows this, she has seen it. And as you have witnessed, her powers work. If they work, it means she speaks the truth, and we can trust her, no matter how distasteful it may be to you. Ever since Maester Cressen died like a fool trying to poison her." Davos lowered his gaze, recalling the scene. He was very fond of the old man. "Melisandre saw a future," Stannis continued, "in which Renly defeated me in battle, he, in his antlered armor, sweeping away my troops, and yet now he is dead. This means the future can be changed, Davos. And my future is too important to stop here. Oh, surely, don't think I didn't love him. Or that I won't feel remorse for this for the rest of my life. It will be my burden. My condemnation. A king is destined to be alone." At that moment, another king was enjoying unexpected but very pleasant company. Robb Stark was being lovingly tended to by Jeyne Westerling, a beautiful 17-year-old maiden whose castle on the crag he had occupied a few days before. It had finally happened. The young wolf had been wounded in battle. Not too seriously, but he needed care for a few days. Lord Karstark was scouting, while Roose Bolton was with him at the crag, and the impassive lord of the Dread Fort did not miss the glances his king exchanged with his prisoner, glances that, moreover, were mutual. "Be careful, sire," he said when Robb was able to walk and was strolling through the castle. "A pair of sweet eyes may seem like just a distraction when one is young, but they are a danger, greater than 10,000 spears, when one is a king. Nothing happened with her, Lord Bolton. Damn it, on one hand, this crown grows heavier every day. I feel like I'm not free to do what I want, but still, I remember my commitment to the Freys and the 4,000 men they brought me, even though. I must say, the more I think about it, the more it seems my mother made a bad deal that time, marrying a daughter of Lord Walder, a minor lord, in exchange for passage, when the Riverlands were aflame, and their own Lord Paramount was besieged by the Lannisters. One could say old Walder bargained instead of doing his duty towards his liege." "Aye, indeed. Walder Frey's reputation is well known. But what's done is done. And still," he added, "it's not said that a king shouldn't be allowed some enjoyments. That is, almost all kings do as much, not just the late Robert Baratheon." "Take her as my mistress, you mean?" "No, I couldn't do that. It would be dishonorable. And then, what if I fathered a bastard with her? Not even worth considering." Robb, at that moment, thought of Jon. He remembered well how hard his life had been because of his status. He would not give his own child the same fate. Furthermore, He missed his brother and would have liked nothing more than to have him by his side, but after all, Jon was with the Night's Watch. He made a vow, and he's keeping it. And I must do the same. There would be nothing unusual, Bolton continued. Even your father fathered a child outside marriage. And so did I. My bastard, Ramsay, is a bit spirited, but very capable, in certain ways. I have only him left since my legitimate son, Domeric, died of illness. I had forgotten. I renew my condolences. Thank you, sire. Speaking of my bastard, you could have informed me that you sent Roderick Castle to seek out this Red Armor bandit. There was no need for the Castellan and Master-at-Arms of Winterfell to trouble himself personally. I could have sent Ramsay to hunt him down. I assure you, he rarely fails. Something in the way he said it unsettled Robb. You were on a mission when the news arrived. Castle oversees the north in my stead, it was only natural to send him. And then he continued, I assumed that not many able men were left in your lands, you brought nearly all of them here. As his grace prefers. And now, let us waste no time. Healed or not, we must march south, towards Casterly Rock and Lannisport. Arya, Gendry, and Hot Pie had been walking for several days, and the provisions they'd stolen from Harrenhal were beginning to run low. Deciding which direction to take wasn't proving easy either. After all, they weren't so good at finding their way, especially when the sun was hidden and there was no moss on the trees. They also had to avoid being intercepted by any patrols from the numerous forces still present in the Riverlands. And finally, even if they were to accept Arya's plan to seek out Robb's troops, where would they go? Southwest, in the same direction the Lannisters were pursuing the Starks, madness, Gendry declared, or northwest, toward Riverrun. And if so, which was the safest route? How much of a head start should they give the Lannisters to distance them enough? But all these discussions proved idle. As they headed north, getting lost in the lands of the Smallwoods, half a dozen bandits emerged from the woods and surrounded them. Among them were an archer, a sort of fallen knight with a cloak of an incredible lemon-yellow color, and a kind of bard with a seven-stringed harp. They called themselves the Brotherhood without banners and said that if they wanted to live, they'd have to join them. Of all the groups that had set off after Renly's death, Catelyn Starks had returned north first. And not only because they had fled at breakneck speed to avoid an accusation of murder. After the first stop, 12 hours later, to avoid exhausting the horses, when Brian had realized that her entire life had changed and sworn eternal loyalty to Lady Catelyn for saving her from certain execution, it had been decided, since the Tyrells might be on their heels and Stannis would undoubtedly take control of Renly's army, that they should return to Riverrun as soon as possible. Robb needed to be informed of developments, even though, for now, there was no way to do so by Raven. Lighter than any of the armies and therefore faster, they proceeded through the Reach with forced but cautious marches, finally arriving at Stony September, the first fief of the Riverlands. There, they discreetly gathered information and learned that Tywin had returned to the west, but had left Vargo Hoat's monstrous raiders to hold Harrenhal, and that the entire Riverlands were teeming with outlaws and deserters. Rumor had it that some of them even hanged soldiers of every faction they encountered, Lannister, Stark, Tully. In this situation, they opted to proceed cautiously to the Vances at Wayfarer's Rest for more news, and from there, to Riverrun, to reach Bryndon. At that time, they couldn't know that they would find the fortress empty, as Bryndon and Ed Muir had already left to aid Robb, and that only 2 days after their passage, Great Jon Umber and his scouts would deliver a decisive defeat to Vargo Hoat, who would be slain by Great Jon's sword himself, his head cut horizontally at nose level, causing Harrenhal's surrender, which would then be taken by the wolves. The second group to arrive, spurring their horses, was Petyr Baelish's. The Master of Coin and Lord of Harrenhal had stayed 3 days longer than Catelyn in the Stormlands and had also had to divert through the Reach, climbing up to the Fief of Hayford, right at the intersection between the Crown Lands, the Stormlands, the Reach, and the Riverlands. It was also close enough to Harrenhal's territory, and one could go down the Blackwater River to King's Landing, or cross it, heading toward the lands of Stokeworth. It was an excellent position to meet with sentries, spies, and messengers he had gathered from all over. The first messenger came from near Harrenhal, his own castle, and told him the same thing. Tywin Lannister had returned to the west to protect his lands from the wolves' incursions. This news sent a chill down Baelish's spine. But things worsened when he received the couriers he had sent south to check the King's Road coming up from Storm's End. "We haven't yet sighted Stannis's troops, my lord. It's as if they haven't left the Bronze Gate yet." "But that doesn't make sense," Baelish declared. "I know Lord Stannis. The first thing he'll do is try to besiege King's Landing. And to do that, he has to move his troops, he can't exactly fly them in." At those words, Baelish swallowed. A thought had come to mind. Stannis was master of ships. And he had about 200 of them. And if instead? No, it's impossible, they'd never be numerous enough. But if I remember correctly, among his followers is that old smuggler, Davos Seaworth, and the Stepstones aren't too far from Storm's End by sea. If he has connections among Salador Sahan's pirates, maybe. "We have to go," he exclaimed to his men. "Where to, my lord?" one asked. "Away from here, as far as possible. He's tricked us all, that old fox. He won't lead his troops over land, but by sea. That's why he's delaying. He's waiting to gather enough transport ships, but when he does, in 3 days, he'll be at King's Landing. And the Tyrells may help Tywin defeat the young wolf, but they'd never make it in time to save the city. If Stannis lops off Joffrey's head, the Lannisters would have no claimant to the throne left to fight for. Sure, I would have had my revenge on the Starks and the Tullys, but it wouldn't have profited me at all." "Orders, sir." "Where do you want us to go?" Baelish thought for a moment. A new plan was forming in his mind, adapting to the circumstances. And then, there was another detail to consider. Finally, he smiled. "We'll cross the river toward the northeast. Once we've landed, I want us to disguise ourselves as merchants or something like that. We're heading to Duskendale. But first, bring me a raven. I have a message to send." The Tyrells were advancing as fast as possible. Of course, they had the cavalry troops at the vanguard and sent scouts everywhere to avoid unpleasant surprises, but they also couldn't leave their infantry too far behind, risking being separated by potential enemies. As they rode in the center of the column, the Tyrell siblings had different expressions. Loras was impatient, burning with the desire to act. Margaery was thoughtful and doubtful, and Garland seemed, as usual, the balanced one, alternately observing the other two. He then moved closer to his sister, pulling her away from their other brother, and asked, "A silver stag for your thoughts, my sweet sister?" The Dowager Queen snapped out of her thoughts. "Oh, it's nothing, Garland, just, well, no, never mind, it's a silly thing. Allow me to insist. It's not often you're this pensive, but when it happens, it's something serious. You were like that even as a child. It's just that, oh, I know, it's absurd. I was the one who proposed this plan. Or rather, it was suggested to me by Lord Baelish, actually. But I'm not sure about what we're doing. It doesn't feel like the right course of action. You have doubts about attacking the Starks. Don't you think it was Lady Catelyn who assassinated Renly? Why, do you believe that? Don't try to fool me. Loras might fall for it because he's anxious to avenge him, and that clouds his judgment, but it's obvious things went differently. And that's the only thing troubling you. The remorse. You fear you're attacking the wrong people. Don't misunderstand me. I want to be queen, I want our family to be the most important in the Seven Kingdoms, and to do so, I would do anything. But, at first, to achieve that, we wanted to oust the Lannisters from their position. If we now ally with them, we'll forever remain second. And then Joffrey himself is a full-blooded Lannister, according to Stannis. And it seems he has a tendency towards sadism and cruelty. And you're supposed to marry him, my dear sister, continued her older brother, pleased with where the conversation was heading. I'm not afraid of him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to harm me once we're married. And besides, I have you all to protect me. But, I was thinking, if it really wasn't Lady Stark, who would have assassinated Renly? The obvious answer would be Stannis, but it could also have been the Lannisters. They obviously would have had every reason to do so, and then, we'd be allying with our enemy, with the very people Loras wants to destroy at any cost. In that case, Baelish would have used me to get what he wants, our help against the Tullys and the Starks. On the other hand, if it was Stannis, we're going off course, wasting precious time and sacrificing men by meddling in a war that isn't ours, instead of facing the real enemy. And then it bothers you to attack that poor widow and her valiant son. Tell the truth. As much as you pretend to be impassive and ready to do anything for power, deep down you find their cause just. Don't put words in my mouth, she replied, jokingly. But yes, you're right, as much as I'm no longer a child reading stories of heroes and maidens, in the end, if I weren't involved, I could even cheer for them. But if I must trample over their wishes to become queen, you can be sure I'll do it. Margaery said nothing more, and Garland refrained from insisting, letting her mull it over on her own. When did I start thinking like this? Since I saw Catelyn Stark's eyes. She too had an arranged marriage, yet she was so sad to have lost her husband. She had truly fallen in love with him. For a time, she was happy. I, on the other hand, had accepted to marry a man who didn't even like women. My father wanted all his children to be happy, and I have my goals to achieve. But, when did it happen? When did I accept to sacrifice my personal happiness in exchange for my ambition? Some time later, having reached the lands of the Roxtons, the scouts sent ahead into the Riverlands informed Mace Tyrell and Randall Tarly of what everyone else already knew. The column was therefore ordered to turn westward, to enter the Westerlands through Sarwick, from where, proceeding in a straight line for 200 miles, they would reach Casterly Rock. The campaign in the Westerlands was not immediate. Marching at forced pace, Tywin Lannister, along with his brother Kevan, Adam Marbrand, and all his generals, arrived in the lands of the Liddons, in a border area, but central in height. From there, they could head north, west, or south with equal ease, depending on the need. The problem was that the young wolf had split his troops and was raiding various territories. For the moment, Ricard Karstark with his cavalry was still ravaging the lands above them, belonging to the Braxes and Lefords, while Roose Bolton seemed to have moved south, toward the SWYFTS, and it was said that Robb Stark was personally threatening Casterly Rock and laying siege to Lannisport. In such circumstances, maintaining discipline among his bannermen was not easy. Davon Lannister, Jaime's cousin and the late Sir Stafford's son, was difficult to restrain, and he would have liked to throw himself at Lord Karstark to avenge his father personally. He was eventually stopped, but with difficulty. It is said that the man vowed to grow his beard and hair until he had avenged his father. Even Kevan, Tywin's brother and trusted advisor, was somewhat hesitant, as the young wolf had taken his two younger sons prisoner. The eldest, Lancel, was instead with Tyrion and Cersei in King's Landing. It took all of the old lion's experience to convince his bannermen that splitting up would not be wise and that they would probably be playing into their enemies' hands, eager to lure them into a trap. The Westerlands had the best infantry in the Seven Kingdoms, he reasoned, numerous and splendidly equipped with plate armor, so the best tactic was to keep them together, using a fist of iron that would break through their enemies' lines with the greatest possible force. They chose to resume the march toward Lannisport, convinced that the young wolf didn't have enough forces to besiege it alone and was wasting time, but at the same time they had to fall upon him from behind before he could move from there. They sent cavalry and scouts to the sides of the column to avoid being surprised by any raiders. The idea was to keep moving and destroy the North's forces separately with numerically superior troops, rather than allowing them to reunite. In all that chaos, Tywin fortunately received word that Renly had been assassinated and that Stannis Lannister had taken control of most of the troops that had declared for him, save for the Tyrells, who had separated from him. Immediately an idea sparked in his mind, to ally with them. He knew well the Tyrells' reputation as social climbers, and after all, his nephew Joffrey wouldn't have to marry Sansa, the daughter of a traitor and the sister of another who was about to be killed. He therefore sent 2 ravens, one to Highgarden, where it seemed logical that the Tyrells had retreated while awaiting further developments, and one to King's Landing, to Tyrion, to inform him of Stannis's troops approaching, presumably from the south, ordering him to prepare for a siege. He also suggested doing anything to delay the arrival of the last Baratheon, if necessary, even to burn the King's Wood. The reasoning of the elder Lannister was that King's Landing could withstand a siege for a long time, and perhaps, once Robb was dealt with, he would be able to come to their aid in time. Fortunately for King's Landing, Tyrion also had his spies, and some decoy fishing boats he had dispatched throughout the Blackwater Bay and was therefore able to learn of Stannis's imminent arrival by sea, discarding the absurd plan of setting a fire altogether. The Lannister column set off once more toward their homeland. Arya Stark couldn't tell if they had been lucky or unlucky. Sure, on one hand, they were still alive. On the other, that strange brotherhood who had captured them seemed to be hiding many secrets. She was surprised to recognize Beric Dondarrion and Thoros of Myr as their leaders. Beric had once served King Robert, and her father himself had sent him to chase down the mountain in the Riverlands, but it was said he had died since then. In fact, rumors constantly circulated about the various ways he had supposedly died, killed by different people, by Sir Amory Lorc, no, by Vargo Hoat, no, by the mountain, once, twice, and in various manners, with a sword to the belly, an arrow to the eye, no, hanged, no, with an axe that shattered his skull. But what shocked Arya was, that Beric's body actually bore marks of these events. His neck had rope scars, a nasty cut on his forehead, and an eye patch. Thoros of Myr seemed much the same as the man who had served at Robert's court, his drinking companion, the same red robe of the priests of Arla, the same bald head, the same belly, yet something about him was different, a certain liveliness in his blue eyes, a sly smile, as if he knew something no one else did. Their men said that Beric had indeed died 6 times and that Thoros had revived him 6 times, giving him the kiss of the Lord of Light, a god in whom he himself hadn't really believed until he had seen proof. Gendry seemed very struck by the fact that the bandits were all knights. Dondarrion was one, and a knight can dub another, which he had done generously. The Brotherhood, he explained, was born to protect common folk from the abuses of the powerful, of any faction. Even among the Starks and Tullys, there were common soldiers and minor lords who committed atrocities against the people. Arya angrily rejected that claim. But for the moment, she would play along. The 2 men had already seen her at King's Landing, but they did not recognize her, and she did nothing to reveal her identity, because she didn't know whom they would choose to sell her to, if they decided to the Tullys or the Lannisters. To her brother or to Vargo Hoat. Better to stay with them for a while. They would protect her, give her food, and at the first chance. Tywin's plan might have worked, if it hadn't been exactly what Robb had predicted. Warned of the Lannister contingent's arrival by swift scouts placed along the entire Gold Road, Robb's infantry got moving again, dismantling the fake siege they had imposed on Lannisport and rapidly advancing to meet the enemy. In the meantime, he used the siege weapons seized from their own enemies to set so many fires around the city and nearby woods that he prevented any messengers from warning the incoming reinforcements of their departure. At the same time, other scouts went north and south to notify Rickard Karstark and Roose Bolton to end their raids and bring their cavalry to flank the column from right and left. In theory, the horse scouts traveling at a certain distance from the column should have prevented this, yet they too had to rest, and one by one, they were eliminated by small patrols of scouts and archers who had been scouting the woods for longer. One of those patrols was accompanied by Grey Wind, who approached the horses from downwind to avoid being detected, while he could easily locate them by scent, leaping to bite the animals' throats while they were tied for the night, creating chaos as the Lannister scouts were slaughtered. Even when far from Robb, his direwolf seemed to follow his master's orders as if he were there, fueling legends about them. Finally, the rivals clashed directly in battle. It happened on a day when the weather was mild and dry, with a cloudy sky. The Lannister army had to cross a narrow gorge, about 3 miles long, surrounded by low plateaus wide enough on both sides to allow horses and soldiers but impossible for wagons with supplies. Traversing the gorge would prevent them from being seen from miles away, which would definitely happen if they traveled across the rocky plains around it, making it more likely to catch the enemy by surprise. On the other hand, crossing it risked falling into a trap. "I don't like it," observed a Dammar Brand, "it looks perfect for an ambush." "And it almost certainly is," his lord replied, "but the young wolf is currently besieging Lannisport with his infantry, that's what the last ravens told us, so he couldn't have left many men here to stop any reinforcements." "Then, brother, do you think this was his plan all along? Take Lannisport for wealth and to capture valuable hostages?" Kevan asked. "Lannisport, and maybe even Casterly Rock itself. Who can tell where boldness ends and arrogance begins in a man like Robb Stark?" Tywin pondered. "I must admit he has great strategic skills, which have already dealt us much damage. In fact, even this is a well-designed plan. Remember the obstacles the Riverlands lords set before us. They wanted to keep us there, prevent us from saving our lands, while the Starks repaid us in kind for what we did down there. The young wolf probably thought that, once he took Lannisport, he could trade the lives of our cadet house cousins, plus Jaime, for those of his sisters, plus a peace treaty ending the war, our withdrawal from the Riverlands, and the independence of the North. "He's an arrogant bastard," said Davin Lannister, "but I recognize it was well thought out." "Indeed. But his plan is falling apart. The Riverlords couldn't stop us, we made it here. He can't have more than 5,000 or 6,000 men with him, and we outnumber him fivefold. We'll swoop down on him and crush him once and for all." But Kevan objected, ever cautious. It could also be a trap. Roose Bolton and Ricard Karstark seemed to be devastating the south and north with cavalry and infantry reserves, so if they intervened, should that happen, our scouts would warn us in time. Tywine dismissed it. "Now, let's focus on how to avoid ambushes during the crossing." "Do you think this is the type of battle they want to wage? A guerrilla war?" asked Davin. "Trying to weaken us so that we're less effective when we meet them on the field, and also slowing down our advance?" It's likely. Just like in the Riverlands. If I were in their place, that's what I'd do," Marbrand suggested. "I'd put someone on the rocks and then, not immediately but waiting until the enemy has reached the middle of the pass. It's narrow enough for only 10 men across, or 8 if you want to maneuver. I'd drop rocks on the vanguard, which is usually made up of cavalry. Then I'd send someone rushing to the other side, to the entrance, to set the supply carts on fire, which are in the rear, and perhaps even block the entrance with another landslide, trapping the entire army." "Thank goodness you're on our side," Davin chuckled. Tywine silenced him with an irritated glance. "And with a couple hundred archers, I'd play a game of turning the prisoners into pincushions," the redhead finished. "If I remember correctly, the Dornish did something very similar when Aegon the Conqueror tried to take their lands." "It's likely they'll do just that," Kevan agreed. "It's a plan that could be executed by just a few hundred men, and to prevent it, we should reorganize our troops in this way." When he was done explaining, he asked what they thought of his modifications. "It will take time," Tywine observed, "but it's better to lose a few hours than several days or half our cavalry. Let's do as my brother suggests." The new formation that crossed the gorge was arranged as follows. It was longer, with only 4 rows of light infantry for most of its length and a single row of carts at the center, passing through the army like the spine passes through a body. At the center of the column was the cavalry, protecting the officers, while the heavier infantry was divided into 2 solid divisions, positioned at the vanguard and the rearguard, to face any unforeseen circumstances. If necessary, the cavalry could intervene, reaching them quickly from the front or back. If the enemy attempted to set the carts on fire, they would only destroy some of them, not the entire section, as they were not all together. Thus reassured, the Lannisters advanced through the canyon, keeping their eyes wide open, confident they could handle any challenge, yet still wary. And it was at that moment that Robb's trap started. The alteration of the enemy's formation, observed by many loyal eyes and quickly reported, while having a certain solid logic, didn't create significant obstacles to the plan and even simplified it in certain respects. Nevertheless, the attack plan was adjusted to better respond. First, the Lannister vanguard was attacked, from 3 different sides, with projectiles from scorpions that had been stolen from their own lands. The giant arrows, 4 meters long, cut through the compact armored formation as if it were butter, sweeping men away like straw. Then came the frontal charge. It was a terrifying sight. 700 Northmen, all chosen from the best veterans, protected by mail and armed with double-edged axes, iron maces, and great swords, charging like demons, backed by a dense volley of arrows from behind and even stones from slingers positioned above on the canyon sides. To their credit, the renowned infantry of the West recovered quickly from the damage and shock, reorganizing to respond, even though the initial impact of the charge was devastating, and the attackers managed to push them back, slaughtering everything that moved. From the center, the generals saw what was happening, and it was more or less the surprise they expected, just a little more violent. They quickly ordered the cavalry to intervene, but it was difficult to move them forward through the infantry and the carts. Then, at a prearranged signal, a horn sounded. The riders turned back, the other troops moved aside to let them pass, and they galloped, in the opposite direction, toward the entrance from which they had entered the gorge. TSK. They thought they could surprise us, but we'll surprise them instead. Well thought out, brother. The Lord of Casterly Rock praised him. Kevan's plan was for the cavalry to exit the gorge, split into 2 wings, one to the right and one to the left, and climb as quickly as possible to the high ground on either side to reach the enemy on the opposite side and encircle them, leaving them no escape. This would have been feasible, Tywine assured them, because there could be no one behind them, and if there were enemies on the northern and southern highlands, their scouts would have already warned them. Instead, as we know, that was not the case. A few minutes after the enemy cavalry was seen moving in the opposite direction, another horn sounded, this time from the attackers' ranks. Navigating the sloping highlands to the side on horseback was possible but required careful speed to avoid breaking the horses' legs. Also, isolated rocks rose here and there, making it impossible to advance in compact formations. Climbing these same highlands from below was much easier, and when both columns were about halfway between the two entrances to the gorge, Lannister cavalry was attacked on the flanks by compact units of Northman cavalry. Commanded by Rickard Karstark and Roose Bolton respectively, these units struck the flanks of the Rock's soldiers, clashing with them with a roar and generating confusion and disarray, as well as the loss of many men and horses. Practically cut in half, the reinforcement units halted, their commanders shouting orders and curses, realizing they were caught in a trap, and instructed their riders to stop, turn back, and face the threat as best they could. The northern cavalry maneuvered with as much agility as possible, attempting to divide and disperse the enemy units and inflict damage. Then, risking being overwhelmed by their numbers, they themselves turned back and made a strategic retreat, drawing the enemy troops into pursuit. It wasn't that the Lannister commanders were foolish. They suspected the purpose of this retreat was to lure them away from their mission, but they couldn't simply ignore them and resume marching only to be attacked from behind again. They trusted in their chance to catch the enemy and annihilate them entirely before coming back to complete their assigned task. As soon as the retreating units got far enough from the canyon, they received cover from units of archers, slingers, and even more scorpions, which began targeting the Lannister cavalry with flaming arrows. These set small fires in the sparse, dry grass of the area, frightening the horses and reducing the likelihood that they would turn back. With the canyon's top ridges now cleared, dozens of quick-moving troops took positions along it. Just as the western generals began wondering where their cavalry had gone, large rocks began raining down on the orderly troops, causing panic among the men and pack animals, especially the oxen pulling the supply carts. But that was just the beginning. After an initial volley of regular arrows to increase the confusion, a second round of flaming arrows hit the transport carts, not all of them, but roughly 1 in 7 along the entire column, causing many small fires instead of one large one that might have been easier to extinguish. This added to the terror among the beasts pulling the remaining carts, leading to several overturned carts and forcing many drivers to unyoke and calm their animals. Columns of smoke began to rise along the entire length of the canyon, obscuring visibility. Tywine Lannister cursed, realizing the trap they'd fallen into was far more complex than anticipated, that their precautions had been wasted, and that their cavalry was now scattered. He began shouting orders left and right, but his voice was difficult to hear. Meanwhile, the heavy infantry at the front, which had borne the brunt of the enemy attack, had managed to regroup, absorb the shock of the assault, and organized themselves to counterattack. Now the Lannister infantry advanced, relentless, pushing back the rugged attackers who retreated in good order, giving ground meter by meter at the cost of their own and their enemies' blood. At a certain point, however, the northern soldiers stopped fighting at close range and picked up long spears that had been prepared in advance, trying to use them to keep their attackers at a distance as they retreated without being massacred. Ever efficient, the Lannister infantry was joined by crossbowmen who filled the gaps in their well-drilled ranks and started a steady, precise barrage of bolts against the retreating enemies, killing many. Kevan Lannister attempted to warn the vanguard to cease pursuing the enemy, but it was impossible for them to hear him. At a predetermined signal, a massive rock slide fell on the heavily armored Lannister troops, crushing and burying a good number of them, along with a few northern soldiers who hadn't retreated fast enough, and cutting off the rest from the chase, blocking the canyon's exit. Damn Robb Stark. He'll pay for this. Davon Lannister roared. A damn Marbrand was more practical. Lord Tywine. We must. Yes, I know. Bugler. Signal an about face, at a quick but orderly pace. We must get out of this cursed canyon before they repeat the trick on the other side and trap us inside. It wasn't a retreat thanks to the troops' discipline, but it was certainly a faster and less orderly turnaround than the Lannister commanders would have liked. Additionally, the men, blinded by smoke, confused by the situation, and fearful of being trampled by the frightened beasts, broke ranks as they scrambled toward the opening from which they had entered, abandoning carts and animals and dreading more rocks falling on their heads. Reaching the entrance, it was very difficult to maintain order, and the light infantry fanned out, spreading over a wide area to get away from the entrance and breathe freely, far from the smoke. And it was at that moment that the final part of the plan began. When most of the troops had exited, but before they had reorganized in any effective way, they saw about 20,000 enemy soldiers advancing to form battle lines on the wide plain. They were the troops of the Riverlands. Following Rob's plan, Edmure and Brindon, accompanied by Jason Mallister, Lotharfrey, Mark Piper, Miles Smallwood, John Osbracken, Titus Blackwood, and all the other lords, had moved in silence, keeping a prudent distance from their enemies. They gathered in Piper Lands and then entered the Westerlands through the territories of Leyden, Sarwick, Serret, and Clegane, not staying in one place too long to limit the risk of being noticed, hanging anyone who attempted to ride off to warn the returning Lannister column, and coordinating through fast lookout riders stationed around the area where Robb assumed Tywin Lannister would try to ambush him, at the only place suitable to surprise him while he would supposedly be busy besieging Lannisport. Upon seeing the enemy troops, the Lannister commanders were as disheartened as their soldiers. "They got us," Kevan Lannister admitted. "The young wolf is even more capable than we expected." "What? They followed us all the way here?" Davin blinked in shock. Tywin Lannister's eyes burned with fury. He couldn't bear the thought of those filthy peasants from the Riverlands and those hairy northern savages defeating his house. It was simply unacceptable. He began barking orders with a calm determination. "Command the men to close ranks and prepare to withstand a frontal assault. Don't let the heavy infantry scatter, position them in the center to drive a wedge into the enemy lines. Put the spearmen in the front row, the crossbowmen in the second, and the sword troops in the third, ready to move up as soon as they've finished their bolts. Kevan, you command the right flank. Adam, you take the left. Davin, stay with me in the center. Pass word to the officers, I want the men in the central rows to run through any of our soldiers who dare turn their backs to flee. Stay calm and don't make rash moves. We can still win this." But it was easier said than done. The morale of the men had plummeted. At the sudden sight of the enemy troops lined up on the vast plain, ready and determined to make them pay for what they had done to their lands, a chill descended over the troops of the Westerlands. They were soon shaken by lower-ranking officers who passed from man to man, shouting orders, breaking the men from their surprise, and forcing them to close ranks. Brynden Tully, the Blackfish, grinned. He had waited his whole life for a moment like this. He began by giving orders to units on the right and left flanks of the formation. Some Mallister troops on the right and Root troops on the left moved away from the rest of the army, though positioned too far forward to try encircling the enemy. Indeed, the purpose was different. The Lannister cavalry units on both sides of the gorge were pursuing those led by Bolton and Karstark, only to be trapped between these forces and the northern infantry trailing behind, left as a rearguard. The combined units blocked them from two sides, starting to aim at the horses with long spears, then massacring the dismounted riders with axes when they fell to the ground. Without consulting each other, the cavalry commanders on both sides of the gorge did the same thing. The only option, they retreated toward the entrance of the gorge, unaware that their dismounted comrades had just exited. And they fell right into the Blackfish's trap. Mallister from the north and Root from the south blocked the retreat of the two groups, encircling them along with the northern troops, who had shifted from pursued to pursuers, surrounding and utterly slaughtering them. Meanwhile, the two large armies advanced towards each other. The Lannisters tried to advance in an orderly manner and at a slow pace to better control the situation, but Brynden, eager to exploit his advantage, ordered a charge. The clash between the two armies was tremendous. The Riverlands forces initially gained the upper hand, being fresher and more motivated, and drove the enemies back, leaving many dead on the field. Yet, the unyielding discipline of the Westerlands made a difference. After a few minutes of fierce fighting, with the troops in the rear pushing the ones in front, and due to the superior armor of the central infantry, the Lannisters managed to break through the enemy lines. But even this possibility had been anticipated. Seeing the heavy infantry advance, Brindon ordered the struggling troops to retreat in an orderly fashion, allowing the enemy to advance and replacing those men with reserve divisions left at the rear, like the Frays and Smallwoods, attempting at the same time to sever the advancing columns from the rest of the army. Soon, there was no longer a single front but 4 or 5 separate fronts with variously sized units nearly surrounded by enemies but simultaneously wedged among them, fighting fiercely to break the front. The clashes were brutal. The Lannisters held strong by lowering long spears in the 4th and 5th rows to keep enemies from advancing, utilizing crossbowmen, while officers reorganized larger, more compact infantry units to attack later. The Riverlands, however, also used their famed archers, divided into many smaller units scattered across the battlefield and protected by infantry, turning the isolated Lannister columns into pincushions. Another division, led by Theon Greyjoy, formed a long horizontal line and used the greater reach of their bows to rain down arrows on the central enemy lines, targeting crossbowmen in particular. The Lannisters had expanded the front into a fan shape to avoid being encircled at the flanks, transforming their army into a very compact and wide front, though not too deep. And at that moment, northern troops finished slaughtering the enemy cavalry and joined their allies to finish the job. On the northern side, Rickard Karstark descended, yelling like a madman and wielding his battle axe, charging with mixed infantry and cavalry, backed by the Mallisters led by Lord Jason himself. From the south came Roose Bolton, with similar divisions supported by the Roots. The Lannisters were attacked from the flanks at the same time, and the impact was devastating. The soldiers tried to hold, but it proved physically impossible. The troops on the receiving end were slaughtered disastrously, and the ones immediately behind them fled, trampling over their own comrades in the center. The battle dissolved into a multitude of individual clashes, with such confusion that those at the center of the melee could barely distinguish friend from foe. Davon Lannister, upon seeing Rickard Karstark, the man he had sworn to kill to avenge his father, was tempted to face him personally, given the dire situation. He turned his horse in that direction, but a spear pierced the animal, and he fell to the ground in the midst of the chaos. Brynden Tully continued methodically to pull the exhausted troops back from the center of the melee, replacing them with fresher units, with the dual purpose of giving all houses their share of glory and preventing a single house from depleting more resources than the others. Edmure was buzzing with excitement and began gathering armored knights around him for the final assault. The Lannisters could no longer win, but they could still save the bulk of their army and maybe counterattack somehow. Tywin Lannister ordered an orderly retreat, abandoning the now surrounded comrades if necessary, regrouping to try and break free of the enemy front. Seeing the Lord of Casterly Rock exerting so much effort, turning his horse left and right to shout orders, seeking out minor officers who had been scattered or killed, Brynden Tully, not a sentimental man, had a moment of déjà vu. He and that man had once been friends, he thought. When they were 20 years old, still just cadets of their respective houses, and they had fought for the Targaryens in the War of the Nine Penny Kings against the last of the Blackfyre pretenders. Alongside the future King Aerys II and Steffon Baratheon, Robert's father, they had been a close-knit quartet. Tywin had even knighted the future Mad King. When they were 20. Now they were 60 and slaughtering each other. Back then, Tywin Lannister had seemed like an ordinary man. He could even laugh once in a while. What happened to him? Kevan, the younger brother, directed as well his thoughts towards his elder, whom he had always admired and supported. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Kevan gathered a wedge of his best men and attempted a breakout, smashing through the route lines and managing to avoid being cut off from behind by Roose Bolton. But there were enemies on all sides, and now. Then, a swift, furry shadow flashed beside him. One of his most trusted men, named Raff Sweeterling, turned to him, stunned, with his throat slit and blood pouring out. He tried to speak but didn't make a sound. Then he collapsed to the ground. Despite the chaos, Kevan Lannister spotted the cause. It was a wolf. As large as a calf, it fixed him with intelligent yet merciless eyes, its jaws dripping with blood. At the sound of other horns, the 6,000 infantry led by Robb Stark himself rushed into the rear lines of the Lannisters, screaming like the possessed now that they could make their presence known. They had been positioned on the opposite side of the gorge and had to sprint the nearly 4 miles while the battle raged, but now they could satisfy their desire to make up for lost time. The men seemed galvanized by the presence of their king, who, for his part, appeared to be animated by a sacred fury like never before and was literally flying from one side to the other on his horse, coordinating with Grey Wind in attacking the enemies. Surrounded on all sides, overwhelmed by fresher forces, and in such confusion that it was impossible to understand what was happening, and those who could were gripped by the darkest despair, the Lannisters had no way out. The clash continued fiercely for another hour and a half, but there was no possibility of salvation left. At best, the most desperate had managed to carve a path through the overwhelming enemy forces, but only to breathe clearly in the open field, away from the oppressive sensation of bodies crushed against each other, only to be caught up and massacred in turn. Tywin Lannister, grazed on the face, had lost his helmet. He found himself, he didn't know how, pushed back by his own fleeing men toward the entrance of the gorge from which they had just emerged. In the end, the pressure from those cowards had knocked him off his horse. The steed somehow got back up, neighed, and vanished. All around him, the fumes of long extinguished fires hovered white against the dark of the evening, mixing with the recently fallen mist. The Lord got back up, realizing that the gorget of his armor had crushed down upon his shoulder when he fell, so, cursing, he angrily tore it off, leaving his face and neck exposed. He caught his breath and looked around. He saw no one. Only, as far as the eye could see, corpses, broken pieces of wagons, weapons abandoned on the ground, and in the distance, the lowing of pack oxen, the neighing of fleeing horses, the moans of the wounded or the dying. He turned, hearing the sound of hooves moving calmly. A dark figure projected on the wall of white smoke. Then there were two. Robb Stark emerged from the fog, mounted on his horse, while at his side trotted his direwolf, emitting a low growl. The young man had a serious expression, and Tywin noticed that he was wearing his iron crown with sword-shaped points on his head. Tywin Lannister, he declared with disdain, this is the first time we meet in person. And it will also be the last. You have lost. At this point, it should be evident, but I wanted you to know it. From me. The old man's eyes turned bloodshot. You. For your whole life, you thought your house was rightfully superior to others, continued the king in the north, and that, therefore, to give it power and influence, you could do whatever you wanted. Crush anyone you met on your path. Well, I have come to tell you that those days are over. Today. Cursed boy. You have ruined everything. Everything. And do you know what your greatest mistake was? You underestimate your opponents. You truly believed that I wouldn't try to defeat you in open field and that the Riverlands wouldn't seek to make you pay. You fell into a trap so obvious because you thought you were too clever to fail. You have always been accustomed to ordering your lackeys to do the work for you while you pondered your grand political strategies. Instead, this son of the North, this boy you certainly didn't consider your equal, had to work personally to face forces superior to his and devise a solution. Tywin was foaming with rage. He had lost his usual control and was hurling curses. You and your ragged house. You are nothing but filthy ragtag northerners. I was so close. I would have created a dynasty that would last 1,000 years. I would have. You, however, will do nothing. Your family, your house, your legacy, it all ends here. I want you to know that everything you care about so much, everything you have worked for, killed for, lied for, betrayed for, deceived for, will disappear completely. There will be no songs to remember the Lannisters in 1,000 years. You have gone too far, and now it will all end. You assassinated Jon Arryn. You caused the death of Robert Baratheon to usurp his throne. You had my father executed, passing him off as a traitor. You set the Riverlands ablaze, causing suffering for thousands of innocent people. Damn you! Damn you! Do you think you can do better? Do you think anyone will ever care about you? Essentially, you have racked up a pile of debts. And I have come to collect. If it is true that the Lannisters always pay their debts, then you must also know that the North remembers. Damn you! I will kill you with my own hands. Tywin began to advance in desperation. Robb merely nodded. Grey Wind, who had been frothing for a while, made a single leap at the old man. He bit down on his exposed throat. Tywin had only time to let out a strangled cry before falling backward, the direwolf above him tearing at his jugular, in a river of blood that spread across the ground. And even more than that spread. As often happens to the dead, his intestines released, letting off a nauseating smell from his insides. After all, it seems you didn't shit gold, Tywin Lannister. Robb felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He heard a horn sound. He turned back and heard, in response, tens of thousands of shouts of joy. He called his direwolf and turned his horse. Come, Grey Wind. Let's go celebrate with the others. Near the end of the Sarwick lands, at the border with the Serrit lands, the vanguard of the Tyrell armies advanced. Mace was only in the third row, along with his sons and Randil Tarly. They had sent patrols ahead, but they had not yet returned. Instead, they saw a messenger pass by at great speed with different banners. Randil Tarly growled at him to stop. "Hey, messenger. Why are you running so fast? What news do you bring?" asked the Lord of the Reach. "I'm in a hurry. I have to let everyone know. The battle is over." "The battle? Which battle?" "The one between Robb Stark and Tywin Lannister. The young wolf has won. The Starks have won, the war is over," and he galloped off again. The expression of astonishment on Mace Tyrell's face could have filled a canvas. Chapter 6, The Siege of King's Landing. Tyrion Lannister was nervously observing the waters of Blackwater Bay. The task assigned to him, serving as the Hand of the King, had never felt as heavy and uncomfortable as it did at that moment. Apparently, his noble Lord Father thought he was bestowing an honor upon him, for once, by sending him to rule King's Landing in his stead while he fought the young wolf. Tyrion thought he almost missed the times when Tywin had ordered him to fix the sewers of Casterly Rock. Unclogging pipes may not be a prestigious job, of course, but I've never heard of a plumber getting a sword to the head for his trouble. He descended from the battlements, full of armed men scanning the horizon in the evening breeze, lit by torchlight. He met Bronn and asked him if everything was ready. "All ready, O noble Hand of the King," confirmed his bodyguard, with the usual sarcasm, "though I'd prefer to be a little less ready and far away from here." "We all would. Do your part, and we'll make it through. If only I could believe that myself." Passing people swarming in every direction, finishing the preparations for the siege, Tyrion decided to check on the women's chambers. "Who knows, I might even find my little nephew, the king, hiding there." Cersei Lannister had never been particularly pleased to see her dwarf brother, but the circumstances would drive anyone to make an exception. Anyone except Cersei, of course. When Tyrion arrived, the Queen Mother had already started with the wine. "Oh, you're here, sweet brother," she began, unimpressed. "What have you come to tell us?" "That we should remain calm because the task of saving us all rests on your mighty shoulders." "Fortunately, we're still able to pay shoulders mightier than mine to do that, sweet sister," replied Tyrion. "No, I came to tell you that all preparations for the siege have been made on time and that you have nothing to fear. 10,000 men are ready to die to protect you." "Yes, and 100,000 men are ready to die just to try and violate the little hens in here," she said with disdain, glancing at the ladies, young and old, praying in groups with the septars for the mercy of the mother and the warrior. "And as for our soldiers," she continued, "I've seen more courage on the faces of stable boys saddling horses. If I had been born a man, I'd have to take a sword and go out there to break some heads." "You could try it anyway, sweet sister. Ask Eileen Payne to lend you his sword and go fight in a skirt and crinoline. Actually, I'd pay to see that." "And where is Lady Sansa, if I may ask?" "As the king's betrothed, she must be protected. Little Sansa went to the western walls to give her well wishes to Joffrey for the battle, or something like that. By the gods, that girl is so hopelessly stupid. If Joffrey marries her, I shudder to think what sort of children will come from them. Almost certainly better than the ones you had with our brother, I'd say." "All right, then I'll go to the western walls. To tell Sansa to come here." "Of course, but not only that. I'll also ask Joffrey to go and rally the troops. They'll fight more willingly if they see their king at the front." "Listen to me, you wretched creature," Cersei roared like the lions on their sigil, and all the women in the room turned to look. "You will not put my son on the front lines, do you understand me? He is not a sacrificial pawn. He is the king. He should stay here, safe, with his mother." Tyrion was still able to be surprised, then sighed and said, "Listen carefully, sweet sister. If Stannis Baratheon breaches our walls, Joffrey won't be king of anything anymore, because by morning, his pretty little head will be on a spike in Maegor's Holdfast. In itself, that wouldn't be a great loss for the Seven Kingdoms, but since my head would likely be right there beside his, I am determined to do everything to prevent that. Oh, and yours too, of course. Imagine the pair, the biggest head and the prettiest head in the Seven Kingdoms, side by side. But pretty or ugly, big or small, I'd rather keep mine attached to my neck. And the best way to do that is for the men to believe they are fighting for Joffrey and not to run away at the first opportunity. And that won't happen if he stays hidden behind his mother's skirts. Can you get that concept into that pretty empty head of yours, he said, almost roaring himself at the end. Cersei's face as she looked at him was twisted with bile. You little monster. How dare you speak like that to your queen, to your sister, to me? Don't you think you've already made me suffer enough? You came into this world killing our mother. Here we go again. Then you took my daughter away. You sent her to those Dornish vipers as a hostage, far from me. I sent her as a betrothed to Quentyn Martell, to secure them as allies, he reminded her, and to keep her safe. And right now, she is safer than all of us, you can't deny that. And now you want to put my firstborn on the front lines. It won't happen. I'd rather see this city burn than let that happen. You will see this city burn if it doesn't happen, Tyrion retorted, and he left, abandoning her. Joffrey Baratheon was terrified and, like all cowards, flaunted his bravado to hide it. He kept weighing his beautiful, gold-plated crossbow and taking aim, as if he could hit targets half a city away. The Hound stood a short distance from him, impassive. Then Sansa Stark arrived, beautiful, radiant, in a blue dress and a shawl over her shoulders. Her face bore a solicitous expression, and she seemed pleased to see the king. Even too pleased. You're about to go into battle, my liege. I've come to give you my blessing. Of course, I'm going into battle, what do you think? With this crossbow, I'll pierce my uncle Stannis's head the moment he dares show himself here. Oh, you're so brave, the girl chirped, and where will you fight? In the front lines, I imagine. Oh, well, I don't discuss my strategies with a woman. Oh, forgive me, how silly I am, Sansa demurred. But of course you'll be fighting on the front line, that's obvious. My brother Robb always does, and his men adore him, and he is nothing but a traitor. The rightful king would never do any less. As Joffrey stammered something, astonished, one could almost swear they saw the shadow of a smile cross Sandor Clegane's face. Just then, Tyrion Lannister arrived. My king, my lady, pleased to see you both. Lady Sansa, my sister the queen wishes for you to join her in the women's quarters. For safety. Joffrey, my dear nephew, I need you at the Mudgate to address the troops. They are all asking for you. Oh, really? Well, but, yes, of course. Naturally. I'm coming right away. When Joffrey had left, Sansa trotted toward the women's quarters but, after a few steps, turned back to address Tyrion. I'll pray for your safe return, my lord. Tyrion was surprised. Truly, my lady. Of course. Just as I'll pray for the king. Davos Seaworth felt uneasy. On the one hand, their fleet had an overwhelming advantage, but on the other, he was a smuggler. He had never participated in a battle. There was something else. Their enemies seemed too complacent. They had to have prepared defenses, but he couldn't see them. A trap? If so, it wouldn't be anything too obvious. The great harbor of King's Landing was their target. The most logical place to land, the only side of the city not covered by walls. His eldest son was with him on the flagship, whose sails bore Davos' banner, a large red onion. It was by delivering onions and dried fish to Stannis and his garrison at Storm's End, besieged years earlier during the rebellion by the Tyrell forces, that Davos had earned a pardon for his crimes and his knighthood. But it was what Stannis had done afterward that had won his loyalty forever. He had still had 4 fingers cut from Davos' left hand as a symbolic punishment for his years as a smuggler. Davos had decided he would follow that man for the rest of his life, someone so just and honest that he would punish even his own savior, but also so grateful as to knight a humble smuggler, was someone who would always do what was right, not what was useful for himself. Ever since Stannis had killed his brother and Courtney Penrose with that shadow born of Melisandre, however, Davos had begun to doubt. Would he still be the same man as before? I swore to put him on the Iron Throne so he could be a just king for his people. The good thing now was that they weren't using sorcery. They were fighting as men. At that moment, the battle had to be won. With the Baratheon fleet and the Royal Fleet, made up mostly of Valyrian and Celtigar ships, plus Salador Sahan's pirate fleet, about half of Stannis' troops were being transported toward the city, ready to attack and conquer it. The other half, including all the cavalry, was instead traveling up the King's Road, ready not to encircle the city in a pincer movement, as might be logical, but to turn westward as a barrier against potential attacks from other forces, vengeful Tyrells, returning Lannisters from the Riverlands, or even soldiers from the Crown Lands, Staunton, Dark, Barrowman, Kettle Black, Stokeworth, who might try to flank their troops once they landed. It's unlikely. If I were them, I'd let them all into the city to defend it better, but you never know. Stannis' plan is a good one, but why don't I see even a few ships defending the harbor? Still. At that moment, hundreds of meters away, Tyrion Lannister waved his arm from the battlements, and 2 torches were dropped. In unison, hundreds of people worked together to turn a massive wheel. Davos heard a strange noise, like something familiar, yet different, hard to define even for someone who had spent his whole life at sea. Then he saw something. A dark shape emerged from the waters, like a sea serpent. Stop the ships. Give the order to the ones behind. The entire fleet tried to halt its advance, stopping the rowers, lowering the sails, and even dropping anchor if necessary. Even so, many ships failed to stop in time and crashed into one another, those in front with those behind, and so on, though without suffering significant damage. Still, they were all now crowded together. Davos stood up to get a better look at the thing that had made him give the order. It was a gigantic chain, each link as thick as 3 men's arms, and long enough to block, widthwise, the entire dock they were trying to reach. It had been lifted 3 meters above the water. If they had delayed even a little, the ships at the vanguard would have crashed into it at full speed and suffered far greater damage, as would those following close behind. Moments later, something began to approach them. A small, dark figure moved quickly. Ready to attack at my signal, and all the men prepared bows, crossbows, and harpoons. But it was a single boat. Small, covered by tarps. Just one. Let it pass, but stay alert. The small boat moved into the middle of the mass of enemy ships. At that moment, Tyrion Lannister knew they had a chance. Now. A messenger started waving 2 torches in an X shape. From afar, on a hill, Bronn saw the signal. He lit a flaming arrow and drew his bow. He didn't need to hit the boat, it was enough to land near the water. The arrow shot forth, hissing through the air, red against the black sky, then started to arc downward. Davos understood what was wrong. He smelled a strange scent. That boat, it's releasing something into the sea. It's a liquid. It's, oh gods. It's wildfire. Flee. The arrow hit the water. The wildfire ignited all at once, brilliant green flames shooting high. The flames raced madly toward the small boat, which had reached a third of the fleet. And then it happened. An explosion, huge, gigantic, deafening. A blinding flash, a ball of green fire that engulfed the ships around it, disintegrating several, scattering pieces all across the bay. Davos felt himself swept away and could no longer understand anything. Seeing a third of his fleet in flames, with men throwing themselves into the water or turning their ships around to survive, Stannis Baratheon gritted his teeth. So, the imp made his move. Men, steer to the left. We'll land the troops further south and attack through the Mudgate. And his men, obedient to their supreme commander, complied. Tyrion had bet everything on that move. The enemies were too many, they could never have brought enough supplies to feed the entire army for many days. Either they conquered the city immediately, or they would have to retreat. This way, they could buy a bit of time, perhaps even a week, and who knows, reinforcements might even arrive by then. The small hand of the king inspected the troops. He had stationed 5,000 men just behind the Mudgate, smaller contingents at each of the other gates, and a reserve unit in one of the main squares, ready to intervene where needed. With him were also his cousin Sir Lancel Lannister, King Joffrey, and the Hound. Men, get ready to fight. Whatever happens, don't let them through. Try to push them back from the walls, but if they get too close, make a sortie. If they use battering rams or siege engines, use fire. At the mention of fire Sandor Clegane flinched but said nothing. Stannis' army landed and charged, a black tide barely visible in the scattered torchlight along the walls, making them even more terrifying. A rain of arrows, followed by a hail of stones, fell on the attackers but couldn't stop their advance. The front lines carried long ladders, which they quickly leaned against the walls, beginning to climb, while others threw grappling hooks onto the battlements. Arrows flew from both sides, the defenders could shelter behind the stone melons, the attackers raising their shields. The first attackers, armed with axes, reached the top and began fighting furiously. The Hound soon reached the top to reinforce the defenders. At first, Tyrion didn't hate their odds, but then he saw heavy wooden siege towers advancing, followed by an enormous battering ram. This isn't good. Not good at all. Prepare the flaming arrows, then as many torches as you can. At that moment, a man came running toward them, panting and drenched in sweat as if he had sprinted the whole way. Bronn. You're here. You made it back before they arrived. Of course. But I had to run to the other gate to avoid getting intercepted. See, great strategist. I executed your plan on the ships, but I don't think our situation has improved much. Well, at least now our enemies are outside the walls and not inside. But they are still too many. Do what you do best and cut down their numbers. As you wish. You're the one paying, after all. The Lannisters launched a sortie from the walls, setting the siege towers on fire. A ferocious clash erupted around the battering ram. It was crucial to set that on fire too, but seeing men with torches nearby, Stannis sent reinforcements. Sandor Clegane was covered from head to toe in the blood of men he had killed. But when he found himself surrounded on all sides by burning wood fragments, he started to sweat, then tremble. Then he turned on his heels and fled. Cersei was uneasy. She hated waiting without doing anything. Her cursed brother. He wanted to take her children away from her, wanted to. At that moment, Sir Lancel Lannister entered. He told the women that the situation was dire but to stay calm, as their men were fighting valiantly. Lancel, she said, drawing closer so only he could hear, where is Joffrey? He's with the others, my queen. At the gate. Listen to me carefully, she hissed. You go there now and tell my son to come here to safety, understood? But, my queen, the king cannot abandon his post, the young man protested, horrified. Dare to contradict me, and I'll have your throat slit in your sleep. Bring my son here, do you understand? Lancel glared at her with contempt and walked away. Cersei was desperate. Fools. Incurable fools. No one listened to her, not even her own family members. She had to protect at least her youngest son, Tommen. Taking advantage of a moment when all the women were engrossed in prayer, she slipped out, pulling Eileen Payne along as her guard. Sansa, busy reassuring the other women, was the only one who noticed what had happened. As the others prayed, Shae, her handmaiden, approached and whispered in her ear, "We must leave here, my lady. It's not safe. If the enemy enters the city, this will be the worst place to be." Tyrion decided to join the final sortie. They would either push back the enemy or all die. Meanwhile, for safety, he had ordered reinforcements to be summoned. The imp hid behind a large shield and wielded a war axe. He was strong, despite his small size, to join the charge. Soon the battle broke into 100 individual duels, a cacophony of clashing metal, war cries, screams of the dying, bursts of flame, and sprays of blood. Tyrion did his best. He tried to get close to the enemy under the cover of other Lannister soldiers, aiming for their legs and crippling them with the axe before moving on. His squire, Podrick, stayed by his side, wielding a long spear so they could function as a single unit. After a while, Tyrion turned around. Bronn was nowhere to be seen. Still, by their third sortie, they had managed to push the enemies back almost to the ships. Some of their men even began tossing torches at them, but soon, more of Stannis' reinforcements approached from the left. The Baratheon troops were far too numerous. Fighting broke out once again. Standing beside a small landing boat, Tyrion realized he was next to Samandon Moore of the Kingsguard, one of the few competent men to have joined the order recently. "Samandon, how's the situation?" he asked, lowering his shield. The man responded by raising his sword and slashing it diagonally across Tyrion's face. Tyrion's face was cut from left to right, from forehead to chin, and his nose was cleaved off completely. He fell backward, ending up leaning against the landing boat. Mandon Moore raised his sword again to deliver the killing blow. He never brought it down. Podrick, from behind, ran him through the throat with a spear. The knight collapsed to the ground, dead, as Podrick Payne clutched his master's body desperately while the battle raged around them. Soon after, under the relentless pounding of the battering ram, the Mudgate gave way, and Stannis' men began pouring into the city, thousands of them, shouting like madmen. Sansa had been taken to her room by Shae, who had told her to lock herself inside before disappearing who knew where. The girl remembered how that room had been chosen for her by Petyr Baelish himself, a spacious chamber where he had promised she would be comfortable, but now, being alone in such a vast place, in total darkness, terrified her. Especially when she saw something move in the darkness, she practically jumped back in fear. "Calm down, little bird, it's just me." "Sandor. What are you doing here?" The warrior stood up from the couch he'd been lazily leaning against and approached her. His breath smelled of wine. "I came for you, isn't it obvious?" "She came for me." "But why? Aren't you supposed to be out there fighting?" "Ah. Fighting, for what?" "This city is lost, little bird. Stannis will take it soon, and there's nothing we can do." Sansa was frightened to hear him say that, but she was almost more afraid to ask the next question. "So, what do you intend to do?" The man turned and looked at her strangely before blurting out, "Leave, isn't it obvious? I'm sick of it all, to hell with the king. To hell with that little shit Joffrey, to hell with the Lannisters, to hell with Stannis, to hell with the Starks, and all the damned Seven Kingdoms." Once he calmed down, he approached her and grasped her arms with his hands. Sansa could feel his breath as he spoke. "Come with me, little bird. Let's get out of here. Away from all of this. It'll be better than staying here. I will protect you. If you stay, soon you'll either be raped by the soldiers, or you'll remain an hostage, this time for Stannis. Aren't you tired of it all? This can end." Sansa's eyes widened. No, I can't go with you. I think this is still the safest place to be." Sandor looked at her for a long time. "Is that it?" "That's the only reason. And besides, I don't know if I can trust you. In the past, you've helped me, and I'm grateful. When Joffrey had his knights beat me, I know you're not like the others, but, still, you're a killer." "Ah. Of course I am. And you know what? Your father was a killer. Joffrey is a killer. Stannis is a killer. My brother is a killer. Your brother is a killer. Your children will be killers. That's the way of the world, and the sooner you make peace with that, the better." Then he seemed to grow sad and slumped into a chair with a sigh. "Do me a favor, little bird. Before I go, sing me a song." Cersei sat on the Iron Throne with Tommen on her lap, singing him a song. It was a nursery rhyme, a lullaby, one she had composed just for him. The little boy was 8 years old and adored rhymes. His mother was singing one about a little lion venturing into the forest, where he met other animals, mean ones who wanted to hurt him, but the little lion's mother wouldn't let anything happen to him. As she sang, she stroked his hair with one hand and fiddled with a small viol with the other. It was full of tears of lies. She would not let her son be taken hostage. Nor herself. The battle was raging in the heart of the city. Stannis' troops had paid a heavy price to break through the Mudgate because those small doors allowed only a few defenders to hold off many more, but the last of the Baratheons had ordered his excess troops to attack the other gates as well, and Tyrion's reserves, left in the city's squares without any leadership, had split into units to defend those points and never regrouped to try and repel the enemies flooding through the breached gate. Stannis himself led the charge, fighting house by house. His men held an overwhelming advantage in numbers, but that very multitude worked against them, fighting in the narrow confines of the city's streets. Fires from burning buildings soon illuminated the city like daylight, but it was only a fleeting impression before the smoke from the flames obscured the moon. Retreating soldiers had blocked the streets, building barricades with overturned carts and barrels. Some of the lesser church towers had been turned into guard posts where defenders acted as snipers, raining arrows down on the attackers. To climb up there, they had forcibly cleared out the faithful who had gathered to pray, begging the Seven for mercy, and those people scattered to pray in the most unexpected places, in squares, in homes, in taverns. A larger group had gathered in a granary, led by a brown-haired septon with bare feet and a dirty robe, who implored the gods for forgiveness and proclaimed the end of times unless people repented. Seeing the snipers decimate their men from atop the bell towers, Alistair Florent, brother of Queen Sliss and Stannis Hand of the King, cast a quick glance at his king and brother-in-law. "My lord, we must take those towers. I will take 20 men and go to the bell tower on the left, and you can go with 30 to the one on the right." "Understood, Sir Alistair," Stannis declared. "Once we are done, we will regroup in this square. The path will be clear, and we will move forward with the bulk of our forces toward the Red Keep." Eager to please his king in the hour of triumph, Sir Alistair rushed up the stairs ahead of his men, he, who had never been braver than average, and found himself facing half a dozen defenders protecting the crossbowmen. "To arms, men," he shouted, and a close but fierce melee broke out. Bronn was among the defenders, and after each had felled a couple of opponents, he found himself crossing swords with the Hand of the King's rival. After a few exchanges, Sir Florent realized that his adversary was superior. But just as he yelled, "Come help me," he was distracted by something he saw in the direction of his foe, in the glow of the fires from the street. "Huh! What is there?" His words were cut off as he was run through by his enemy's sword. Bronn drew near, looking him in the eye. Then, from the opposite bell tower, arrows were fired. One of them struck Bronn in the throat, and the mercenary collapsed onto the fallen foe. Sansa was alone in the room once more and realized that not leaving had been a terrible choice. From where she stood, leaning at her window, she could see the city burning, 10, 100, 1,000 fires, great and small, erupting everywhere, and their smoke merging into one dark shroud, blotting out the sky. She could hear noises, the screams of countless people being slaughtered, the shrieks of an incalculable number of women being raped, the crash of an incredible number of objects being smashed as the soldiers sought plunder, hungry for blood, women, and gold. The victorious men had become beasts. The whole city was their prey. Cersei was right, she thought, no one is safe. It doesn't matter that their commander is an honorable man, even if he wanted to, no one could stop his men once they've been unleashed. In that moment, she heard noises that made her jump. The bells tolled in alarm, the Red Keep itself had been breached. She began hearing more screams, hysterical cries of noble women, the footsteps of fleeing servants, and heavier footsteps, those of booted men, the sounds of furniture shattering, bestial roars, and the clash of swords. "They are here," she realized, "and soon they'll be here for me. Should I have gone with Sandor? But no, he wouldn't have been able to protect me from all these soldiers, we would have fallen right into their hands. Yes. I wonder if he managed to escape. And me? How will I be safe? I'm Robb's sister, surely Stannis doesn't want me harmed, but his men might hurt me before he knows who I am and where I am. These doors, how long will they hold? Perhaps I should." At that moment, she heard a sound different from all the others, making her jump. A door, which hadn't been there before, opened in her wall. For a long moment, a dark archway framed by falling dust appeared where the back of her bookcase had been. What? Then a head that seemed monstrous emerged from the darkness. "Hey! Are you there, my sweet Jonquil?" It was the last voice she expected to hear. Only one person in all of King's Landing called her Jonquil, like the heroine of the old ballad. "You. Sir Dontos." It was the court fool of the Red Keep. His monstrous head was only his tricorn hat. Sansa had saved his life months earlier when he'd shown up drunk to a tournament, and Joffrey had ordered him drowned in a cask of wine. She had convinced the king to spare him, and Dontos had been made the court fool. But he was grateful to Sansa and had sent her a note weeks ago, promising to help her, just as the legendary Florian had helped his beloved Jonquil. But even in 1,000 years, Sansa would never have expected to see him there, in the middle of a siege. "What are you doing here?" The man stepped fully into the room and gave her a grateful look. "You saved my life, Lady Sansa, and I promised to repay you. A knight's word has meaning, even if he's been made a lowly fool. You must come with me, Lady Sansa, it's the only way." "But I don't." Just then, the door began to thunder with the blows of people pounding against it. From behind, she could hear the crazed shouts of men wondering if the room held women, wine, gold, or all three. "There's no time. Do you want to save your life? This is the only way. Do you trust me?" Sansa didn't understand, but the door was starting to splinter under the blows of an axe. Moments later, just before the wood was completely shattered, the wall sealed up, as if the passage had never existed. Sansa and Dontos, who held a torch, carefully descended a spiral staircase that seemed to go on forever, making sure not to slip. After an indeterminate amount of time, they reached the bottom and entered a maze of tunnels, which the fool navigated with confidence, Sansa following. At a crossroad between several passages, however, Dontos paused, as if unsure of the way. He pulled out a sort of map from inside his collar and consulted it. "What is it?" Sansa finally asked. "Where are we?" "You must have heard of the secret passages built by Maegor the Cruel," he replied, briefly lifting his eyes from the map. "Many still exist, untouched even by the rulers themselves. Few know about them. Even fewer can navigate them without getting lost. Follow me." He chose the central corridor with assurance. Sansa noticed that they were now in a wider tunnel that frequently intersected with other tunnels. Stranger still, some of these had torches mounted on the walls, as if they were used regularly. In recesses carved into the walls, various items were stored, books, weapons, and bundles that looked like clothing. "How do you know this place?" Later, Lady Sansa. There will be time for explanations. We have to reach one of the exits. It leads to a cave by the sea, much farther north of the city. I have a small boat there. I bet we can slip past Stannis's fleet blockade, but we must hurry, before daylight." At that moment, Sansa nearly let out a scream. In one of the tunnels that intersected with theirs, 30 meters away, she thought she saw two people walking in another direction. One was fat and bald, wearing a tunic. The other was a woman with dark curls, which reminded her of. But Sir Dontos grabbed her hand to hurry her along. And that's when she noticed one last thing. Along the corridors, there were grates in the floor. And beneath them stretched, seemingly without end, wooden barrels with glass lids, filled with a green liquid. Cersei had finished the lullaby. Her sweet Tommen had fallen asleep forever. She gently laid him at the foot of the Iron Throne. He had been such a beautiful child. She uncorked the second vial and was about to drink it when the doors to the throne room burst open. The person who stepped in was not who she wished to see. At the head of no fewer than 100 men-at-arms, Stannis Baratheon strode forward into the throne room. His dark armor looked bloodstained, and he appeared to have suffered a wound to his arm, though not a severe one. "Cersei Lannister," he shouted upon seeing her. "In the name of the Seven Kingdoms, I, Stannis Baratheon, first of my name, rightful heir to the Iron Throne, take possession of King's Landing. Men, arrest the Queen Regent. You will stand trial for your crimes, woman. For the death of my brother. Never. We shall meet in the seven hells first, Stannis," she retorted and swallowed the contents of the second vial. "Stop her," the king snarled, but he lunged forward himself, ahead of his men. The tears of lies work quickly, though not instantaneously, but there is no escaping their effect. Cersei began to cough and convulse, unable to stay upright, as the empty vial shattered into 1,000 pieces on the floor. Stannis himself grabbed her, trying to force her to spit or vomit the poison from her mouth. "You won't get away so easily, witch." And he began to tighten his hands around her throat, causing her to convulse even more. Chapter 7, The Actions We Do, the Consequences We Take. The dawn of an apparently serene day rose over Lannisport. After their victory over Tywine, the Starks and Tullys gathered their prisoners, buried their dead, rounded up cattle and horses from the defeated enemy, and loaded all the weapons and loot they could find on 2 carts, before beginning their march westward. The Lannisters of Lannisport were a rich and proud lineage, but nevertheless envious of being only a cadet branch. They had not yet recovered from the fires of the siege they had endured, certain that the young wolf had retreated to avoid being crushed by Tywin's returning troops, and that soon they would see their overlord arrive with the invader's head, when they saw said invader return with a much larger army, accompanied by a column of prisoners from the Westerlands. Among those prisoners were Eddam Marbrand, Davon Lannister, and Kevan Lannister, who personally went, under the arrows of the Riverlands archers, to negotiate under Lannisport's walls to request the city's surrender. What ultimately convinced Lord Lanos Lannister, son of Lord Reginald, who had died the previous year from peritonitis and lord of the city, to open the gates and surrender, was something else, a funeral cart bearing the corpse of their former overlord. For the Westerlands, Tywin Lannister's death was an immense tragedy. What was a cruel and ruthless man to the rest of the Seven Kingdoms was, to them, a true rock to lean on, the certainty that, as long as he was there, the Westerlands would always come first, one way or another. Robb gave assurances that the city would not be sacked but ordered both Lannisport and Casterly Rock, the otherwise impregnable fortress to which swift messengers were sent, to surrender unconditionally. He soon discovered that the Lannisters were as numerous as weeds. Lanos was the son of Reginald, lord of the cadet branch of Lannisport, married with 2 children, Tijet and Tira, while the daughter, Dama, had married a Greenfield, producing Lanthos and Isabel. Old Reginald also had a sister, Lanos's aunt, who had married a Lannister of Casterly Rock, namely Lord Daemon, Tywin's first cousin and brother of his wife Joanna. Daemon had choked on a chicken bone years earlier, but he had left a son, Damian, who married Shrekra Kehal, in turn producing the young Lucien and Lana. After accepting their act of submission and renunciation of force or any claims against the Riverlands, Robb took all the male cousins, Lucien, Tijet, and Lanthos, as hostages, adding them to Kevan's sons, Martin and Willem, already in the Northmen's custody. Then he ordered the lords to hand over a great number of swords and other weapons, leaving the Westerlands virtually defenseless, and personally sent his men to collect the gold amassed by the Lannisters within Casterly Rock and inspect the gold mines. To their great surprise, the wolves discovered that the mines had been exhausted for some time, and a thorough inspection confirmed it was no ruse. For at least 5 years, the Lannisters' wealth had derived solely from their previous reserves, their trade ventures, and enormous loans they had received from the Iron Bank of Bravos, which they had almost immediately funneled into further loans to the Iron Throne. "They've indebted the realm to keep Robert Baratheon under their thumb," remarked Edmure Tully, using money they were already in debt for. "Utterly slimy," commented Brynden. But the amount of gold amassed within Casterly Rock was still tremendous, and Robb seized nearly all of it to pay war damages to the Riverlands. Once the fortress was emptied, its occupants were also evicted, forcing the remaining cousins to live in Lannisport with the cadet branch. After loading gold, weapons, and a significant quantity of provisions onto a long caravan of carts, they were ready to depart again. Robb, however, chose, after having so humiliated them, not to be overly heavy-handed with his now former enemies, preferring to restore normal relations. He thus released Eddam Marbrand and almost all the officers who had not proven irreconcilable, allowing the red-haired knight to return to his ancestral castle. "I assure you, Sir Eddam," said the king in the north, "I treated neither the castle, where I stayed for a few days, nor your father, who hosted me, poorly. You'll find them both in excellent condition." If Sir Eddam thought of giving a biting response, he had the good sense to hold his tongue. Along with him, thousands of prisoners who had been common soldiers were freed, allowing them to return to their homes and harvest another crop before winter, while the remaining lords prepared Tywin's funeral. Having resolved the war on the western front, wolves and fish resumed their march, with loot and hostages, toward Riverrun. Since the Raven had not been sent immediately after the city's capture but delayed by several days, they did not learn of King's Landing's fall until they returned to the Riverlands. They were personally informed by Smalljan Umber and Daisy Mormont, who rode out to meet them from Riverrun, where they had left Lady Catelyn. Naturally, Daisy had much to tell Robb, especially about what had happened in Renly's camp. Robb wanted to know if, along with news of King's Landing's fall, Stannis had sent any word about his sisters, but there was none at all. The king in the north prayed to both his gods, the old and the new, his mother's faith, that Sansa and Arya were safe. But the strangest news, because it was unexpected, came from Smalljan. His father had sent a raven from Harrenhal, the fortress he had taken in Robb's name, reporting that his scouts had found a large Tyrell army camped at the southern border near Stony September. The looting and massacres in King's Landing continued for 2 days. Though Stannis Baratheon was a man opposed to letting his men indulge their baser instincts on the civilian population, like all commanders, he recognized the need to allow his soldiers some release after risking their lives for him, but, believing they had gone too far, he declared martial law. He executed 24 men as an example, and the abuses ceased, but by then, the number of raped women was incalculable. 3 days after the city's occupation, Stannis ascended the Iron Throne as Stannis of House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. In the throne room, observing his coronation, were 1,000 lords, great and small, and knights loyal to him, and all noted that the coronation, with the same crown Robert had worn, was placed upon his head during the coronation. The ceremony, however, was conducted by Melisandre herself. The new king did not see fit to visit the September of Baelor for a blessing from a septon. In any case, the High Septon who had been killed during the riots months earlier had not yet been replaced. Melisandre, the enigmatic Red Woman, boldly proclaimed that Stannis was king by the will of Arla, the Lord of Light, the one true God. What exactly the faith of Arla entailed, the people of King's Landing did not yet know, but they had gotten an idea the day before the coronation during the funerals. Those who died in the battle had been hastily buried to prevent disease, but the more illustrious dead were honored differently. Among them was Alistair Florent, brother of Queen Sliss and Hand of the King, who had heroically fallen while taking the city. In adherence to the faith of Arla, he and other officers of Stannis were not buried but burned on towering wooden pyres, a tradition once exclusive to the Targaryens. Queen Sliss Florent mourned her brother's death but took solace in his sacrifice for Stannis' ascension to the throne and the belief that he now basked in the glory of Arla. These mixed feelings were reflected as the pyre was lit. A smaller pyre burned for poor Tommen Baratheon. Melisandre declared him an innocent victim and spread the story that his own mother, Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, had murdered him to keep him from falling into enemy hands alive. The next day, during his coronation, Stannis declared that the king's justice would be meted out to all responsible for turning the city into a cesspool of crime and treachery. Before all of this unfolded, Sansa shivered from the cold as the faithful Dontos strained to row their small skiff out of the coastal caves. At first light, evading the Baratheon fleet in secret had been her sole concern, but as morning passed, another pressing fear emerged: they might freeze before reaching any safe harbor. "Sir Dontos, where are we going?" "We're far from the city now, you could at least tell me," Sansa said. "Just a bit farther," Lady Sansa Dontos replied, panting with effort. "We should soon see the ship waiting for us, where we'll transfer. It sailed from Duskendale, so it shouldn't be far now." "Duskendale?" Sansa echoed, puzzled. "Who would I know in Duskendale?" She didn't have to wonder for long. Soon, a medium-sized ship with brightly colored sails, clearly signaling for recognition, appeared on the horizon. It anchored as it spotted them, allowing them to approach. As the vessel loomed closer in the cold morning light, Sansa's heart raced with curiosity about her mysterious savior. When they finally drew alongside the ship, Dontos rested his oars. "We made it," he said, relief evident in his voice. "I'm truly glad you're safe, Lady Sansa." Emotion welled up in Sansa. "Sir Dontos, I don't know what to say. I owe you my life. And I owed mine to you, Lady Sansa. It was only my duty to repay it." "Joffrey may have made you a fool," Sansa said, her voice thick with gratitude, "but today, you're more of a knight than any man in King's Landing." She leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. Dontos blushed and bowed deeply, removing his hat. At that moment, a rope ladder was tossed down from the ship, and Dontos helped Sansa start her climb before following her up. The hand that helped her over the railing wasn't the one she had expected. The smile was radiant, the mustache unmistakable. "Lord Baelish. You were the one behind Sir Dontos. But I thought you served the Lannisters. And fortunately for you, Lady Sansa, so did they. But they overplayed their hand, and I had to reassess my strategies. What will you do with me?" "With you, my sweet Sansa. I'll take you to safety." "That seems obvious enough. To the safest place in the Seven Kingdoms. But first, I must do something." With that, he leaned over the railing and let the rope ladder fall back onto the skiff. "Hey!" Dontos cried out in protest. "What are you doing, Lord Baelish. You served me well, Sir Dontos Littlefinger declared, drawing a crossbow handed to him by a deckhand, but I no longer need you. Goodbye. He loosed a single bolt, striking the hapless fool square in the chest. The former knight collapsed backward, and the skiff began to drift away. No. Sansa screamed, horrified. But there was nothing she could do. The ship hoisted anchor and sailed on. Hours later, out at sea, Sansa sat curled up in a corner, eyes red from crying. She couldn't shake the thought that she should have left with the Hound. Petyr Baelish approached her. I've given you some time, but it's time to stop crying. She glared at him with nothing but contempt. Don't you understand why I did it? He asked. He was loyal to you. What reason could you possibly have had? Ah, loyalty in a man enslaved by drink is like a spring butterfly, my dear Sansa. Today, it lands on this flower, tomorrow, it flits to another. Dontos was devoted to you, no doubt. But tomorrow, or in a month, or a year, the gold I'd given him wouldn't have sufficed. Then, to buy another drink, he might recall a certain very important secret he knew, and decide to sell you to the highest bidder. Do you understand, Sansa? I did it for your safety. You've endured many terrible experiences, but you still have the unfortunate habit of trusting people. If you want to survive in this world, you'd best break that habit. Her breath hitched. His words stung. She hadn't thought of it that way. He extended a hand to help her up, and after a moment's hesitation, she took it. Very good. Come, I'll show you your cabin. There are quite a few developments you need to be informed about. But as they reached the door to the lower deck, Sansa stopped. I've been dragged from place to place for so long. Before anything else, I demand to know where we're going. Did I not tell you I would bring you to the safest place in the Seven Kingdoms? That's exactly what I'm doing. This ship is heading to Gulltown. From there, we'll ride to the Eyrie, to your Aunt Lysa, regent of the Vale of Arryn. Robb's triumphant return to Riverrun with his victorious army was met with great enthusiasm. Catelyn, in particular, was overjoyed to see her son alive and well, embracing him with all her might. The visions she had of Renly's death haunted her nightly, filling her with dread that Robb might meet the same fate, an assassin's shadow in the form of Stannis creeping into his tent to claim his life. At the same time, she was filled with pride for his remarkable feat of defeating Tywin Lannister, a victory that seemed impossible, and for saving her homeland. When you left Winterfell upon hearing of your father's capture, you were still a boy, she said. Now, you've become a man. He's not just a man, he's the king in the north and the Riverlands, roared Great Jon Umber, raising his cup to toast alongside the crowd. He had ridden his horse to death to arrive from Harrenhal in time for the celebrations. Robb had been pleased to learn that Great Jon had crushed Vargo Hoat's band, and reportedly, Gregor Clegane's as well. 3/4 of the Mountain's raiders had been ambushed and annihilated. Gregor himself, pierced by several crossbow bolts while unarmored, fled into a dense forest, a forest rumored to be home to a massive wolf pack led by a ferocious female direwolf. During the victory feast, Lotharfrey praised the young wolf for plundering the gold from the Westerlands, which could be used to pay for war damages. He suggested that House Free keep a portion of it for safekeeping. Robb, noticing the suspicious glances exchanged among the other lords, was compelled to declare that no division of the gold had yet been decided. To prevent disputes, he proposed splitting the gold into 2 portions, one to be held at Riverrun by his uncle, the Warden of the Riverlands, and the other to be kept at Harrenhal, recently occupied by the Stark forces. This plan, while meant to quell contention, only seemed to heighten dissatisfaction. The king in the north had heeded the warnings of Dacy Mormont and his mother. If Stannis truly wielded dark magic against his enemies, Robb himself could be in danger. Gods, just when I thought it was over. If Stannis has taken the city, he could return Sansa and Arya to me, let me claim Joffrey's head, and the war would be finished. We could return to the north. But how will he react to my coronation? He doesn't seem like the type to accept splitting his realm in 2. And if I kneel to him, my lords will turn against me and strip me of my crown. What is the right course of action? May I have a word with you, nephew? Of course, Uncle Ed Muir. Speak freely. I understand that the decision to split the gold into only 2 parts wasn't well received, but you were right. You can't imagine the kind of squabbles that would have erupted otherwise. But there's another matter I must raise with you. I was considering disbanding my army. What? Already? Well, yes. The war is over. The Lannisters are defeated. Kevan and Davin have joined Jaime Lannister in my dungeons. Joffrey has been overthrown, apparently. We have no more enemies. But we don't know Stannis' intentions, uncle. If what my mother says is true. Come now, sire. You don't actually believe those stories, do you? Are you calling my mother, your elder sister, a lunatic? A liar? A dreamer? And she isn't the only one who witnessed that scene. Edmure hesitated, conflicted. They definitely saw something. But still. And let me remind you that there's a Tyrell army of 30,000 men on your lands. We need to ask them what they are doing here and ensure they don't have hostile intentions. I'm sure the Tyrells are here for diplomatic purposes. But that's not the point. My people are starving, Robb. This war has devastated us. If I don't release at least part of the army, the men won't return to their fields to plant a new crop. And then, well, I won't need to worry about anything because I won't have any subjects left to govern. Robb fell silent for a long moment. You're right, uncle. However, I would ask you not to disband your entire army just yet. For now, release half. Ensure this half is evenly distributed among all the lords, especially those who've suffered the most losses. Until we're certain of a recognized peace, I don't feel safe demobilizing entirely. Very well, nephew, sire. We'll do as you say. 2 days after the feast, Lord Hoster Tully, long ill, passed away. His funeral took another 2 days. Then Robb, Edmure, and Catelyn departed with a strong escort to meet the Tyrells halfway, near the Inn of the Kneeling Man, while half of the Lannister gold was sent to Harrenhal under heavy guard. The delegation consisted of a limited number of individuals, with 500 riders from each side left behind 300 yards from the abandoned village tavern where the meeting took place. Robb was accompanied by his mother, Daisy Mormont, Robert Glover, Wylas Marndale, Edmure Tully, Jason Mallister, and Brynden Tully. Brian was also present. On the Tyrell side stood Mace Tyrell, Randyll Tully, Loras Tyrell, Garland Tyrell, and Margaery Tyrell. The moment Loras laid eyes on the towering blonde warrior, he saw red. What is she doing here? He demanded, reaching for his sword. But everyone quickly stepped between them to prevent the meeting from derailing before it even began. Sir Loras Catelyn intervened. I requested Brian's presence specifically to address this matter. She did not kill Renly Baratheon, nor did I, nor Daisy Mormont. We came to seek his alliance, and he granted it. We were the last people in the world who would want him dead. Brian stepped forward, kneeling before Loras. Sir Loras, she said, her voice heavy with emotion, I know how much Renly Baratheon meant to you. Please believe me when I say he meant as much to me. If you decide to kill me here and now, I will not resist. Death would be a relief compared to living with the memory of failing to save him. Loras seemed taken aback by her words and demeanor. Doubt flickered in his eyes. At last, he sheathed his sword. TSK. Fine. But I'm not entirely convinced yet. If it wasn't you, who killed him? There was no one else in his tent. The women sighed in relief but soon exchanged embarrassed glances. It was like a dark shape. Catelyn started. An shadow, declared Daisy Mormont firmly, brought to life through dark magic. Oh, come on. Do you take me for a fool? I'm a bit old to believe in fairy tales. My mother doesn't lie, Robb retorted, irritated. And perhaps, in the South, living your comfortable lives, you've forgotten things we in the North still remember. The war, the White Walkers. It seems Stannis is traveling with a priestess of Arla, and we know strange rituals are practiced in Essos. In fact, Margaery took the opportunity to step forward. Even in the South, we remember old traditions. My family is half Hightower, and Old Town was founded by the first men. It stands atop a labyrinth of ancient origins, perhaps older than the wall itself. At the Citadel, even Archmaesters admit that magic truly exists. Loras, dear brother, she continued, addressing him, I'm not asking you to forsake your revenge, but to have patience. Yes, I do not believe these people killed Renly, and we were the ones who requested this diplomatic meeting. Loras gave a half nod and stepped back. Margaery turned to the others. I apologize for this little incident. Brian, my dear, rise, I know how difficult this must have been for you. Lady Catelyn, it is a pleasure to see you again, although in this dark times. As for you, King Robb, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your resolve equals your reputation. Robb was unsettled by the girl's boldness. While your reputation does not do you justice, Lady Margaery, he managed to say. Catelyn eyed him sidelong. And if we're done with childish flirtations, Brynden Tully interjected scornfully, earning a glare from Loras, can we talk about grown-ups matters? I agree, Randyll Tarly ground out through clenched teeth. But first, Mace Tyrell interrupted, allow me to congratulate the young wolf on his splendid victories. Defeating Tywin Lannister at such a young age is no small feat, added Garland sincerely. Thank you, my lords, the king replied politely, but I imagine you didn't come all this way just to pay me compliments. No, indeed. We've come to propose an alliance, Mace clarified. An alliance against whom? Jason Mallister asked. The Lannisters are already defeated. For us, the war is over. Exactly. And from what some scouts told me weeks ago, Brynden Tully added, it seems you've already tried to meddle in our conflict, and I don't know on whose side. Mace Tyrell turned beet red. We were coming to help you. As per Renly's promise. It's outrageous to think we had any other intentions. Perhaps so, perhaps not, Brynden conceded. In any case, you don't have the luxury of making such judgments, Randyll Tarly cut in. Because if you think the war is over, you're gravely mistaken. That means you don't know Stannis Baratheon. That man is so stubborn, he held Storm's End for a year while we besieged it during Robert's rebellion. If you think he'll sit idly by while more than half his kingdom secedes, well, with all due respect, you're poor fools. I have no intention of starting another war unless it becomes necessary, Robb clarified. At this point, I have only 3 objectives: to execute Joffrey and Queen Cersei, to have my sisters returned safe and sound, and to see the independence of the North and Riverlands recognized. Objectives that, I fear, may be somewhat difficult to achieve with Stannis on the Iron Throne, especially the last one, Mace Tyrell added. Frankly speaking, what exactly are you proposing? Catelyn asked. And how can we trust that you're not just dragging us into your vendetta against Stannis, or trying to avoid punishment for failing to support him? We've all made choices, Garland conceded, what we thought was best for our family and our lands. Certainly, you had a noble cause on your side. But, as much as you may think ill of us, I assure you, we too have an ideal, that the Iron Throne should be occupied by someone worthy, who will not ruin the realm and will bring about a stable and lasting reign. If you truly believed that, you wouldn't have aligned with Renly Baratheon, Brynden interjected. That man, from what I hear, had charm but little substance. I won't allow you to speak of him that way. You didn't know him. Renly truly cared for the well-being of the common people, Loras asserted. And naturally, it would have just been a fortunate coincidence that by marrying him, Lady Margaery would become queen, isn't that right? Robb remarked sarcastically. Your primary goal was, of course, the welfare of the people, who might ever doubt it? Margaery could have taken offense, but instead, she merely raised an eyebrow, as if to say, well played. Are you calling us opportunists? Loras asked. I don't know. You tell me. Ahem, it is a common practice for great houses to marry off their children, Mace interjected. Certainly, both parties have something to gain, but that doesn't mean such unions cannot be happy, or fruitful for the realm, Lord Stark. Even you were born of such a union, between 2 houses that had not mingled for millennia. And when they did, together they overthrew the Mad King, Garland added. And who's to say Stannis Baratheon won't be a good king for the 7 kingdoms? Wylas Mondaly asked. He is an experienced commander and, by all accounts, a stern but just man. It's very likely he will be a better king than his brother. You yourselves have declared that Stannis used dark magic to murder Renly, Margaery said, inspired by that Red Priestess who accompanies him. A woman who seems to follow him like a shadow, whispering into his ear what to do. It was suspected she used the same methods to kill Courtenay Penrose, the Castellan of Storm's End, to reclaim his ancestral seat. Do you truly think a man like that can be a good king for the Seven Kingdoms? For a moment, no one could respond. Caitlyn's eyes flickered with fear, and Robb noticed. She wanted to deny she'd thought the same thing, but she couldn't. It was Edmure who broke the silence. The Riverlands have suffered greatly from this war waged against them. The men of the North, whom I will always be grateful to, have also suffered to help us, straying from their true objective. And now you're asking us to take up arms again for. And all this while the Greyjoys have invaded our lands, Robert Glover added. It was Robb himself, however, who cut the conversation short. Let's say, for a moment, that it really comes to that. But let me make it clear, I will not strike the first blow against Stannis and his 70,000 men unless it is absolutely necessary. All eyes turned to him. If such a thing were to happen, what would you offer us? I assume you've come here with a concrete proposal. An offer. Mace Tyrell smiled. Of course, Your Grace. What I have come to offer you is the same thing I offered Renly, my daughter Margaery's hand. The young woman stepped forward, guided by her father's hand. She pulled back her travel hood, revealing not just her strikingly beautiful face, which all had seen before, but also her magnificent light brown hair. And the chance to rise, not only as King of the North and the Riverlands, but as the King on the Iron Throne. 9 pairs of eyes widened at the proposal. You're speaking of high treason, Jason Mallister hissed. In Stannis Baratheon's eyes, you committed high treason the very day you crowned Robb Stark King of the North and the Riverlands, Loras interjected. One more offense will hardly make a difference. But, my son is already betrothed, Lady Catelyn added, to Roslyn Free, daughter of Walder Free, Lord of the Crossing. Breaking that promise would make us oath-breakers, and would alienate not just the Freys but many other Riverlords as well. If I may, that was not a prudent arrangement, Mace interjected. The son of a warden, pledged to a minor house of another kingdom. I'm sure the agreement can be renegotiated, and a way found to appease Lord Walder. But your girl has already been married, Robert Glover objected, and is widowed. For all we know, she could be carrying Renly's heir. Brynden cast a skeptical glance at the statement but refrained from voicing it aloud. On that note. Garland began. I assure you, Margaery declared, my marriage to my husband was not consummated. Wisely, he chose to focus on the war effort and feared leaving behind a widow. Alas, his fears proved prophetic. Naturally, any future marriage could be consummated in 3 moon cycles, when you could be sure I am not carrying an heir. We're putting the cart before the horse, as we say in the North. Robb intervened, noting again how everyone was discussing his life without consulting him. Lady Margaery, you are undoubtedly the most radiant maiden in the 7 kingdoms, and under normal circumstances, I would be honored by such a proposal. But I have no intention of becoming an oathbreaker, nor do I believe your eyes, beautiful as they may be, are worth sending thousands of men to slaughter for my ambition. Personally, I believe the Iron Throne is cursed, and I harbor no desire to sit on it if it can be avoided. We will return to Riverrun and send a raven to Stannis Baratheon to see if he will accept our terms. If not, we can revisit this matter. Are these conditions acceptable? Mace seemed disappointed, and Loras and Tarly looked annoyed, but it was Garland who concluded. Of course, Your Grace. We fully understand this is not a decision to be taken lightly. When you have received an answer, you will still find us here. We only ask that you not keep us waiting too long. Once the Starks and Tullys had departed, Garland turned to his sister with amusement. Well, little sister, it seems for once your charms have failed you. The girl gazed at the horizon with an ambiguous expression. You think so? We'll talk about it again. In the main square of King's Landing, near the Guild of Alchemists Hall, a large space had been cordoned off with chains. Inside, a tall wooden platform stood to one side, while in the center, 4 large piles of firewood with tall stakes at their centers commanded attention from the massive crowd, tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands, gathered all around, tightly controlled by several thousand armed soldiers. The bulk of Stannis' army was then camped outside the city walls, in various camps, draining the city's and the Crown Landlord's resources to sustain them. Yet, on this day, 4 days after the coronation, none thought of this, as the enormous crowd had gathered to witness an execution. Or rather, many executions, and illustrious ones at that. On the grand wooden platform stood Stannis Baratheon, wearing his crown. At his side stood his wife, Sliss, with their daughter Shireen clinging to her arm, her half-scarred face marred by grayscale. And beside them, the ever-present Melisandre. Around them was a square formation of guards, half armed with spears, half with crossbows. Just behind them stood 3 members of the Alchemists' Guild, including the Grand Master, nervously waiting. Several acolytes with small barrels stood by each pyre, though it would be men in red, obedient to Melisandre, who would light the fires. Finally, carried up the stairs on a litter by 2 servants and followed by a maester tending to his condition, came Davos Seaworth. The old smuggler had miraculously survived the explosion that destroyed his ship and 34 others, killing an untold number of men, including his eldest son. He was found a day and a half later, with burns covering a third of his body, though none were permanent. In a few days, the maester assured, he would walk again. But in a few days, my son won't rise from the grave. There you are, Davos. You were the only one missing, and I wanted to make sure you didn't miss this spectacle. What spectacle, sire? The king's justice. At some unseen signal, shouting began in the distance. The entire road between the Red Keep and the square was flanked by 2 rows of soldiers, one on each side. Behind them, however, stretched 2 wings of the crowd. These spectators would not witness the main event but had a unique opportunity, to insult, spit on, and hurl vegetables, rotten eggs, stones, and filth at the prisoners paraded in cages drawn by mules toward the execution site. These cages were tall and narrow, forcing the already physically and psychologically drained prisoners, after their short but grueling stay in the dungeons of the Red Keep, to stand upright with their arms by their sides, unable to shield themselves from the barrage. The cacophony of insults made it hard to distinguish individual words, but the most frequent cries were whore, abomination, comma, murderer and traitor. Finally, the cages reached the square. Soldiers opened them, dragging the 4 screaming and struggling prisoners toward the stakes rising amidst the kindling and tightly binding them there. Another 5 prisoners, who had once been mighty men with long hair and well-trimmed beards, followed the procession, riding donkeys and clad in rough burlap tunics like penitents, their hands bound behind their backs. While the first group was being tied, these 5 were forced to dismount and kneel. When everything was ready, Stannis himself blew a great horn, calling the frenzied crowd to silence at the sight of the prisoners. These prisoners were Joffrey Baratheon, Cersei Lannister, Grand Maester Pycelle, and Lancel Lannister. The 5 kneeling men, save one, were members of the Kingsguard, Boros Blount, Balon Swan, Osmond Kettle Black, and Meryn Trant, alongside Eileen Payne, the executioner. Citizens of King's Landing, Stannis began, speaking through the horn so all could hear him. Your rightful king has summoned you here today to witness a grave yet important moment for all 7 kingdoms. We are gathered to discuss the crimes committed in this very city against the rightful order and to dispense justice to the guilty. The prisoners often screamed, but no one could hear them. I am the king. Let me go, damn you. I'll kill you, do you hear me? I'll kill you. Joffrey wailed, the picture of wounded dignity, a ball of filth dripping down his forehead. You're a monster, Stannis Cersei protested indignantly. My father will come for you. But I hope he frees my brother first, so he can bring me your heart. That will be a bit difficult, former Queen Stannis declared, because Tywin Lannister is dead. What? My father is dead? What are you saying? You're lying. Not at all. A raven from Lannisport arrived 2 days ago. Your father was defeated in battle by the young wolf and fell in combat, torn apart by his direwolf, they say. The Westerlands have surrendered to Robb Stark. The crowd roared at the news. Cersei seemed more shaken than she could have imagined. Even Joffrey was incredulous. Both had, as always, counted on someone else to get them out of trouble, but... My lord. Pycelle screamed with all the breath he had left. Whatever you may accuse the others of, whatever crimes you think they committed, what am I doing here? I'm just a poor maester. I've faithfully served 6 kings, including your brother, I remind you. I've always done my humble duty and... That you served 6 kings is undeniable, Pycelle, but perhaps that's a few too many to claim you always served them faithfully, Stannis interrupted. Your loyalty has always belonged first to House Lannister, hasn't it? During the rebellion, you advised the Mad King, whom you served without regret, to open the city gates to Tywin's army. I truly believed he was there to help, the old man stammered. But instead, he was there to betray him and deliver the city to my brother, not before allowing his men to sack it. And not only that. You continued to serve the Lannisters rather than the crown, acting as a spy for the Queen, a crime for which the imp threw you into the dungeons. A filthy lie. Really? Then tell me, Pycelle, was it not you who committed the crime that started this whole story, poisoning the hand of the king, Jon Arryn, at the Queen's command? That is a lie. A filthy lie. It's a lie. Cersei screamed at the top of her lungs. Why would I do that? The old man demanded. Because he discovered the truth, of course. He investigated alongside me, but he found out first. I realized his death was suspicious and fled the city. Later, Lord Eddard Stark uncovered the same truth, and met the same disgraceful end. All to keep from revealing the most scandalous secret, that Queen Cersei committed incest with her brother Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, and that all the children we believed to be Robert's are, in fact, her bastards. The crowd became uncontrollable, shouting all manner of things. It's not true. Lies. Cersei protested. No. I'm the king. Joffrey wailed. I declare, before the one true God Allah and all men, that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are abominations and have no right to sit upon the Iron Throne. And I have proof, Stannis added. Bring him forward. His guards pushed a richly dressed boy onto the stage, about 16 years old. He was tall but not overly so, somewhat plump, with long black wavy hair and blue eyes. This boy is Edric Storm, one of the bastards sired by my brother the king. As you can see, he has black hair and blue eyes, as all in our family do, just like all the other bastards my brother fathered. The crowd roared again. My lord, even if what you say is true, I am not to blame, Pycelle pleaded. I assure you, I did not poison Jon Arryn. If that's true, you must be a truly incompetent maester not to have noticed he'd been poisoned, Stannis concluded. But even if you weren't the one who did it, I believe you knew and kept silent, likely because you suspected the real reason for his death and who was behind it. The old man fell silent, and Cersei turned her head toward him, doubtful. Is that so? I didn't order Jon Arryn's death, then it's true. He was murdered. And that fool Pycelle stayed quiet thinking I was the one behind it. But then, who? And it doesn't end there, the king continued. For one crime begets another, and one betrayal leads to the next. This vile cabal of sinners that usurped the throne has committed ever greater misdeeds to cover the first. Another victim was the subsequent hand of the king, Lord Eddard Stark. He discovered the truth and was imprisoned under false charges of treason. Then, under the threat of harm to his daughters, he agreed to a false confession to save them, humbling himself in this very square, the most honorable man in the Seven Kingdoms, under the promise he could take the black. And instead, Joffrey, the perjurer, ordered his head cut off. The entire crowd fell silent. They had all jeered at Ned Stark during his execution, and now it turned out he was innocent. Furious at the deception, they began shouting even louder than before. No. He was a traitor. He said I'm not the king. I'm the king. That man tried to take the throne away from my son, the rightful heir of his father, my husband, the king, insisted Cersei. Wrong, your husband was not his father, my lady, but he was indeed the king. A king you had assassinated. The crowd, if possible, erupted in an even louder roar than when they learned of Ned Stark's innocence. This isn't just a lie, Stannis. This is madness, screamed Cersei, somewhat emboldened. There are many witnesses that my husband was injured during a hunting accident by a huge boar in the King's Wood. I understand you want to usurp my son and need an excuse, but this is ridiculous. What will you accuse me of next, unleashing the doom of Valyria? Some laughed, but Stannis smiled. That was never a good sign. True, that's what it seemed, and this is the reason why your cousin Lancel stands there with you. Cersei turned to Lancel, furious. The boy still bore the marks of torture. What have you told them, you idiot, she hissed. Lancel Lannister has confessed the truth. Apparently, not content with lying with her brother, Queen Cersei, this insatiable harlot, also lay with her cousin. But this time, it wasn't for pleasure. Oh no, it was calculated. She needed to get rid of King Robert so her bastard could usurp the throne before the truth came out. Or perhaps she was in a hurry to rule as Queen Regent. Either way, she convinced Lancel, who, let's remember, was Robert's squire, to never let the king go without wine during that hunt. Robert was a drunkard, as well as a philanderer. Everyone knows that. True, my brother had those vices, but that time, the wine was laced with something else, a powerful drug from Pentos that dulls the senses, to ensure that Robert, whose hunting skill was legendary, would miss his strike at the crucial moment, and be killed by the boar, leaving no suspicions. Needless to say, we know who procured the drug. By now, the uproar was indescribable. The crowd resumed throwing stones and rotten vegetables, though they were too far to hit the prisoners. The people were bloodthirsty and attempted to breach the barriers, giving the soldiers plenty of trouble keeping them back. Whore. Harlot. Kingsman. Incestuous. Abomination. Monster. Cersei began to sob, realizing there was no escape. Joffrey, on the other hand, seemed stunned. This, he had not anticipated. But not even the usurper Joffrey's rise to the throne put an end to the crimes continued the last remaining Baratheon mercilessly. For just as this boy is proof of Cersei's treachery, so too were there many others, thanks to my brother's lust, and they had to be eliminated, lest someone else uncover the truth. And so Queen Cersei ordered the Gold Cloaks, under their commander Janos Slynt, to hunt down all of Robert's low-born bastards, ripping them from their mother's arms if necessary, and kill them to the last. It's unnecessary to recount what the crowd shouted at this point. Many of them had witnessed those atrocities without understanding their purpose. It's a lie. A lie, protested Cersei, increasingly unconvincing. It is, unfortunately, the truth, or those poor children would still be alive. Even your brother, the imp, was disgusted when he found out, which is why he sent Janos Slynt to the wall, a punishment still too lenient, in my opinion. Stannis turned his gaze toward the 5 kneeling men. But I offer these men the same chance, should they accept it. Their crimes were lesser, but they cannot be ignored. The Knights of the King's Guard protested. Your Grace, we served Joffrey in good faith. None of us knew of these deeds, assured Balon Swan. Perhaps so, Sir Swan. I am told you are the only one among you worthy of the White Cloak, but none of you opposed Joffrey's orders. The King's Guard are sworn to serve, not to judge orders. Began Boros Blount. Indeed, Sir Blount. Stannis replied disdainfully. Then enlighten me, where is it written that the duties of the King's Guard, beyond protecting the king and his family, include beating young girls? Because that's what you did every time Joffrey ordered it. You struck Sansa Stark every time her brother Robb won a battle, and as for you, Sir Meryn, I am told you killed a Septa and a dancing master. Tell me, what great threat did they pose to the king? The 4 men remained silent, shame weighing on them. Only Osmond Kettleblack had the gall to speak. It wasn't just us, Your Grace. Even Oris Oakurt. Yes, I know, the last of you besides Jaime Lannister and Barristan Selmy, who has been dismissed. Sir Oakurt was sent to Dorne to protect Myrcella, wasn't he? Well, I will send a raven there as well, to proclaim that I remove you all from the King's Guard by royal decree. Wait, Joffrey protested. Where is the hound? He can't have died in battle, I don't believe it. Ah, that one sighed Kettleblack. The coward fled halfway through the battle. By now, he's probably halfway to Yeti. Joffrey seemed genuinely hurt. That's not possible. He wouldn't abandon me. Choose, Knights, Stannis said. Death or taking the black. There wasn't much to choose from. The men glanced at each other, then turned to the king and answered in unison, the black, Your Grace. Then let them be loaded onto the next ship to Eastwatch, Stannis proclaimed. At that moment, however, the 5th man stood. It was Eileen Payne, the executioner. Unable to speak, as he had no tongue, he simply shook his head, eyes resolute. With a mere nod from the king, a soldier made Payne kneel, placed his head on a block, and a 3rd man struck it clean off with an axe. Boros Blount quipped, guess he couldn't stand the cold. Stannis turned again to the prisoners atop the pyres. And finally he continued, the last and most heinous crime was committed mere days ago, during the siege. Queen Circea poisoned her youngest son, Tommen, rather than let him fall into my custody. Whore. Murderess. Monster. Kinslayer. Mother, is it true? Joffrey asked, incredulous. They would have torn him apart, Joffrey. Just as they will do to us, my sweet Tommen. He didn't deserve such a cruel end, he died as if in his sleep. You wrong me, Queen. I would not have harmed a single hair on your son's head, just as I will not harm Myrcella when she is handed over to me. They are blameless. He would have joined the Night's Watch, not immediately, but once he had grown a little, and she could still become a Septa. You, on the other hand, have committed countless crimes, including treason, murder, regicide, kinslaying, usurpation of the throne, conspiracy, incest, infanticide, slaughter, perjury, and these are just the most severe. By the authority vested in me as King of the Seven Kingdoms and by Arla, the Lord of Light, I sentence you to death. Your sentence shall be carried out by fire. The 4 prisoners' eyes widened. Despite everything, they hadn't expected this. Joffrey wet himself, and the crowd, besides roaring, began to laugh. Then he started to whine, begging his mother. Save me, mother, save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to. Melisandre smiled and stepped forward. The fire is life and death. The fire judges. The fire purifies. In life, you were sinners, but the fire will burn away your sins, and perhaps one day you will live in the glory of the Lord of Light. Light the pyres. The 4 alchemists near the pyres began pouring wildfire all over the wood, slowly, on all sides, while the prisoners screamed, begged for mercy, cursed, or wept in despair. Then they stepped back, and Melisandre's red-robed servants lit torches, placing them in various spots on the piles to ensure they caught fire properly. Circea thrashed as if she could break free, as if she couldn't believe this was her fate. It's not possible, it can't end like this. This isn't my destiny, it can't be. No, wait, what had Maggie the Frog told me when I was a girl? She had prophesied that I would marry not the prince, Rhaegar, but the king, and indeed, I married Robert. Then, that he would have 16 children, and I 3, and indeed, he had his bastards, and I had my treasures. Golden shall be their crowns and golden their shrouds. Oh, gods, does this mean Myrcella is also in danger? And then, what else had she said? That another, younger and more beautiful, would come to take everything from me, but that makes no sense. Neither Slyss nor Shireen are beautiful, who was she referring to? Someone who will come later, to take my place. It's not a current event, but something yet to come. And then she said, that the Valonqa, the little brother, would wrap his hands around my throat, and watch as the life drained from me. I've always thought I'd die strangled, and I've tried to prevent it. I've always thought it would be Tyrion. She was jolted from her thoughts. Her pyre had a problem. The bucket of oil wasn't opening properly, so they finished with her last. When the other fires were lit, hers was still dry. Cersei Lannister watched the other 3 pyres burn like torches. Her Joffrey was engulfed in flames, still screaming. Her eyes filled with tears. The wind carried the smoke her way. She cast one last furious glance at Stannis. Damn you, Stannis. May you suffer for all 7 hells and feel the same pain I do now. You have no right to do this. No right. Stannis dryly replied, on the contrary. As the younger brother of the former king, I am the only one who has such a right. Cersei was stunned. Younger brother. Valonqa. So it was him. He put his hands on my neck that night to make me spit out the poison. Her pyre was finally lit, but before the flames consumed her, the smoke from the other fires threatened to suffocate her as she wept. And now he's watching me as the life drains from me. They were 2 separate actions. So much for trusting prophecies. Robb's camp was calm, and there were no omens when the Raven arrived at Riverrun. The message was quickly brought to the king in the north and the Riverlands, who read it and paled without saying a word. Those present, including some of his advisors, asked what had happened, and he raised his eyes from the parchment and said, "It's a message from King's Landing. Stannis Baratheon announces that he has tried Joffrey, Queen Circea, Lancel, Kevan's son, and Grand Maester Pycelle. A long list of their crimes follows, confirming more or less what we already know, but also adding many other things. It also says he has already executed them by burning them alive. Burning them alive, roared Great Yonumber. Like the Mad King. So it seems. Surely Joffrey Baratheon deserved a terrible punishment for what he did to your father, began Mark Piper, but it would have been more just if you yourself, my lord, had taken his head with ice once it was recovered. This is too much. How did the people take it? It doesn't say. However, there is a postscript, Robb added. It says that Stannis Baratheon is king of all 7 kingdoms in the name of the one true God, Arla, the Lord of Light. And that all those who deny this, usurpers and traitors alike, will meet the same fate as Joffrey. An unsettling silence followed those words. What? Ricard Karstark finally screamed. Does this mean that bald, constipated little man dares to threaten the king in the north? The girls. Does it say anything about Sansa and Arya? Asked Catelyn, anxious. Nothing at all. I need some time alone to think. Robb Stark stood in a grove near Riverrun for a long time when his mother approached, making her presence known. Are you seeking answers from the trees? From your father's gods? I'm seeking answers anywhere I can find them, mother. The problem is, I can't find any, the young man confessed, disheartened. I was overjoyed. I was convinced the war was over and that we could recover my sisters, return home, drive the Ironborn out of our lands, and live in peace for the rest of our days. And now, I don't know what to do. Catelyn knew her son well. She would do better to change the subject. She also knew this wasn't the only thing troubling him. This isn't the only thing on your mind, is it? You're upset that Joffrey is dead, but not by your hand. Robb seemed surprised by her statement, but he didn't try to deny it. I hated him so much. Every night, I dreamed of killing him. Of driving my sword into his gut, putting his head on a block, and beheading him with my own hands, or handing him over to Lord Bolton and watching him scream. And now, it's not fair. Joffrey made our family suffer, the vengeance was mine to take. You're right, Robb, it belonged to no one more than you. Or perhaps to me, since I lost a husband, the father of my children. Or to any one of your brothers and sisters, who lost their father and barely got to know him before he was taken away from them. Robb seemed to mull over her words. But above all, the realm suffered because of Joffrey. A war with tens of thousands of deaths, for what? To keep a bastard on the Iron Throne. I understand your frustration, my son, it's mine as well. But now, we must look forward. Whoever killed him did the realm a favor, and we can at least take solace in the fact that he died suffering. But we must think about the future, not the past. What should we do about Stannis? After what you told me about black magic, after what he wrote, do I really want to ignite another war? Cause the deaths of thousands more, just to keep my crown? More than for the crown, to keep your head, his mother reminded him. Stannis's threats were very clear. And Stannis Baratheon is not the kind of man to make idle threats. Perhaps we were lucky to encounter the Tyrells on our path. They are seeking vengeance for Renly's death. We could make a similar deal to the one I proposed to him. I won't tell you to marry that girl, since you're already promised to a free, but, well, a solution can certainly be found. In that moment, Robb knew what he had to do. If possible, I'll avoid another war, I'll try to prevent it. Call the scribes. I'll send a response to King's Landing. I'll ask Stannis for a meeting to resolve this situation through negotiation, even in the presence of the Tyrells. Perhaps we can still avoid the worst. But first, he added, walking in the opposite direction. I'll go to the dungeons. Our prisoners must hear what's happened, and I believe it's only right they hear it from me. Jaime Lannister lost his trademark bravado upon hearing that 2 of his children, and especially his sister and lover, were dead, and in such a horrific manner, while one of them, Tommen, had died at the hands of his own mother. At first, he refused to believe it. Then he began cursing everyone, Cersei, Stannis, the Starks, the 7 gods. Then, in a rare moment of lucidity, he asked for news of his brother Tyrion, but Robb had none to offer. The subdued demeanor of the king in the north indicated he was also embarrassed to bear such grim news. Kevan was devastated by the news of his son Lancel, bowing his head to his chest and weeping silently. Davin, realizing that what remained of their dynasty had vanished and that their value as prisoners had plummeted, reacted with anger, hissing insults at the young wolf. "And why did you come to tell us this yourself? Are you here to gloat, Robb Stark? First my father, then Tywin, and now everyone else. Will you not be satisfied until you've killed us all? But know this, even in the dust, lions remain lions, and dogs remain dogs." But he fell silent when Robb turned and looked at him with genuine regret before saying, "That's right. You've lost your father, Sir Davin. That was Lord Stafford, correct? My condolences. I know what it means to lose a father, I've lost mine as well. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll leave you to your grief." And he exited. Reunited with his bannermen, Robb was deep in thought. Sending half the troops home was a grave mistake, roared Lothar Frey. "We should have known Stannis wouldn't stop. He's surely after the gold we took from Casterly Rock, you'll see. Good thing we Freys all stayed here. And now—" "Hold your tongue," Lothar Brynden hissed. "You're speaking of your liege lord. And be thankful that some men returned to the fields, otherwise, famine would defeat us long before Stannis Baratheon ever could. So what do you intend to do, sire?" Garbart Glover asked. "What I said. I forwarded Stannis's message to the Tyrells as it is, informing them that I responded by proposing a peace meeting with Stannis, which they should also attend. They are as threatened as we are, after all, in the hope that we can still avoid war. If not, we will accept their proposal for an alliance, though of course," he cast a glance at Lothar, "I will not be the one to marry Renly's widow. If necessary," Edmure interjected, "I could propose myself to marry Lady Margaery. I'm free of any obligations, and as a Lord Paramount, it would be an excellent match for the Tyrells." "No one will marry anyone until we have concrete terms of peace," Catelyn interrupted. "And I still don't like you going to that meeting, Robb. I know what Stannis Baratheon is capable of, I've seen him use black magic. I won't go alone, mother, but with a strong escort. If Stannis Baratheon tries the same trick on me, Grey Wind's fangs will taste his throat, just as they tasted Tywin Lannister's." "Speaking of the Lannisters," Roose Bolton interjected, "what should we do with the Kingslayer?" An uneasy silence followed that question. "It's true that, for now, he no longer has value as a hostage to exchange with the Iron Throne, or as a prisoner," Robb considered. "We could send him back to Casterly Rock as a token of peace with the Westerlands," suggested Miles Smallwood. "Or hand him over to Stannis as a gesture of goodwill." "Send him back to Casterly Rock," roared Greatjon Umber. "That Oathbreaker would restart the war within a month. We should kill him, right now, I say." "I don't trust him either," replied Jason Mallister. "If we must spare him, we could send him to the wall." "If we're giving him to Stannis, why for free?" asked Willis Daly, newly freed from Harrenhal after Greatjon's forces took the castle. "Let's demand your sisters in exchange, my king." Robb spoke. "Alas, my lord, I fear that to Stannis Baratheon, the Kingslayer holds far less value than he did to Cersei, unless the new king shares certain tendencies rumored of his younger brother. No, my lords, I could not trade Jaime Lannister for my sisters when I had the chance, and I won't do so now. If Stannis returns them to me, it will be because our meeting succeeds, not for any bargain he cares little to know about. On the other hand, Greatjon is right, I don't trust releasing him outright. Nor would it be just after what he's done in the Riverlands. And the wall is no place for an Oathbreaker. Give him a sword, and he'd kill 4 or 5 men before escaping on horseback." Ricard Karstark leaned forward, bloodlust gleaming in his eyes. He had begged his king so often to execute Jaime Lannister that Robb had once threatened to cut out his tongue if he asked again. "Lately, I've reflected on justice and revenge," Robb continued. "I could not claim it for my father, as Davin Lannister cannot for his. Loras Tyrell may never have vengeance for Renly. But perhaps the Riverlands, and my brother Bran, who was maimed, can have some. Ricard Karstark, I name you my judge, you may try Jaime Lannister for your son's deaths and his other crimes." The old lord could scarcely believe it. "Guilty. I'll take his head with my own hands." "Then you shall carry out the sentence in 2 days, on the morning of our departure," Robb declared. The night before his execution, Jaime Lannister was moved to a cell in a separate wing of Riverrun's dungeons. Brian of Tarth, who had sworn fealty to Robb upon his return from the Westerlands, was assigned to guard him. The former Kingsguard lay sprawled on the cell floor like a drunkard. He had cried, screamed, and cursed until he had nothing left. Now, he simply stared at the wall, awaiting death as a release. But even in despair, he was Jaime Lannister. Refusing a public execution, he began provoking Brienne, first calling her fat and a cow, then suggesting she wore armor because silk dresses didn't fit her. "I know what you're doing," Kingslayer Brienne said. "But you won't escape your punishment tomorrow. I've heard insults like yours my whole life, and yours aren't even the more brilliant ones." "Oh, yes," Kingslayer Jaime sneered. "But in that, aren't we alike, Brienne of Tarth? I've heard what the Tully guards say, that you killed Renly Baratheon, the king you swore to protect. Let me guess, did you offer him your cunt and he turned you down?" Jaime didn't expect such speed from a woman so large and armored. Brienne shoved her arm through the bars, grabbed his collar, and pulled hard, slamming his face into the metal. "Watch your mouth. I can't kill you, but no one will care if you're battered tomorrow. And for the record, that's a lie. I didn't kill Renly Baratheon. It was Stannis, using black magic," she added, shivering and looking away. Jaime, recovering, raised an eyebrow with sudden interest. "Ah, so we've come to this, direwolves fighting for the Starks, the bloody others descending from the north, a girl with 3 dragon pups in Slaver's Bay, and now Stannis Baratheon, the stiffest man in the 7 kingdoms, using black magic. Even though, honestly, that's still more believable than his troops choosing him for his charm. Gods, the world's gone mad. I'm almost glad to leave it. Say what you will. I know what I saw. And I don't care what people say, I've never betrayed my vows like you have. I'd never harm Renly. You and I are not the same." "Oh, of course. Enduring what people say seems easy, doesn't it? At first. But it gets harder. You think you'll grow used to it, but you never do, year after year, jab after jab, another sly comment, another laugh. But you broke your vows. To hell with vows." Jaime snapped. "What are vows compared to human lives? And which vows matter more? Respect your family, honor the gods, protect the weak, revere women, obey your king. But you can't obey them all. They contradict each other. What happens if you love your sister and she's a whore? If your father rebels against the king? If your king murders innocents?" Brienne turned to him, her gaze searching. "You mean to say that? The Mad King, you called him. Yet you're also outraged that I killed him. Were you just as outraged when I protected him while he burned people alive, like Eddard Stark's father and brother? So which was I first, a hero or a monster? Or both? Is there something we don't know? Why did you kill the Mad King? Because he was about to blow up all of King's Landing, that's why." The words burst out of him, followed by deep, heaving breaths. Even Jaime couldn't believe he'd finally spilled it. "What? Forget it, pretend I said nothing. No, I want to know. Why? Would it change your opinion of me? Or anyone else's? Who cares? I care. I know what it's like to be wrongly accused." Jaime stared at her for a long moment. Her blue eyes were steady, sincere. Finally, he sighed. "Ah, to hell with it. I'll be dead tomorrow anyway." It happened when the war was lost. My father arrived at the city gates with 15,000 men, he said he wanted to help. Pycelle convinced Aerys to let him in, and my father's troops began sacking the city. But what no one knew was that Aerys was ready for this. Ready for Robert Baratheon's arrival, for the Starks, the Tullys, and Jon Arryn. He had ordered the Alchemists Guild to fill the entire city with barrels of wildfire. And they did. I saw it myself. The tunnels beneath the city must still be packed with it to this day. But, that's monstrous. And when he realized he'd been betrayed, he ordered it lit, to blow us all to hell. He kept saying, "Burn them all." I couldn't believe it, so first, I made sure it wouldn't happen, killing the head of the guild, then I went to him, and I killed him as well. Brienne was silent for a moment. "But, then why, have you never told anyone the truth?" "Why should I?" The judgmental glare from Ned Stark when he walked into the throne room was all I needed to know. No one would have believed me, so I may as well play the part. But he saw you sitting on the Iron Throne, with your sword stained with the blood of the king you swore to protect, while your father's army was sacking the city. What else was he supposed to think? I don't think Ned Stark, wise as he may have been, was a mind reader, you know. What right does the wolf have to judge the lion? Brian looked at him for another moment. Jaime was surprised by that look. It wasn't scorn, it was compassion. And he realized that hurt even more. Oh, poor Jaime Lannister, she said to him. So handsome, so talented with a sword, and so incredibly stupid. Twice the usual pride of the Lannisters and not even half their wit. You've lived all these years in dishonor, for nothing. I pity you. Save your pity for someone who wants it, woman, he tried to retort, but he was visibly shaken. The only thing I'd accept pity for is being so stupid as to fall in love with my sister. Incest. Abomination. And yet, until 20 years ago, when the Targaryens did the same thing, everyone looked the other way, didn't they? Bunch of hypocrites. There's a reason for that. The Targaryens rode dragons, people thought they were different from normal men. Is that what you thought, Jaime Lannister? That you were above everything and everyone? No, it's just. I loved her. She probably only used me, but I loved her anyway, and I didn't care. I don't know if you can understand that. I do. Believe it or not, I understand. Now it was Jaime's turn to look at her. She was talking about Renly. Then he let out a bitter laugh. But look at us. Two irredeemable fools in love with the wrong person. Two people accused of being kingslayers. Of all the nights for me to meet someone like you, Brian of Tarth, it had to be my last. Who would have thought? Perhaps it's fate. What you've told me won't be for nothing. I'll make sure everyone knows the truth. I'll clear your name. I don't give a damn about my name. That was all my father cared about, the name, the honor, the family legacy, and look where that got him. You're a knight. You've lived poorly. Made many wrong choices. But maybe you can avoid being remembered poorly for the one right choice you ever made. The decision is yours alone. Jaime looked at her thoughtfully. I don't know. Maybe, what we think of ourselves matters more than what others think of us, as long as we truly know we did the right thing. Sir Jaime, in this moment, what is the right thing for you? Jaime Lannister was dragged out of his cell at dawn. In the courtyard of Riverrun, all the banners of the Starks and Tullys were gathered. 2 guards placed his head on the block and tied his hands behind his back, while Rickard Karstark waited, trembling with anticipation, his massive axe in hand. Jaime started with his usual theatrics, shouting curses at everyone. May you all be damned, Stark, Tully, all of you. Do you think you can rise above a lion? Take off these chains and let's see how manly you are. I'll only need a knife. I'll face you however you want, one at a time or all together. May the others drag you all to hell. Robb motioned, and 2 guards gagged him. Jaime Lannister, in the north, where I come from, the man who passes the sentence must swing the sword. Since Lord Rickard Karstark insisted on executing you himself, I have appointed him your judge. Lord Karstark, pronounce your sentence. With pleasure, your grace. Jaime Lannister, Kingslayer, you are accused of the following crimes: incest, perjury, treason, attempted murder in the person of Bran Stark, brother of the king in the north, waging an unauthorized and unlawful war against the Riverlands, killing thousands, and the murder of my 2 sons. You are found guilty, and the sentence is death. Robb said, remove his gag. Jaime Lannister, do you have any last words? Lord Karstark raised an eyebrow. He wouldn't perchance try to ask to be sent to the wall, wouldn't he? At first, Jaime continued with his bravado, yes, I hope Winterfell sinks into the mud and your family rots, Robb Stark, and furthermore. Then he stopped, as if he had no desire to keep up the pretense. He glanced briefly at Brian. He looked up and spoke more solemnly, his eyes sincere. I have 2 things to say. A statement and a request. Speak. The statement is this: I know you won't believe me, but I swear on my children that my brother Tyrion had nothing to do with the attempted murder of your brother, Stark. He never knew I had pushed him from the tower, he never even knew about me and Cersei. Either you've made a mistake, or he's been framed. Kill me if you must, but don't punish him for crimes he didn't commit. Robb considered this. Your brother is missing after the siege of King's Landing. We've had no news of him. However, I will take it into account. And the second thing. The second is, it's. Jaime hesitated for a while. He couldn't find the words. It was difficult for him to beg. My daughter, Stark. Myrcella is the only good thing I've ever done. She is, so kind. So innocent. She's nothing like Joffrey, Cersei, or me. I've already lost Tommen too, and she's all I have left. I beg you, Stark. Save my daughter. Jaime's eyes were desperate. Robb was surprised by it. If it's within my power, I will. You have my word, Sir Jaime. Brian seemed relieved. Rickard Karstark had had enough of all the groveling. He lifted the prisoner back onto the block. Fine, little girl, but don't cry too much, he mocked. You won't make us forget your crimes, that's for sure. And speaking of children, I'll have to wait until death to see mine again, but I want you to know this, you'll end up in the hell of the gods of the Andals, Jaime Lannister, one way or another, you'll never see your daughter again, not even in the afterlife. As long as Myrcella is safe, I don't care. Rickard Karstark raised his two-handed axe above his head and brought it down. With a single strike, he cleanly severed Jaime's head. The spectators mounted their horses and prepared to depart. Brian was thoughtful. So, you did it, Sir Jaime, you overcame your pride, maybe I can do the same, if, in any case, I am to be called a Kingslayer. I want it to be for the right reasons. I will bring justice for Renly. I will kill Stannis Baratheon with my own hands. King's Landing had not been the same since the day of the executions. The people moved from street to street like ghosts. They had cheered at the moment of the Lannisters' deaths, but it was as if only afterward they realized the true weight of it all. People burned alive in the streets, much like at the time of the Mad King. At the order of a stranger, priestess of an eastern deity. At many street corners, small groups gathered to listen to ragged, barefoot preachers whispering to them not to bend to the false god of the new king. Davos Seaworth was summoned to the king's chambers. He had healed enough to walk on his own. Sire, you called for me. I did, Davos said Stannis, looking out the window. I gave you 7 days to mourn, and they end today. If it had been possible, I would have given your son a proper burial, but it was not feasible to recover his body. What belongs to the sea should be left to the sea, granted the old sailor. Whether I can bury him or not, I won't get my son back. The machinations of the imp prevented him from dying with honor, Stannis confirmed, turning to look at him. But at least he died for a just cause, as did my brother-in-law. I did not call you here by chance. We are about to leave. For where, if I may ask? The Riverlands, he said, handing him a parchment. Robb Stark has requested a meeting to negotiate. The Tullys and the Tyrells will also be there. Do they intend to recognize you? That is not stated, but in case they don't, I will bring the entire army with me. I will leave only 5,000 men here to replace the city watch, and, of course, my wife and daughter will reside at the Red Keep. Melisandre and Edric Storm, however, will come with us. Do you intend to wage war on the young wolf? But he fights to avenge his father, who had declared for you. He defeated the Lannisters, he did us a great favor. Stannis looked almost amused. Ah, good old Davos. Always willing to tell me what you think, unlike all those sycophantic, fawning nobles hoping for a reward. That's exactly what I need. I am truly convinced of my decision. What decision, sire? Davos Seaworth, from this moment forward, I name you Hand of the King. Chapter 8, Nothing ever goes according to the plan. Arya leaned out from the bush, careful not to draw too much attention. From where she was, she could easily see the small group of bandits advancing slowly. Their shabby, thin nags and the faded, torn blue Tully uniforms on their deserter bodies marked them clearly. Once she had confirmed the direction they were heading, she leapt in the opposite direction and began running confidently through a series of forest trails, little-known paths she had mastered over the past weeks. As always, carrying out these kinds of tasks made her feel alive, exhilarated, and free, far more than she ever had pretending to be a lady at home, second only to when she trained with Ciri O'Forl. She quickly reached one of the Brotherhood's camps hidden deep in the forest. Lem Lemon Cloak was waiting for her. "Hey, Squabble, what's the rush? Did you spot a Lannister convoy full of gold?" Arya ignored his sarcasm. "Those Tully deserters we've been hunting these past days, the ones who looted the inn and killed the widow and her children, they are only a few minutes from here, heading west through the woods." Lem stood up. "You heard her, lads. There's work to be done." Half an hour later, the 8 deserters were surrounded and captured. Only 2 of them, having resisted more than the others, were killed in the scuffle. The remaining 6 were being tied up, despite their protests of being regular soldiers. The Brotherhood members were already tightening nooses around their necks and passing the ropes over tree branches. Arya stood aside, but she stared them straight in the eyes. She didn't want to forget. Just as she hadn't forgotten when they found the bodies of the innkeeper, the widow, and her children. As they made their way back to the cave, the Brotherhood's main hideout, Lem complimented Squabble as they knew her. "You're getting better and better, kid. We can really count on you for these jobs." "Don't call me kid," Arya snapped, annoyed. "I'm already 12. Lucky for us you're only 12. You're small enough not to be noticed, quick on your feet, and you move without making a sound. Oh, and you're getting pretty good at pretending to be someone else. Last month, when we were investigating those other inns, the one where the innkeeper poisoned customers to rob them and served their meat to others, if I recall correctly, you once played the part of poor Thorosa's daughter, pretending he was blind, and another time, you pretended to be blind yourself, right? You've got talent." Arya accepted the compliment, pleased. She was happy to be useful. But she was even happier to see her friends again. Inside the cave, Gendry ran to meet her, excited. Thankfully, he remembered to call her Squabble. "Look what I made," he showed her. A new mail coat, patched together from 3 broken ones. "Well done," Gendry said Beric Dondarrion as he approached. "Meeting you was truly a stroke of luck. All of you, really, but your skills are exceptionally rare. You've more than earned your knighthood." "What?" Arya squeaked. "Gendry's a knight." The boy puffed up with pride and swelled his chest. "Yes, just the other day he declared, lifting his personal warhammer, which he had crafted when he thought he'd join the Watch. Lord Beric deemed me worthy, and I'll never thank him enough. Who knows, when this war is over, I might even become someone important." Arya looked displeased and didn't know why. It was true, she had heard that in the Brotherhood, nearly everyone was a knight, using the ancient rule that one knight could anoint another. Thoros and Beric had a certain disdain for traditional knighthood, all pomp and no substance, and believed their companions, fighting to protect the common folk, deserved the honor more than any man in the 7 kingdoms. "Maybe it's because I can't become one, that I'm angry. I wish you all the best, lad," Beric continued, "and I hope you can one day serve Lord Stannis Baratheon, our one true king." At those words, a hurrah rose from the men in the cave. "The rightful heir of Robert, whose kingdom we are protecting." Arya clenched her teeth. Since she had learned Robb had defeated Tywin, she had been looking for a way to escape and reunite with him. But although her new companions trusted her and she had learned useful skills among them, they still kept her under close watch. Still, there had to be a way. At that moment, Tom Sevenstrings spoke up. "Speaking of which, have you heard the news? The armies are on the move. It seems the young wolf is heading to Harrenhal with his troops. So, he has decided to surrender to Lord Stannis Thoros proclaimed, the rightful king and chosen of Arla, the Lord of Light. Or he has decided to face him in battle," Beric speculated, "in which case, though I sympathize with the boy and had great respect for his father, I hope our Lord will prevail. Only then can we emerge from the shadows and declare for him." Arya trembled. "I was right not to reveal my true identity." "Absolutely right. They would have sold me to Stannis. Used me as a hostage against my brother. Just like Sansa was held hostage by Joffrey. I need to escape. Find a way, no matter how. Every second that passes, they risk discovering the truth." Then she paused. It had been months since she thought about her sister. "Sansa, wherever she is, I hope she's all right." Sansa, Petter, and their escort halted their long ride to give the horses a break. The sight before them was magnificent. A mile away, nestled in the valley amid ice sparkling on the peaks, stood the Eyrie. "We're here, finally." The past weeks had not been easy. Baelish had explained that they couldn't take the other route overland because Stannis's troops were guarding the area between the Riverlands and the Crown Lands. When they landed at Gulltown, they received news of Robb's victory over the Lannisters, which had left Baelish rather surprised. Later, halfway to the Eyrie, a considerable distance from Gulltown, a messenger, who must have nearly killed the 2 relay horses to reach them, brought Sansa the news of Joffrey and Cersea's deaths at Stannis's hands. She had been relieved, even radiant at the news, with only 2 regrets. She hated Joffrey so much she wished she could have witnessed his execution herself, and it would have been even better if Robb had killed him. At one point, Petter turned to her with a grave expression. "Sansa, my dear, before we take the final stretch of this journey, I need to tell you something important." "What is it?" "At this point, the hard part is over, isn't it? We've reached my Aunt Lysa. Robb has won, the Lannisters have lost, and the rightful heir of Robert Baratheon sits on the Iron Throne." Petter gave her one of his syrupy smiles at that statement. How naive. "Alas, dear Sansa, it's not that simple. But first, to help you understand the matter better, let me ask you a couple of questions. First, have you ever met your Aunt Lysa in person?" "No." "Second, have you ever heard people talk about her at court? And in what terms? Answer honestly." Sansa hesitated for a moment. She understood where Petter was heading but didn't want to say it out loud, lest her hopes crumble. "I've heard about her, from Tyrion Lannister. He said that when he was her prisoner, brought there by my mother." Lady Lysa seemed mad. That she was still breastfeeding her son Robert even though he was 8, and that she wanted to throw Tyrion out the moon door without a trial. Baelish nodded understandingly. "And now tell me, did your Aunt Lysa, despite suspecting the Lannisters had poisoned her husband, ever declare for your brother Robb?" "No, she stayed neutral." "Final question, what did Stannis' letter say, the one brought to us by that messenger?" "I don't mean the part about Joffrey and Cersei, I mean the conclusion." It said that anyone who does not recognize his authority over the Iron Throne, will burn like Joffrey." Petter remained silent, smiling, letting Sansa draw her own conclusions. "Oh, come on," the girl protested. "Are you trying to tell me that Robb and Stannis will now go to war? Just because my brother was proclaimed king in the north? I'm not saying it's certain, but it's highly likely. Alternatively, Robb would have to kneel to Stannis and renounce his crown. Trust me, Stannis Baratheon is not a man to easily give up half his kingdom. And in that case, what does this have to do with Lysa Arryn? Are you saying she'll remain neutral, as she has so far? Who knows? She might declare for one of them, but staying neutral is the more likely outcome. After all, she had more reason to go to war earlier. She only had to face the Lannisters, whom she hated for allegedly killing her husband, and I know for certain her bannerman urged her to act. If she didn't join Robb's war then, I don't see why she would now. She has no grievance with Stannis, and he commands an even larger army, increasing the risks. But, then what does that change for us? Aren't we still going to seek her refuge?" "My dear Sansa," said Petter, placing his hands on her shoulders, "for me, it changes very little. For you, perhaps, it changes everything. Think about it this way. I'm going to Lysa because I've always had a fondness for her, and she for me, ever since we were children. Now that I'm Lord of Harrenhal, our social standings aren't too far apart. However, your aunt is obsessively attached to her son, she fears losing him, especially after her husband was murdered. The poor woman sees enemies everywhere. Imagine now, with Stannis threatening to burn traitors alive, out of fear, she'll stay holed up in the Eyrie until the war ends. But suppose Robb and Stannis clash. If Robb wins, you'll reunite with your family, and we'll all live happily ever after. But what happens if, instead, Stannis wins?" Sansa was silent for a long moment, her mouth slightly open. You mean my Aunt Lysa would sell me to him? As the sister of a traitor? Trade me to secure her safety? Exactly, my dear. I'd say that's quite possible. But that's absurd. Then why did we come here? I thought the goal was to be safe. My dear Sansa, you can't keep running forever. In a sense, nowhere is truly safe. Not for Sansa Stark, at least. What do you mean? That you must never take anything for granted. When you face a problem, play a game, always assume the worst in every situation. Imagine two possible outcomes, even if they are completely opposite, and then develop solutions for each scenario. Don't be at the mercy of events, try to control them if you can, or at least avoid being caught off guard by the unexpected. Let's assume the Vale is, in any case, the safest place for now, yes. Because the war hasn't reached here, and the mountains make it impenetrable. Now, there are three possible scenarios. Option 1 is that the two kings don't fight. Good. Option 2 is that they do fight, and Robb wins. Even better. But what happens if option 3 comes to pass? That Robb loses. You can't throw yourself into the arms of someone who would sell you out. So what's the solution? I don't know. That you must prevent her from doing so. You must neutralize the advantage she would gain from it. You have value as Sansa Stark. What would happen if instead, you presented yourself to Lady Lysa under a different name, with a different appearance? She'd have no use for you, and you'd face no risk. In this bag is some hair dye. Dark, though it's a shame to cover the Tully red. At King's Landing, you learned to act marvelously, my dear. Pretending to be a docile, submissive prisoner, repentant of her brother's transgressions. Starting tomorrow, you'll play a part both simpler and yet harder at the same time. You'll be Elaine Stone, my bastard daughter. Robb rode at the head of the column, heading toward the Lake of the God's Eye. It was south of that lake that the meeting would take place. His armies followed a few days' march behind, and he was certain Stannis Baratheon was doing the same. Gods, please let another war not begin. I truly want to bring my men back to the north, safe and sound. We've been away for too long, especially with the latest news. Just before they departed, a raven had arrived from Castle Black. Along with new, troubling reports about the others, it stated that Commander Jeor Mormont had gone beyond the wall with 300 men, including Jon, to investigate, only for most of the group to be wiped out in an attack, reportedly by an army of the undead. The commander had survived, only to be killed in a mutiny by his own men. However, even that wasn't the most immediate concern. Rangers who had returned to the Night's Watch reported that tens of thousands of wildlings were marching toward the wall, determined to cross. I shouldn't be here. I should be in the north, protecting my people. Making sure to drive back those damned Ironborn, then fighting alongside Jon. Damn it, Jon, there was no further news about him. I hope he's alright. Daisy Mormont, usually as solid as a rock, had been moved to tears by the news of her grandfather's death. But surely, she was also thinking of her mother and sisters on Bear Island. And surely my mother was thinking of Bran and Rickon, alone at Winterfell. It's one of the safest strongholds in the Seven Kingdoms, but... Hey, Robb. What's with the long face? Alright, we're not going to meet a pretty girl, but still. It was Theon. Recently, they'd had less time to see each other, but Theon's mood had improved considerably. As commander of the archers, he had distinguished himself in battle, earning the respect of the Riverlands men and even Brynden the Blackfish, a rare feat for an Ironborn. I'm thinking we shouldn't be here, Theon. This isn't the battle that truly matters. Are you sure about that, Robb? Because, you know, maybe not. But, what if Stannis decides to stop us from returning north without first licking his boots? At that very moment, this would become the battle that truly matters, because if you don't win this one, you'll never face the other. Robb was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't seen it that way. You might be right. But what would it mean to return victorious only to discover we've lost everything we wanted to protect? You know, Robb, your greatest strength is also a major flaw. You're brilliant, you make bold decisions, take risky bets, and win, but that leads you to decide everything on your own. And yet, you're not alone. And if I'm not mistaken, a couple of times recently, including with the alliance with my father, you've learned it's good to listen to others. You have many capable people under your command, Robb. You should trust them more. Everyone has their role to play. Yara Greyjoy was cursing the Starks. She was cursing her father for sending them to the north. She was cursing her uncle Victorian for luring them into a damned trap, and she was probably cursing the drowned god himself. On paper, Victorian Greyjoy's plan was good, even brilliant. Since the Ironborn ships couldn't land by surprise on the three main rivers of the north, they had to change strategy. Abandon the ships, hide them under foliage, then proceed on foot in small groups. Barrowton had been sacked and burned, but it had been evacuated beforehand, leaving little to take. Then, marching from three directions, one group from each river, they would regroup at the last moment and attack Thorin Square from three sides to seize it. Stay put for a few weeks to recover and gather loot, then abandon the town as northern reinforcements arrived. At that point, they could perform a diversion, feign heading north toward Deepwood Motte but instead cut through the Wolf's Wood to the south, slipping past their pursuers, and attack Samhain, or even Winterfell itself. Why not? To Yara, it had seemed like a good plan, except for the part about attacking Winterfell. Sure, there would be much more to loot there, and even 2 Stark boys to take hostage and ransom for a fortune, but she was convinced a few thousand men could never take a fortress that had stood for 8,000 years, especially without proper siege weapons, with limited supplies, and the need to keep moving to evade pursuers. And yet, it had all gone to hell. They had taken Thorin Square, but only a couple of days later, they were attacked by several hundred cavalrymen led by Winterfell's master-at-arms, Rodrik Cassel, himself. According to their intelligence, Cassel was supposed to be far to the east, handling other matters, but he had fallen upon them like a vengeful storm. Yara wondered how it was possible. It must have been the crippled boy now ruling Winterfell, Bran, I think his name is, damned child, how did he figure out our plans? Victorian had been prepared to fight to the death and had tried to attack Cassel himself, but his men were being massacred by the heavy cavalry and were forced to retreat. Having regrouped and now caught in the open, it was easier for their enemies to confront them. The Salt warriors couldn't exploit either their preferred terrain, the sea, or the element of surprise. Still, many managed to descend the lake to recover their ships hidden at the river's mouth, only to find their enemies waiting. At least half the ships had been discovered and set ablaze. While the Ironborn frantically worked to extinguish the fires and launch the surviving vessels, they heard not only the ominous sound of horses' hooves behind them but another sound as well. It was the war cry of the northern irregulars who had been harassing them thus far, attacking from the southeast and trapping them between two forces. The most troublesome, of course, were the Cranogmen, whose poisoned arrows cut down foes like wheat. Victorian Greyjoy was swinging his sword furiously, his armor stained with the blood of his enemies, roaring orders left and right. And then it happened. What appeared to be the Cranogman leader took aim and loosed a single arrow. It struck her uncle above the hauberk, embedding itself between his shoulder and collarbone, piercing through the chainmail. From the scream the old man let out, Yara had no doubt that arrow was poisoned too. Victorian collapsed to his knees, still conscious, cursing violently. Yara rushed to him, pulled his arm over her shoulders, and helped him escape. "Retreat," she ordered. "Full retreat. Let's leave while we still can." And so ended the Ironborn invasion of the north. The meeting took place in a large tent near the Gold Road, on a vast triangular plain formed by 2 rivers that, a few miles further south, created the Blackwater Rush. As was customary, 500 men from each side stayed a mile away, while 6 warriors stood guard outside the tent. Representing the king in the north, there were 2 from each faction, Dacey and Smallgen for Robb, Loras and Gunthor Hightower for the Tyrells, and Black Walder Free and young Lucas Blackwood for the Tullys. At a short distance, Grey Wind paced, sniffing the air and baring his teeth. But Robb had instructed him to wait and obey Dacey and Smallgen, and the direwolf seemed to understand. This made the young king appear more sorcerous than ever. Inside the tent, 3 representatives from each faction were allowed. Edmure had brought Jason Mallister and Mark Piper, a great warrior and a sound advisor. Mace Tyrell chose his son Garlan and Randil Tarly, a terrible choice for diplomacy in many ways. Robb selected Theon and Robert Glover, one of his most level-headed bannermen, to avoid the fiery tempers of someone like Great Jon or Ricard Karstark causing disaster. Catelyn should have been present but was paralyzed with fear over Stannis possibly using some unspeakable magic like the one that had killed Renly. She knew she couldn't hold her tongue if she attended, so she had let Rob go only after extracting countless promises of caution. Brynden Tully, on the other hand, felt he'd be more useful only if things went south and didn't go. The self-proclaimed king of the Seven Kingdoms arrived accompanied by the enigmatic red woman known as Melisandre and a bearded, balding man in his 50s, introduced as Davos Seaworth, his former admiral and current hand of the king. Rob noticed the old man's sharp and intense eyes, and something about him suggested unease. The red woman, however, was far more unsettling. In some ways, she was even more beautiful than Margaery, yet something about her was wrong. Her demeanor carried a quietly unnerving certainty, the hallmark of fanaticism. She gazed at them all with interest, though it seemed as if she wasn't really seeing them. There was an air about her that suggested she was capable of unimaginable things. It was Melisandre who spoke first. "Welcome to all of you. Though I already know you. I have seen you all. You should feel honored to stand in the presence of Stannis Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Seven Kingdoms, and above all, the chosen of Arla, the Lord of Light." "We do not recognize your god," woman Randyll Tarly retorted disdainfully. "Many do not," the red woman conceded with a smile, "but soon the day will come when all people bow before the Lord of Light. And here before you," Theon proclaimed with a certain pomp, "stands Robert Stark, first of his name, King of the North and the Riverlands." Davos looked as though he had hoped the tone of the meeting would begin differently, but he spoke to avoid escalation. "Greetings to you, Robb Stark. King Stannis has heard much of your deeds, for which he congratulates you. We are also glad to see you in good health, and we mourn the loss of your father, Lord Eddard, and Hand of the King, who, honorable to the end, declared for my king. However, I must emphasize that we do not intend to call you King." Stannis interrupted with an air of superiority. "I do not recall, after all, ceding more than half of my kingdom for it to secede." Robb gave a sidelong glance, unsure whether to respond sharply or keep the meeting civil. But he was preempted. "Ahem." Jason Mallister cleared his throat. "In truth, there are many things your king seems to forget, Lord Davos. Such as, for example, abandoning the Riverlands to the fury of Tywin Lannister, who attacked us by surprise to wage an illegal war. It was the young wolf who saved us. And that is why his bannermen declared him king, and we stand with him." "I confirm all of that," Edmure added, unwilling to be outdone. "My people have suffered greatly. It would be preferable to spare them further hardship." "I assure you that I have an excellent memory," Stannis replied, "and that I never forget a wrong done to my subjects, my kingdom, or me. But it seems that among you, there are some who do not remember the oaths they swore. Isn't that right, Lord Mace? If I'm not mistaken, didn't you swear fealty to House Baratheon, when you were defeated in the rebellion 20 years ago? Such an oath should have included loyalty to the legitimate succession of that house." "I have no intention of listening to these accusations. I came here for a diplomatic meeting, not to be insulted." "What insults, Lord Mace? I am merely stating facts. That man beside you is your son Garlan, correct? If I am not mistaken, you have an elder son, injured in a tourney by the Red Viper of Dawn. Tell me, where is he?" "Why, of course, my son Willers. He didn't join us, he stayed at Highgarden to rule our lands." "Exactly. Because he is your firstborn. And I imagine that just as Garlan cannot inherit Highgarden before Willers, Renly should never have claimed the throne of the Seven Kingdoms before me. Don't you agree, Lord Mace?" Mace Tyrell flushed bright red and was about to respond when his bannerman interrupted. "And that's why," Randyll Tarly hissed, "you had Renly Baratheon assassinated. Your own brother by blood, you've become a kinslayer. And not honorably, in battle. Oh no, you used sorcery, conjured by this woman, and you even have the gall to bring her here to a meeting of lords. This is an insult to us all and speaks volumes about the kind of man you are, Stannis." Melisandre didn't even try to deny it. She seemed very pleased with herself. Stannis shot her a sharp glance. "My brother Renly was a traitor to the crown. I offered him generous terms of peace, and he refused them. He was prepared to attack me, with forces 10 times larger than mine, or he wouldn't have dared, and eliminate me to usurp my throne. The punishment for treason is death. Once that is established, the method of execution is of little consequence. Robert Glover's eyes widened. But you're speaking of sorcery as if it were a formal execution. In the North, he who passes the sentence should swing the sword. And burning prisoners alive is an abomination in the eyes of the seven gods, Mark Piper affirmed. The way Stannis Baratheon eliminates his enemies matters little to me, declared Robb, tired of staying silent, but perhaps he could have shown greater regard for the subjects he claims to care so much about. You executed Joffrey Baratheon, sire, he emphasized the word, but did you not consider that it was my right to kill that little bastard born of incest? After all, he had my father executed on false charges of treason. Delivering him to me would have been, how shall I put it, a gesture of goodwill on your part. Davos intervened. I assure you, Lord Stark, when King Stannis acted, he was also. Thank you, Davos, but that won't be necessary, Stannis interrupted. It is true, Lord Stark, Joffrey wronged you gravely. But he wronged the realm and many others just as much. Upon ascending to the throne, I deemed it crucial to show the people that the king's justice falls equally and impartially upon all, even upon former kings. Before he was your father, Eddard Stark was a Lord Protector and my loyal subject, so I felt it my duty to avenge him. Robb raised an eyebrow as if to say, oh, really? If I may, Garland interjected, we are certainly addressing some heated topics, but perhaps we are losing sight of why we are here, to negotiate. Exactly, Edmure agreed, and since you've stated you care so much for the people, Lord Stannis, I imagine you wouldn't wish to inflict any further unnecessary suffering upon them. All must suffer, sooner or later, Melisandre said serenely. It is the Lord of Light who grants us true glory and true well-being, not in this life, but in the next. Randyll Tarly merely let out an insolent TSK. With all due respect, Mark Piper commented, I'm rather glad to believe in the seven gods. At least they allow for the hope of happiness in this life too. Davos seized the opening. Precisely, Sir Garland. We are here to negotiate. Stannis Baratheon is, as you all know, the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms. However, to spare his subjects unnecessary suffering, he is willing to pardon your withdrawal from his authority, which would otherwise constitute treason, provided you relinquish your titles and honors and kneel before him. Never. I will never do that, roared Mace Tyrell, who was beginning to turn red with anger. If your king wants me to kneel, little man, he'll have to make me, snarled Randyll Tarly. I've already defeated his elder brother in battle during the rebellion, and he is no match for him. Stannis smiled faintly, almost amused by the threats. Robb frowned. Robert Glover said, my lord fought Tywin Lannister because his family was attacked. That is a legitimate act under the laws of gods and men. Why should he be punished for it? Is this your king's justice? Just to clarify, dear Hand of the King, Theon said insolently, what exactly do you mean by relinquishing titles and honors? Davos was about to answer, but once again, Stannis spoke first. What he means, Stannis declared, raising his voice slightly, is that the Tyrells, who have betrayed the crown, must relinquish Highgarden, which will pass to the noble House Florent as the new Lords Paramount of the Reach and Wardens of the South. They will also provide hostages and disband their army. Under these terms, they will be allowed to return unharmed to their lands. But that's absurd. Garland began to say. As for the young wolf, Stannis continued, who has proclaimed himself king, usurping the title of House Baratheon, he must renounce his title, kneel, and transfer the title of Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North to one of his younger brothers, and take the Black. Ridiculous, exclaimed Theon. Finally Stannis concluded, the Riverlands, if they accept the authority of the rightful king, will face no consequences for their attempted secession but must surrender the gold they illegally confiscated from the Lannisters to the crown. What? But that gold is rightfully ours, as reparations for the damages we've suffered. And we took it as spoils of war. Melisandre appeared satisfied, smug even. Davos glanced around uncomfortably, alternating between his king and the others. Throughout all this, Robb had not spoken. His face was pale, but he wore an amused smile, as if someone had told him a joke. When he spoke, all eyes turned to him. And I have only one question for you, O great king. He began, sarcastically. What would happen to all of us miserable traitors if we refused to accept these terms? Stannis raised an eyebrow. Simple. I would descend upon you with my army, annihilate you, and then take each of you one by one to meet the same fate as Joffrey Baratheon. But what is he threatening us? Now Enough. It was Robb who shouted. Authoritative, his voice echoed throughout the tent. My lords, I must ask a favor. Leave me and Stannis Baratheon alone in this tent. Let us speak man to man. King to king. But, Robb. Theon began. Now. Exchanging confused looks, one by one, the others left. Mace Tyrell huffed, doubting that words would achieve anything. Ed Muir, before leaving, cast a pleading look at his nephew. On the other side, Stannis merely nodded. Melisandre gave a slight bow before stepping out, while Davos took a deep breath, glanced at his king, then at Robb, then back at his king, and finally left slowly. When everyone had gone, Robb closed his eyes for a moment and took a deep breath before speaking. You know, Lord Stannis, I am not exactly a diplomatic man, which is why I bring people with me who can help in that regard. And with thousands of lives hanging by a thread, I was trying to avoid saying anything that might lead us to war, but I see that you are not burdening yourself with the same restraint. So, I too will stop using white gloves. Stannis gave a nod and the shadow of a smile, inviting him to continue. He preferred sincerity, even brutal honesty, over hypocrisy and politics. Normally, my mother would be here with us to prevent me from saying something stupid, Robb continued, but she refused to come because she's still terrified of what she saw last time, when you used black magic to murder your brother. My brother was a traitor, and that was not black magic. It was the will of Roller, the Lord of Light. So you don't deny it. It really happened that way, Robb said, still somewhat doubting it. He was shaken by the confirmation that it was indeed magic, and also by Stannis's casual admission. You're aware, aren't you, that this support won't make it easy for you to gain acceptance from the people, right? He continued. They already look down on us northerners for worshipping the old gods, let alone a king who reveres a foreign deity. What god their king worships is not the people's concern, Stannis replied curtly. Perhaps not, but what their king does is very much their concern. And mine as well. You're aware, aren't you, that the real enemies in all of this were the Lannisters? And I defeated them. Practically on my own. While you stayed warm and comfortable at Dragonstone, conjuring sorcery to murder your brother because you were jealous that everyone flocked to serve him while they had no interest in serving you. I won't allow you to. All the burden of this story was borne by my family. By me. We did all the work. While you, what exactly did you do? I took King's Landing. Oh, brilliant. You took a city defended by, how many? 5,000 guards. With only 80,000 men at your disposal. Are you sure you didn't need more, just to be safe? Stannis growled. King's Landing was a rotten fruit, ready to fall. Tywin Lannister, on the other hand, had 50,000 men in total, and I had to face them, always outnumbered. I've won more battles in a year than you've won in your entire life. And I was supposed to do all this just to hand you the 7 kingdoms on a silver platter, after you'd done nothing to earn them, and then get sent to the wall as thanks. Pardon me, Your Grace, but it's true that I miss my bastard brother who joined the Night's Watch, but I think there are other ways to see him again. Robb paused to catch his breath, while Stannis was practically seething. But I am the rightful king, Stannis said through gritted teeth, so fiercely that Robb thought his teeth might crack. Even your father acknowledged it. Ruling the 7 kingdoms is my birthright. To hell with birthrights. You dare come here and lecture me about rights? You dare speak to me of my father? My father died for the sake of birthrights. He was executed as a traitor because rights are whatever those in power decide they are. And my father died because you fled King's Landing like a rabbit instead of facing the Lannisters. If you hadn't, he'd still be alive, and this damned war wouldn't even have started. Careful, boy, very careful. You are not the first to speak to me insolently, and the last one who didn't end well. Really? You're threatening me. Will you send a shadow to kill me too? Because you can't do your dirty work yourself. I won't let you talk to me like that. I was fighting wars when you were still in your mother's womb. Exactly. Robert's Rebellion. Your brother was someone who fought his own battles. Your brother earned his right to rule the Seven Kingdoms through conquest. He didn't wait for the Iron Throne to fall into his lap. You're not like him. You're lucky I'm not, because he'd have killed you by now. More threats. All this arrogance. Do you know who else was arrogant, experienced, and issued threats, thinking I wasn't up to the challenge? Tywin Lannister. And he died with his throat ripped out by my direwolf. Who, in case you're wondering, is just outside. Threat for threat. Damn boy. You understand nothing. Nothing. You think I want to be king of the Seven Kingdoms? That I enjoy it. Being king is an enormous responsibility. A burden to bear for the good of all. You boast about the title your bannerman gave you, but it's mostly a burden to you, isn't it? Without it, you'd already be back in the north, and yet, here you are, yelling at me in this tent, trying to find a way out that you can't see. But every king is alone, Robb Stark. He's the loneliest person in the Seven Kingdoms. It's not a privilege, not a pleasure, it's a continuous torment. Continuous. Even when there are happy moments. Which are few. And then you're haunted, by memories. By the choices you've made. The ones you had to make. Do you think I enjoyed having my brother killed? I loved him, despite everything. And then why? Why? Because I must. No one else can. No one else will succeed. The Seven Kingdoms must be protected. Here Robb felt as though Stannis knew more than he was letting on, but he quickly regained his composure. And only I can do it. Only I. I know it. Rolla chose me for this task. Melisandre saw it, and her magic works, so everything she says is true. The Seven Kingdoms need me. Robb softened slightly and began to understand a few things. Then, however, he said, Stannis Baratheon, this argument is unworthy of you. If you truly cared about the safety of the Seven Kingdoms, why didn't you protect the Riverlands? I couldn't. I was half a continent away with only 5,000 men. But later, when you got 3/4 of Renly's troops, you could have done it, couldn't you? Had you really cared, march against Tywin Lannister, take him from behind. But instead, you rushed to take King's Landing, to sit on the Iron Throne, and gain all the legitimacy that comes with it. For the first time, Stannis seemed caught off guard. He began to sweat, as if he'd never considered it. I needed to be recognized as king by all Seven Kingdoms, otherwise, I couldn't have protected them. I had to claim the throne first, they had to be united under me, otherwise. Robb shook his head. Do you call me a boy, but I think in this instance I know more than you. It's true, the crown I've been given is a burden. But at the same time, it's a great honor. Because it demonstrates that my bannermen trust me. And I must be worthy of that trust. And it's true, the king's duty is to serve the realm, not the other way around. But a king is not necessarily doomed to be alone, he is only as lonely as he chooses to be. In these months, I've understood the importance of surrounding myself with people I can trust, and of listening to their advice, to reach together what I could not reach alone. Since ancient times, true kings have not ascended to the throne, they were chosen. Supported by thousands of invisible hands, they were elevated above all others, never forgetting, however, who put them in that position. Stannis looked at him, astonished. But, he who is not the true king, cannot protect the realm, so says Arla. I don't believe in Arla. I believe in the gods of my father. But even if Arla does exist, after all, he's given more proof of hearing your prayers than the trees have ever given me of hearing mine, then that God has failed to understand something fundamental. A true king should not conquer the throne to save the realm, he should save the realm to prove himself worthy of conquering the throne. Stannis remained silent. What else do you mean to say? At this very moment, the Ironborn have invaded my lands. The wildlings threaten the wall. And instead of being out there facing these threats, I am in this tent with you. I make you an offer, Stannis Baratheon. If you agree not to impose any consequences on the Riverlands, to leave them the Lannister gold, and to allow me to return north to protect my people without obstacles, I might renounce my title, though it will be hard to explain to my bannermen. Stannis seemed to contemplate the offer. And forgive the Tyrells, I suppose. They already bent the knee to your brother, they'll bend it to you too. That's the problem. It's not that they are reluctant to kneel, they are far too willing to do so, for many different claimants. They have a nasty habit of getting above themselves, they are never satisfied with what they have, always wanting more. They are like the Lannisters in that regard, and I don't want to face them again in 5 or 10 years. In that case, take hostages. Arrange marriages. Do what southern houses usually do. Oh, and one more thing, of course. You must return my sisters safe and sound. At that statement, Stannis stiffened. Was he embarrassed? He didn't seem to know how to broach the subject. Robb felt a chill. You do have my sisters, don't you? Don't tell me that during the siege. Nothing happened to your sisters during the siege. Not by my hand, at least. When we entered the Red Keep, I ordered them to be sought out and brought to me safe and sound. But they weren't found. What? The Lannisters had. I don't believe they harmed them. At least I think not. As for Sansa, the elder, we know she was kept in the Red Keep until the night of the siege, but then, her room, it was empty. Empty? What do you mean, empty? Vanished. Gone. As if someone had made her flee at the last moment. We couldn't find out more. How not? And Arya? Stannis looked even more embarrassed. As for the younger, we questioned a lot of people, and it seems, no one has seen her since the day of Ned Stark's execution. What? She seems to have vanished into thin air. Even the Lannisters had no idea where she was, despite long searches. The king was disappointed. He had obviously hoped to use Robb's sisters as bargaining chips, beyond truly hoping to save Eddard's daughters. So, they lied to me, the king in the north said. All this time they pretended to have both of them, to negotiate with me, but it was obvious they had no intention of trading them. Arya wasn't even there. Robb felt dizzy. All this time, he had thought Sansa and Arya were captives, yes, but that meant they were relatively safe as hostages and certainly in one place. Instead, they could be anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms. My mother won't take this well. I'm sorry, admitted Stannis, I wish I could have done more. Anyway, he continued, changing tone, the offer you're making me isn't plausible. The Lannister gold is needed. What? What do you mean, needed? For what? Robb, the realm is bankrupt. We owe money not only to the Lannisters and the Tyrells but also to the Iron Bank of Braavos and half a dozen smaller Essozi banks. We must pay our debts. To hell with the debts. We'll pay them some other time. In the Riverlands, people are starving. Winter is coming. If we don't pay the debts, the Iron Bank will fund our enemies. It's what they do, it's happened before. So, no Sansa and Arya, no Lannister gold, what are you offering me, Stannis Baratheon? What compensation will avoid a war? Will you come north with me to save Winterfell and the Wall? I can do that, but not immediately. I must ensure the Tyrells don't rebel, and that Dorne submits too. Enough. All you do is ask, and give nothing in return. If the north is such a bother to you, let me secede. I'll relinquish the Riverlands, or rather, let them decide who they want to be governed by, but if you leave them even half the gold, they might be happy to kneel, I think, but the North will be independent again, as it was for thousands of years. I'll deal with the Greyjoys and the Wildlings on my own. After all, I know the North has never been a great deal for the Iron Throne, it's not a wealthy region, and it would cost more to defend or retake it than it would ever yield in profit. What do you say? Would you be ready to be king of the Six Kingdoms? Stannis watched him for a long time. At last, he said. No, these terms are unacceptable. Damn you. May the White Walkers drag you to hell. Why are you so stubborn? And you wonder why everyone preferred your brothers. It's not about stubbornness, growled the bald king, but about fairness. The kingdoms were 7 under my brother Robert, and they must remain 7 under me. And don't delude yourself, Robb. Against what's coming, the North won't survive on its own. What do you mean? You know something that. All I know is that you need to kneel. Perhaps I might generously allow you to remain Lord of Winterfell, instead of sending you to the wall alongside your bastard brother. You're insane. You'd risk the lives of thousands of men just to. No, you would risk them, Robb. I have the larger army. You stand no chance of winning, not even by allying with the Tyrells, assuming they don't change sides again in the meantime. You know something. Tywin Lannister also had the larger army. And yet, I defeated him. If I were you, I wouldn't be so confident. And I'll tell you something else, you're a terrible king. You put your pride and self-interest above the needs of your people. I am the rightful king. Anyone who has to keep saying I am the king is no king. You're nothing but a traitor. You have no right to. And you're a kinslayer who uses dark magic. You're also a terrible person, Stannis Baratheon. Garland Tyrell is right, someone like you should never rule the Seven Kingdoms. People suffer when their king is unfit, like under the Mad King. And you burn people alive, just like he did. Stannis was livid, his eyes like embers. One more word and what? You'll have another shadow kill me. Why haven't you done it already? Stannis glared at him with murderous intent. For a moment, Robb thought he would break the truce and attack him outright. No, it's not that you don't want to, it's that you can't, is that it? Of course, it must be blood magic or something that can't be used endlessly, it must come with consequences. Stannis composed himself and turned toward the exit. I don't need magic to defeat you, Robb. My armies will suffice. Robb gave him a sarcastic half-bow. You'll find me waiting. Your Grace. In hindsight, Robb wasn't proud of how things had gone, but what was done was done. On horseback, on the road back, Theon said to him, don't blame yourself, Robb. You did what was possible and then some. That man is as stubborn as an oak and as annoying as constipation. Even Baelor the Blessed couldn't have kept his temper with him. What? You heard what we said to each other. Well, a tent isn't exactly made of stone, and you weren't exactly whispering, were you? But it's for the best. Everyone can testify that you tried every possible way to achieve peace and that it was he who refused. Fantastic. Now, everyone knows I argued with Stannis, and because of that, thousands will die. Moreover, your Grace added Daisy Mormont, while you were inside the tent. Grey Wind started growling. It was terrifying. We feared he might leap inside, and we wouldn't be able to stop him. Yes, he feels what I feel, Robb said. Others exchanged puzzled glances and continued riding. When they returned to Wayfarer's Rest, the first castle in the north, all the participants gathered for a war council. The armies of the north and the Riverlands were further north, at Acorn Hall, halfway between Riverrun and their current location, while the Tyrell forces, positioned at Stony September, were crossing the river at Old Mill to join their commanders, traveling west to east. Once all the lords and commanders had gathered in the main hall of Lord Cale Vance's castle, Robb excused himself, and while Robert Glover informed the group of the failed negotiations, the king in the north went upstairs to personally inform his mother, not just of the outcome of the meeting but, more importantly, about the situation regarding Sansa and Arya. She must hear it from me. Catelyn Tully, widow of Stark, as expected, was far more distraught over the news about her daughters than the impending war, about which she had never harbored much hope. The still young woman had endured enormous worries in recent months. To protect her family, she had lost her beloved husband, whose bones now rested in Winterfell, and had been unable to properly grieve in order to support her eldest son, engaged in war. She hadn't seen her two youngest sons in ages, they were alone in the north, now invaded by enemies, and had clung to a fragile hope of seeing her daughters again. As long as she believed they were hostages in King's Landing, there was always a chance. But now, it was as if all the worries she had suppressed hit her at once, and she deflated like a balloon, collapsing into a chair in her room. Robb took her hand. How is this possible? How? Mother, I don't know, and neither does Stannis. But as much as he's a horrible person, he has no reason to lie. If he had found them, he would use them as hostages. And if the Lannisters had harmed them, he would tell us. But then, maybe his troops, during the siege, and in that case, he wouldn't tell us. He had better pray to his red god that's not the case. But I don't think that's the explanation. Then where are they, Robb? Where are my girls? Mother. Mother. I understand you're upset, I am too. But, don't you see? This is the first glimmer of hope we've had in months. Arya has been missing since the day of the execution. And she's resourceful, you know that. And Sansa, if she disappeared from her room, it means someone helped her escape. Both of them were helped, I'm certain. But, if that's the case, why haven't they been returned to us? Even for ransom. It makes no sense. I don't know. I admit that. But I'm sure they're alive. I can feel it. He turned around, after hugging her again, and made to descend into the hall, casting her an apologetic glance. Go, Robb. Do what you must. I will join you later, perhaps. Robb Stark descended into the hall to find the Lords of the North, the Riverlands, and those loyal to the Tyrells immersed in an incessant buzz. They had divided into a dozen groups, each one dedicated to discussing, arguing, conspiring, planning, and often moving from one group to another to make proposals, changes, suggestions, insults. More than once, someone had raised their voice against another, and it was a miracle that no one had come to blows. Here I am, my lords, Robb announced, tired. Forgive me for the wait. Any news? Lord Dustin leaned forward with a scroll in hand, beaming. There is good news from the north, your grace. It seems that Roderick Castle has defeated the Ironborn, and they are retreating, chased away by Howland Reed. They are abandoning our lands, the north is safe. Really? That's the first good news in ages. How did it happen? Thanks to your brother, Lord Ryswell interjected. It seems he ordered Lord Roderick to reverse course and directed him to Thorin Square, just 2 days after the Ironborn had invaded. He is worthy blood of his brother and father. Robb felt reassured. Just as Theon said. I'm not alone. Everyone is doing their part, even Bran. How can I sit here and wallow, when even my 10-year-old brother is protecting our lands? Very good. I am proud of him. But I thought Castle was hunting that bandit, Red Armor, who kidnapped Lady Hornwood. Any news on him? Aye, your grace, and positive ones, too, said Roose Bolton, with more enthusiasm in his tone than usual. He was defeated and killed by my bastard, Ramsay. It seems he gathered 600 men and struck just as he was fleeing from Castle. Excellent. And was he able to free the lady? Asked Wylis Marndaly. Before marrying Lord Hornwood, the woman had been his father's sister. Alas, it seems not. But the search continues. So the north is safe, Lord Dustin declared, except for the news from the wall. Bah! The wall is solid, it has stood for 8,000 years, declared Greatjon. The wildlings can gather as many men as they want, but winter is coming, and it will take them a lifetime just to reach it. Even if the Night's Watch is leaderless, it will take months before they're a problem, believe me. Ahem. Randyll Tarly coughed. I understand your lordship's concerns, but perhaps it is time to deal with the problem at hand, don't you think? Stannis Baratheon and his 70,000 men. I told you it was a mistake to send half the troops away. Jon Osbracken shouted, who, in fact, had said nothing at the time. Lucky for us, not all of them followed the order. Edmure Tully took the criticism from one of his most important and turbulent bannermen. He was disheartened to have to fight another war. My lords, I am sorry things went the way they did, Robb said. I tried to negotiate with Lord Stannis, but... But is it true, your grace, that you tried to barter the war spoils for peace? Asked Lord Mouton. I tried to put several alternatives on the table and... Robb justified himself. Hell. Greatjon roared. We know Stannis Baratheon's reputation. That man breaks, but he doesn't bend. We could have promised him all of ancient Valyria, and he still wouldn't have been satisfied. Some of the lords of the north, behind the scenes, began to whisper that perhaps, if they hadn't had to protect the Riverlands, they could have returned home by now. One of the Riverlords heard this and nearly came to blows. It was the Blackfish who restored order. We warned you what kind of man he was, Mace Tyrell pointed out. You should have made an agreement with us while there was still time. And now, we're all in trouble. If he had known we would stand together, perhaps it wouldn't have changed anything, Jason Mallister concluded. You've seen it too, he's as proud as a peacock. He's convinced he can beat us all, separately or together. We can still make it, though, can't we? Lord Vance, the host, said encouragingly. The North and the Riverlands have defeated the Lannisters, and now we have other allies. Of course, what are we waiting for? Let's attack him first. Let's shove his threats down that insolent stag's throat. Let's surprise him, Ricard Karstark suggested. Too risky, Mark Piper pointed out. However, we have an advantage he doesn't, the rivers. We can build large barges, sail down the Blackwater Rush, and come at him from two sides. He'd fortify King's Landing and we'd never finish. I say. No, you don't understand. His army is large, it will be hard to feed them. I think we should. My lords. My lords. Robb raised his voice to restore order. All your plans are premature. First, our troops are not here yet. Second, his troops, as numerous as they are, will take 2 weeks to reach us because they will move very slowly. Third, we must settle the matter of alliances. Lord Mace, do you still intend to fight with us? Should we? The Lord of the Reach asked, offended. I offered you my daughter's hand and the Iron Throne, and you refused. What do we stand to gain now? My lord, it's not about gaining something, it's about survival. You are as much an enemy of Stannis as we are, perhaps more. None of us can defeat him alone. What do you intend to do? Return to Highgarden. We could do that, Randall Tarly intervened. We have more supplies and forage than anyone else in the Seven Kingdoms, and we are the only ones who can enlist more troops from the men we left behind. We can win this war on our own, if necessary. That's not such a brilliant idea, Brynden Tully contradicted, earning an angry glare. First of all, Highgarden is not well protected geographically, it can be easily attacked. It doesn't have the natural defenses of the Vale, the North, or the thick walls of Storm's End. Second, to get back there, you'd have to pass right under Stannis's nose, and I bet he's just waiting for the chance to tear you apart separately. At that point, he could strike your undefended lands, gather supplies for his massive army, return to face us, and quietly starve us out. No, not a great plan. We must ally. It's the only chance we have. Winter is coming, my lords, and I assure you it will spare no one, Robb pleaded. Give me a reason to do so. Mace Tyrell held his ground, lofty. Robb was starting to lose patience with the pompous Lord of the Reach when a voice was heard from above, from the stairs. Lord Tyrell is right. About 30 pairs of eyes turned to look at Catelyn Stark, who stood, regal and unyielding, at the top of the stairs. To Robb, she no longer seemed like the same woman who had collapsed in her room an hour earlier, but someone entirely new. Catelyn began to descend the stairs slowly, all eyes and ears on her, as she continued, "It's true, as it has always been done, an alliance of this magnitude must be sealed by marriage." The woman cast a knowing glance at her eldest son. He had to trust her. After a long moment of surprise, he gave a brief nod of assent. "Lord Tyrell, my son, Robert of House Stark, will take your daughter, Margaery of House Tyrell, as his wife. And when you defeat Stannis Baratheon, they will sit together on the Iron Throne. Do these terms seem acceptable to you?" Mace Tyrell's face lit up. Garland seemed grateful that someone was showing some common sense, finally. Loras appeared surprised, but in a positive way. "Well, of course," Lady Catelyn Mace said, his tone softer, "after all, this was our initial proposal." "Treason! Perjury!" was shouted from the back of the hall. It was Lothar Frey, the eldest son of Walder and commander of their contingent. By his side stood Walder the Black, the bastard of the house, a feared fighter. "Robb Stark was promised to Roislyn Frey, my sister. You cannot undo the agreement made with my father. You cannot do it." Catelyn Stark turned her gaze toward them. She had anticipated this objection. "Lord Lothar, I understand your discontent. But that agreement would need to be renegotiated anyway. Lord Walder, in exchange for the passage," she emphasized, "that we required to rescue my brother, your Lord Paramount, from the Lannister siege, did not ask for Robb's marriage only, which at that time was to the heir of Winterfell, and not yet a king, but also the future marriage of my daughter Arya to one of yours. Well, my daughter Arya has disappeared, and no one knows where she is. Therefore, from our side, it is impossible to uphold the agreement. It needs to be renegotiated, there is no other choice. I protest. An agreement is an agreement, squeaked the little man. One marriage is less than two, but it's still better than nothing. And anyway, Robb Stark was always the one who mattered most, among them. My lord, Robb began, now growing weary, the promise was that I would marry Roislin after the war. Well, now that we face a new threat, it is very likely that, if I do not win, and make no mistake, without the Tyrell alliance, we will not win. By the end of the war, I will be dead, either killed in battle, or burned alive by Stannis. It doesn't matter which of the two, and then I will not marry anyone, rest assured, so you won't gain anything either way. In fact, added the Blackfish, if I were you, I wouldn't be shouting to the four winds that Robb Stark is promised to your family. Stannis Baratheon is not a reasonable man, and if we are defeated, he will make you pay for it, rest assured. During that exchange, Catelyn had placed a hand on her younger brother's arm and gave him a silent plea. Edmure understood, sighed heavily, and lowered his head. Then he took a step forward and raised his voice. I will do it. I will marry Roislin free in Robb's place. I am your Lord Paramount. Lord Walder could not have struck a better deal, and in any case, this is what he has been trying to secure for years. There should be no problem, don't you think? Lothar appeared caught off guard by the proposal. But I'm not sure. I should ask my father. I mean, marrying the Lord Paramount, it would certainly be a great honor, but, well, it's not the same as marrying a king, you understand. Brynden was about to retort sharply, but then Edmure, usually composed, decided he had had enough. He put a hand on his arm to signal him to stay out of it, his temples bulging, and he began to shout. Listen well, you weasel. You will now go to your room, take a scroll, and write a message to your father. It is your Lord Paramount commanding you, clear. And you will write to the Lord Delay, as my father used to call him since he arrived at the Trident after the battle was over, during the rebellion, that the agreements have been changed. It's either this, or wait for being burned alive by Stannis Baratheon. The choice is only his. And just to be even more clear, you will also write that, since bargaining for the passage of allies while I was besieged in my castle by Jaime Lannister could already be considered high treason, he should consider himself not only lucky to avoid any consequences, but he should feel very honored that his Lord Paramount grants him the high honor of taking his daughter's hand. Have I made myself clear? Lothar Frey stood dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. He looked around, everyone was against him. He lowered his gaze. Yes, I will do so. Once calm was restored, Catelyn and Mace made the final arrangements. Loras went to deliver the news to his sister, who was staying in another wing of the castle, and brought her to the room. As usual, the girl was beautiful, though lacking her usual control, her calculated expressions, as she had been caught by surprise while resting, with only a cloak covering her nightgown, her hair disheveled, and a surprised, spontaneous expression on her face, involuntarily sweet. Robb didn't have time to savor the moment, but she seemed marvelous to him. It was as if he were seeing her for the first time. This was how she truly was, not when she was performing for someone, but in her natural state. Catelyn and Mace placed their children's hands together and sealed the betrothal according to the customs of the old and new gods. Afterward, all the commanders held a war council until late into the night. At the end, the king in the north knocked on the door of the room where his mother was resting. Tell me, Robb, what is it? Is everything all right? The woman asked, exhausted from sleep. No, no problem, mother. I just wanted to, well, thank you. You've solved a difficult situation. The 4,000 Freys will help us, though of course we still need the 30,000 Tyrells even more. It wasn't easy saving both the goat and the cabbage. It's also thanks to Edmure. I've never seen him command respect like that. As for me, I just fixed that terrible agreement I made months ago. You should never have been promised to Lord Walder's daughter. I realize it couldn't have been easy for you. So much has happened all at once. I took comfort when I heard how Bran is managing Winterfell and that he and Rickon are safe again. I couldn't stay depressed while even my 10-year-old son is doing his part. Yeah, it was the same for me. Speaking of which, I know how much you miss Bran and Rickon, and how much they miss you, since they are the youngest, and now that the alliance is settled, and the North is safe again, Well, what do you mean? Mother, whether we win or lose, this place is soon going to become a hell. It makes no sense for you to stay here. You've done your part. Go back to Winterfell. Your children need you. As soon as this is over, one way or another, I will bring Sansa and Arya back to you. It's a promise. Davos Seaworth was discussing with his king in his private tent. If he was the hand of the king, why did Stannis bypass him every time? How could the other lords respect his authority if the king didn't respect the opinions of his own hand? And why embark on another war when his enemies had come to negotiate peace? The Starks had every interest in protecting the north and the wall, so they could have easily cooperated. I cannot cooperate with traitors, Stannis Baratheon replied bluntly. It is necessary for the realm to be united if it wants to survive the long night. Having too many heads going in different directions will not help us when the threat manifests. It is better to establish direct control over the Seven Kingdoms now than to regret it later. At that moment, Melisandre entered the tent. She looked concerned. Good evening, Sir Davos. It is urgent that I speak with the king. Alone. Davos gave her a sidelong glance but left. Stannis turned to the Red Woman. So? Have you consulted the flames? What did you see? Unfavorable omens, she replied. If we don't do something, in 2 weeks, Robb Stark will defeat you in battle. Chapter 9, The Battle at the God's Eye. 2 weeks passed. Choosing the best place to engage in battle proved anything but trivial. On one hand, it seemed that Stannis was stalling in leading his sizable army northward, but in reality, he had been waiting, on Davos's advice, for the return of scouts he had sent to the right side of the Great Lake called the God's Eye, and further up, almost to Daeari, to ensure his enemies weren't planning to pull a nasty trick on him by descending on that side to try to encircle him or attack undefended King's Landing while he marched up the left side of the lake to meet them. To be honest, such a tactic had been considered, but it was discarded due to the extended time and logistical difficulties it would have entailed. Davos had also sent his sailors disguised as fishermen to ascend the 2 rivers, then blocked them just before the Blackwater rush with massive chains stretching from bank to bank, the same chains Tyrion Lannister had used against him, to prevent the Riverlords from leveraging their expertise with boats. At the same time, Stannis, ever cautious, had sent scouts southward to ensure reinforcements from the Reach wouldn't arrive to trap him in a pincer move. This was his own idea. Meanwhile, Willers Tyrell, in Highgarden, had received a raven announcing the betrothal of his sister Margaery to Robb and the alliance of 3 regions against the last Baratheon. However, his only instruction was to prepare for any possible, though unlikely, attacks from Stannis and to otherwise await further orders. The wise eldest son had even burned a letter, received weeks earlier, from Tywin Lannister with a proposal of alliance that, to his personal satisfaction, had never materialized. After evaluating several options, Robb resolved to follow the simplest and most immediate course of action, avoid dividing his forces, refrain from even attempting to split the enemy's forces, as they wouldn't fall for it anyway, and face Stannis in open battle, preferably in a geographical area that met 3 objectives. Preserve the Riverlands from further devastation. Avoid the logistical and tactical confusion that would arise if the battle fragmented into 1,000 smaller skirmishes amid woods, rivers, and castles. Neutralize Stannis's numerical advantage by choosing terrain unfavorable to him, preventing him from maneuvering his massive army with ease, while also avoiding a trap so obvious that it would deter him from engaging. The young wolf had already won battles using clever and daring plans that involved attacking where the enemy least expected it, and this time would be no exception. However, it was essential to devise a strategy to resolve the matter as quickly as possible with a single pitched battle, avoiding a prolonged military campaign with multiple skirmishes that would allow Stannis to exploit his numerical superiority. In the end, the chosen location wasn't far from where the negotiations had taken place, a vast plain stretched beside the God's Eye, at the point where the 2 rivers flowing south had not yet met, and further north from where the Gold Road, coming from King's Landing, veered westward. Another small stream, born from an underground spring, cut through half of that plain to the east, flowing into the lake. This created a space, on the lake's shores, between this stream and the larger river that originated from the lake's southern tip and flowed to the sea. A large, but not too large, space. North of this shallow, easily fordable stream rose the Willowwood, on whose edge stood the namesake castle of House Woad. West of the forest lay the village of White Willow, and to the north, the village of Crossed Elms. A few miles east of this, on the lake's northern shore, stood the black and terrifying fortress of Harrenhal, which still seemed to defy all contenders, with the town of Harrenton at its feet. Stannis's troops would be engaged almost immediately during their northward ascent, trying to lure them into doing exactly what their enemies wanted. The overall plan had been outlined by the Blackfish, then heavily revised, perhaps too much, by the other strategists after being examined and approved. As the saying went, too many cooks spoil the broth, and for this reason, Robb had the final word to simplify everything and ensure that individual ambitions, Randyll Tarly, Chios Blackwood, Jon Osbracken, Great Jon Umber, Jason Mallister, Ricard Karstark, didn't prevail over common sense. Roose Bolton proposed a specific position for his cavalry. Some Riverlords requested placing their infantry on the right flank of the formation to better leverage their cooperation, developed against the Lannisters, and minimize the disadvantage of numbers. The forces of the Reach had a numerical advantage, both total and relative to cavalry, with 7,500 units well distributed among the various houses, and thus would play a primary role. However, the outlined plan required the forces to split and later regroup, hence, great emphasis was placed on secret training exercises and the ability of the respective commanders to coordinate. Robb didn't feel too confident but was certain he had made all necessary preparations. During the last meeting, there had been a minor clash with Loras. The young man seemed calmer and in better spirits since the alliance and his sister's engagement, but the closer they got to battle, the more restless he became. When he remarked that he couldn't wait to engage, Robb, only a year older than him but already a veteran of several battles, pointed out that tournaments are one thing, war another. The Knight of Flowers retorted that he'd soon show how well he could handle himself even in this context and left, offended. Rolling up the map while alone in his tent, the young wolf was joined by the older Tyrell brother, Garlan, 23 years old and already married, who apologized to their commander for his younger brother's impetuosity. "You have nothing to apologize for, Garlan. You weren't the one who spoke, and if I were easily offended, I wouldn't have lasted long among the lords of the North and the Riverlands. The former are hot-headed, the latter quarrelsome. Your brother is just impatient, like many other young men. I'm only a year older than him, but I've had to grow up faster. I only hope the harsh reality doesn't crush his nightly dreams too soon. Hard times lie ahead. Winter is coming, eh?" Garlan replied, echoing the motto of his new ally's house. "You know, my lord, I've always found that motto curious. Fascinating, certainly, but peculiar. As if the focus is more on the future, on preparing for the worst, than on the present. Melancholic." Robb liked Garlan. He harbored no illusions that the Tyrells had allied with them for any reason other than convenience, but this young man seemed by far the best of the bunch in every respect. Polite, kind, well-disposed toward others, level-headed, he was also the best fighter Robb had ever seen. He trained by wielding two swords, one in each hand, fighting 4 opponents at once to be ready for a real battle he had yet to experience due to his age. "No offense, sir, but your motto has always struck me as odd too, growing strong. I'm not saying every motto needs to inspire fear, but I admit, it doesn't command fear or respect. My grandmother Olenna says the same thing. At the same time, it has a similar meaning to yours. Think of the future, have patience, and prepare for what's to come. Build strength brick by brick, without haste, without making foolish mistakes, to achieve one's goals." But instead of being pessimistic, it has an optimistic outlook. And thus, fitting for a southern house that thrives in fertile and abundant lands. From that perspective, I envy you a little, I admit. Yes, both mottos reflect their houses. These attitudes depend on the environment in which we grew up, and where our ancestors lived. But perhaps it's destiny that the two houses that think more about the future than the present have allied themselves, don't you think? And there are other similarities between us. Both the Tyrells and the Starks are large families united amongst themselves, unlike the Lannisters and the Baratheons, for instance. I genuinely believe that, as different as we might seem to outsiders, this alliance between us can work. I really hope so, Robb remarked. After all, finding reliable allies is no easy task. Don't tell me. More than half the army we're about to face is made up of our former subordinates. The girl was running for her life. At that moment, she was no longer Squabble, she was Arya Stark again. She hated leaving Gendry and Hot Pie behind, but she had no choice. An opportunity like this would never come again. The Brotherhood had never ventured so far south, around High Heart, and Lemon Cloak and Tom Sevenstrings had heard from some prostitutes who'd been with soldiers of House Smallwood that the Stark-Tully Tyrell alliance would face Stannis Baratheon in the southern area of the God's Eye, with the camp set between Willowswood and the Crossed Elms. Although they had no intention of interfering in the battle, they had approached that area. If Stannis emerged victorious, they planned to reveal themselves to him as loyal to his brother's will and faithful to the Lord of Light. This meant that, from their position, it would be easier to encounter Robb's troops. Arya had waited as long as she could, then slipped away. She had a rough idea of where they were. Now, she just had to reach Robb before her former companions caught up with her. There were 4, maybe 5 of them. 2 men of House Dustin and 3 of House Sawin. Mounted scouts, skilled and silent. On more than one occasion, the careful and invisible reconnaissance of these units had played a crucial role in the young wolf's victories. These 5 men were moving through a thicket, having wrapped their horses' hooves and keeping a hand on their muzzles to prevent them from whinnying. There was something they needed to verify. At the heart of the grove lay a perfectly circular clearing. It was impossible for it to have been created naturally. It must have been a relic of the times when the first men held rituals for their old gods. At the center of this clearing, a pyre had been built with a pole in the middle. Tied to the pole was a boy under 20. At the foot of the pyre stood a woman in red, with striking red hair, green eyes, and a gleaming jewel around her neck. About a dozen figures stood before her. Half were soldiers of the Stormlands, the other half a group of cultists dressed in red, their faces hidden by hoods. The woman held a lit torch in her hand. Taking care not to make a sound, the scouts listened to her words. "The Lord of Light has demanded a sacrifice," the woman began, addressing her audience, "a proof of our devotion and faith. In the past, we have placed our trust in him, and he has not let us down. May today's sacrifice also be pleasing to him and lead our king to victory. In the name of Stannis Baratheon, first of his name. Azor Ahai, the prince that was promised. For the glory of the Lord of Light," chanted the hooded figures in unison. The soldiers seemed uneasy. A sergeant asked, "My lady, are you certain? Lord Stannis has invested many resources in recovering this boy. Edric Storm may be a bastard, yes, but he is Robert Baratheon's natural son, proof that Stannis has a rightful claim to the throne. Blood of his blood." "Exactly. Royal blood. That's why his sacrifice will have greater value." "But, did the king directly order you to do this?" he asked hesitantly. Melisandre gave him a sweet smile, recalling her earlier conversation with Stannis. As the moment of confrontation approached, Stannis had become more impatient and insecure. At first, he had rejected the Red Priestess's proposal to once again use magic to win, to dispel the ominous vision she had seen. He wanted to prove to that arrogant boy that he could defeat him on the battlefield. But as the days went by, he became less convinced. Like a worm burrowing into his mind, the memory of Melisandre's last feat echoed in his thoughts. Renly would have decimated his troops, that had been her previous vision, yet now Renly was dead. Melisandre's powers work, so what she says must be true. She had told Robb Stark this in the tent. And in the tent, she had said other things. Even Tywin Lannister had a larger army. Yet I defeated him. Were I you, I wouldn't be so confident of success. Finally, the day before, he had given her implicit consent. "Do what you must," he had said, and nothing more. "Yes," the woman replied simply to the sergeant. And with that, she turned, dipped the torch into the dry pyre, and the flames rose high and fierce. The boy did not scream. From the way his head lolled to one side, it seemed he had been drugged and was not feeling any pain. "Glory to the Lord of Light," proclaimed the Red Woman. "Grant Stannis victory over his enemies." The scouts, though horrified, decided they had seen enough and silently retreated. As he sat astride his horse, waiting for the trap to spring, Robb cast a fleeting glance at Rickard Karstark on his left. Since he had allowed him to execute Jaime Lannister, the old man's attitude had completely changed. Where once he had been constantly aloof, brusque, and argumentative, now he practically worshipped the ground his king walked on and would have thrown himself into the flames for him. Of course, he was still impulsive and fierce, but that was just his personality. However, Robb also noticed genuine paternal affection, joy, and gratitude as he stood beside his firstborn son, Harry On, ready to enter battle alongside his father for the first time. Harry On had been under Roose Bolton's command when Robb had ordered him to act as bait for Tywin Lannister while he fought at Riverrun. The boy had been captured and held prisoner at Harrenhal for months, only to be freed when the Great Jon took the castle just weeks earlier. Now he seemed fine, and Robb found himself thinking that perhaps the old man's change, after losing his two younger sons in the same battle, was due more to having regained his eldest son than to the revenge itself. The king in the north recalled that up north, Karstark had a first cousin, Cregan, who would become the heir of Karhold if Rickard returned from the war without heirs. What gives more satisfaction? Revenge. Or perhaps, is it more important to build something of your own? A flash crossed his mind. Margaery. He had hardly spoken to her since their betrothal night, and for safety, she had been sent to Acorn Hall, awaiting the outcome of the battle. That girl undoubtedly had a certain charm, but at their first meeting, though he had been positively impressed, she seemed too self-assured, as if every word she spoke, however right and pleasant to hear, was overly calculated. Her words were honey, carefully crafted to ensnare. But did she truly believe what she said? Or did she always adapt her tone according to necessity? If he was a wolf, Margaery was a fox. Can I marry a fox? Can I trust her? Can I build a family with her and sit on the Iron Throne with her by my side? The thought made his head spin. Until now, he had always been focused on doing something, planning the next step, and he had never truly realized what the alliance with the Tyrells would entail. I don't really want the Iron Throne. All I've ever wanted is to save my family and return to the north. Sitting on that old iron chair will become a sacrifice, more than a pleasure. But if it's truly the only way to, better not to think about it. Dwelling on something else during a battle might get me killed. Brienne of Tarth didn't feel very at ease while she waited her turn, positioned at the center of the formation. Why am I here? Is this truly my place? To fight? To kill Stannis? To avenge Renly? Shouldn't I have gone north with Lady Catelyn? She left a long time ago now, and I swore to serve her, or I could have suggested going in search of her daughters. It would have been the least I could do to repay her for saving my life. No, that's not it. I am a warrior. I swore allegiance to Robb Stark, on my honor. I must prove to Loras Tyrell and everyone else that I had nothing to do with Renly's death. I will do my part, and if Stannis crosses my path. Stannis's massive army had left its base camp near the Rush, where they could draw water for men and horses and where they were naturally protected on 2 out of 3 sides. They then advanced, forming a colossal rectangle of armed men that made the earth tremble as it marched. The baggage trains were left at the rear, while individual archer units were placed at various heights along the column, and the cavalry was divided into 3 detachments covering the front and sides, advancing in a fan formation several hundred meters away from the main army, performing reconnaissance to locate the enemy. The latest information suggested that Robb Stark's forces were camped near the Willow Wood, and it was unlikely they would want to fight within the forest. Stannis and Davos advanced on foot, aboard war chariots, positioned 3/4 down the column, close enough to see the enemy and issue orders, but far enough back to avoid being targeted in surprise attacks. They knew Robb Stark was a capable strategist, but they had no idea what he might attempt. However, they hypothesized that, with at least 15,000 fewer men than them, it would be suicidal to engage in an open field mass attack, particularly in such a plain area, which geographically offered very few possible hiding spots for his troops. Instead, they were convinced he would try to weaken them with harassment and guerrilla tactics, attempting to divide their troops and destroy them piece by piece. For this reason, the cavalry had been sent out for wide-ranging reconnaissance. They believed, however, that the real trouble would come later, when they reached areas where forests and rivers intertwined treacherously. The first sign of enemy action came when Stannis's scouts encountered enemy cavalry, far more numerous, but not enough to have been sent for a full-scale attack. Most of the cavalry was from the Reach, Tyrell, Hightower, and Tarly units. They tried to chase down the scouts to kill them and prevent them from reporting back to their commander. However, the scouts, galloping at breakneck speed, managed to return safely to the main army. At this point, it became clear that those 4,000 to 4,500 cavalrymen, about a third of what the enemy alliance could muster, had intended to set up an ambush but had been discovered prematurely. Stunned to find themselves before the entire army, they turned tail and fled, immediately pursued by the king's cavalry. At a certain point, the pursued, now turned pursuers, split up, with 2/3 veering to the right and 1/3 to the left. Nearly all of the royal cavalry similarly divided to chase them in both directions. Stannis had ordered them to eliminate all of them before they could report back and to avoid pursuing them too far to avoid falling into potential traps. However, his final order went unheeded. Almost all his cavalry was composed of former Tyrell vassals eager to ensure they eliminated their former overlords, fearing reprisals for their betrayal. It was clear that the fugitives heading to the right intended to seek refuge by fording the river where it flowed into the lake known as the God's Eye, for the castle of Willowwood loomed immediately behind, and beyond it, the forest itself. The pursuing cavalry, therefore, veered more widely to the right, covering the side leading to the lake to prevent their escape, and then began to close in. They were greatly surprised when they noticed the pursued turning left, away from the castle, and starting to cross a series of pontoon bridges laid over the river, which was already fordable, allowing them to cross even faster. "If they take refuge in the forest, we won't catch them," a lieutenant said to his commander. "If they can cross, so can we," came the reply. Indeed, the pursuers also crossed the river via the improvised bridges, but when about half of them had made it to the other side, two things happened. From the forest, screaming like madmen, a series of infantry units armed with long spears emerged, attacking savagely, supported on the opposite side by the pursued cavalry, which had turned back to counterattack, reinforced by a good number of other troops. From the reeds, a series of small archer units appeared, launching flaming arrows onto the dry wooden planks of the pontoon bridges, raising a tall, fearsome wall of flames. The wind, incidentally, blew from the north-northeast to the south-southwest. This caused the horses on the southern side of the river, which had not yet crossed, to panic and halt. The commanders of these units, realizing they had fallen into a trap designed to eliminate their cavalry, sent messengers to alert the main army and attempted to aid their comrades. Instead of heading left, which would have required a long detour to bypass the smoke and fire that frightened their horses, they turned right, evading arrows fired from the castle on the far bank. They crossed near the river's estuary with the lake, planning to bypass the castle and flank the attackers emerging from the woods. However, once they reached this position, they realized they had fallen into a second trap. On the opposite bank, the narrow space between the castle and the lake had been fortified with wooden palisades, trenches, and sharp stakes, making the river impassable. Meanwhile, several small rowboats descended from the lake, raining arrows on them from the safety of the deep water, just a short distance from the shore. They needed to retreat left, but the archers who had previously fired incendiary arrows had set the dry straw and reeds alight. A wide wall of flames now blocked their path to the left, trapping them between the fire, the river and castle to the north, and the lake with its archers to the right. "Commander! We must retreat south," a lieutenant shouted amidst the smoke. "And face Stannis Baratheon's fury for abandoning our comrades." "No. I'd rather risk the fire now than be burned alive by him tomorrow. Men, dismount and divide into 3, no, 4 groups. You there, calm the horses. You, take up shields, plant them in the mud for protection against the archers on the lake, and create a secondary line to hold more shields aloft. Anyone with a crossbow, prepare to return fire. Inexperienced men, grab blankets and head left to smother the flames while they are still thin. Finally, the heavily armored troops, follow me. We'll ford the river on foot and clear the obstacles the defenders have set up. Once the river is passable again, the cavalry can cross. Quickly." Despite the commander's admirable dedication, the primary objective had already been achieved. Stannis's cavalry was now split into 3 groups. The group that had pursued the smaller enemy force fleeing left had nearly caught up to them at a bend in the river, only to fall into another ambush by Robb Stark's forces. The group that had crossed the river was now fighting desperately for their lives and being quickly overwhelmed. Hemmed in by the woods and the river, they lacked the space to maneuver their horses effectively and hindered one another. Meanwhile, the scouts had done their job, and Stannis Baratheon learned, to his great frustration, that his cavalry had fallen into a trap and was being slaughtered. "Damn it! Robb Stark has made his move. This is the kind of tactic he excels at, feigned retreats and ambushes. His goal was to pick us off piece by piece, starting with the cavalry, the most dangerous unit. And it's the only unit where the numbers won't be too uneven. We can still stop him, Davos said. We're not far from that river, we can reach them with our foot soldiers. That's exactly what we'll do. We'll save our men and destroy the divisions executing this plan. Soldiers, march at double time. To the river. The enormous column of infantry set off, faster than the men would have liked, toward the river near the castle of Willow's Wood, 2 miles away. When they reached the river, Stannis and his men were met with a view that revealed the complexity of the trap. Intense fighting continued on the far bank, while another large cavalry force approached from the west. This force had likely destroyed the units pursuing them earlier and was now heading toward the lake to encircle the remaining cavalry. Davos pointed to the right and shouted, "Look, sire! Some of our cavalry is trapped between the fire and the lake. They are trying to escape the encirclement but are being targeted by arrows from men on boats. TSK. The young wolf is clever, I'll give him that. Lieutenants. A third of the archers are to split off from the column and fire back at those bastards on the boats. 200 light infantrymen will assist in putting out the grass fire. Meanwhile, we'll launch a frontal assault on the cavalry coming from the west and push them into the river. Robb Stark may have destroyed 2/3 of my cavalry, but I will destroy all of his. This trap will turn against him. Remember, men, we cannot lose. This is the will of the Lord of Light." The Blackfish, Brynden Tully, waited for the signal from his scouts. He was proud of his nephew and the plan they had developed and were now executing. Despite their earlier disagreements, Randyll Tarly was proving himself invaluable, cutting down men like wheat with his Valyrian steel greatsword, Heartspan. The Tyrell brothers were also formidable warriors. Everything was ready. A scout raised his arm, the bulk of Stannis's army was in position. The plan was set into motion. As quietly as possible, the Allied forces emerged from the woods, 1.5 miles from the enemy troops, and began crossing the river. Simultaneously, a mounted messenger rode to alert the other forces hidden in a reedbed at a distant bend in the river to the far west. They, too, began advancing toward the lake. Meanwhile, despite being targeted by Stannis's archers, who, shooting from the bank, had the advantage of range, the Allied boats began to suffer losses. They decided to retreat, rowing to land further north, beyond the estuary. Nearby, dismounted knights were fighting fiercely against defenders who were on the verge of being defeated. They received the signal to retreat. Theon Greyjoy personally set fire to the dry straw left scattered among the traps and palisades. The flames roared like paper, engulfing many armored knights who had to plunge into the river behind them to save themselves, with some sinking to the bottom. Hastily, the archers moved to the left. Stannis's column had veered sharply left to wedge itself between its surviving cavalry and the approaching enemy horsemen, who were caught off guard by their swift arrival and executed an orderly retreat. The king's troops found themselves very close to the corner created by the river and the lake, purposefully entrenched there. Thus, they were unable to see Robb's other forces and his allies advancing from their left until it was too late. It must be said that the Tyrell Knights' retreat along the river had stretched Stannis's infantry line considerably. Therefore, when two different armies attacked the center and between the center and the rear guard, they were caught by surprise and couldn't effectively leverage their numerical advantage. Damnation! It's a trap. They really want to face us in open battle, growled the king on the Iron Throne. My liege. We are being attacked by two separate armies. Order the men to halt, stop the march, and face that side. Form a shield wall and lower the lances. We are more numerous, and we can still win this. But at that very moment, they were attacked from the north as well. The cavalry and infantry, almost entirely composed of Northmen, that had destroyed the king's 2nd Cavalry unit near the forest had no more obstacles to cross the river again in the opposite direction. The makeshift bridge of boats had burned entirely, and the river itself had extinguished the flames. And so they did, attacking Stannis from a third side, covered by a relentless barrage of arrows from Tully and Blackwood archers, who remained on the northern bank, protected by their own companions charging forward. Stannis's troops were thus first hit from the north, but these enemies, though numerous, could still be managed. At that moment, however, the other cavalry squadron on this side, the one Stannis had originally come to destroy, turned back again and charged, forming a wedge that broke through the head of the enemy formation. Led by Randyll Tully, Gullen, and Loras Tyrell, who on horseback were like furies, swinging their swords left and right, cutting men down like stalks of wheat, this wedge quickly neared the officers' zone, threatening Stannis himself. Now, large armies are a curious mechanism. Just as fields of wheat sway in the wind, first the closest stalks and then the more distant ones, so armies are composed of men who, while acting as a single unit, collectively feel fear. When thousands of men to your right are forced back, those closest to them step back to avoid being crushed between the companions in front and those behind. Then those farther back do the same, and so on, until an entire army, like a gigantic centipede, moves as one, as if struck by a shock wave, like ripples spreading across water. It was at that moment that the Third and Fourth armies of the Stark-Tully-Tyrell alliance, composed mostly of infantry, the ones Stannis had been preparing to face, drove into the enemy flank like a knife through butter, exploiting the chaos and lack of coordination among the officers. The fighting was fierce and brutal, but the difference in morale and will was glaring. Stannis's men could sense, albeit vaguely, that the enemy had lured them into a massive trap and that their commander had failed to prevent it. Thus, while those in the front lines fought fiercely to save their lives, those immediately behind stepped back, trying to avoid the peak of the battle and perhaps reorganize. The Blackfish grinned with satisfaction. Stannis Baratheon would have done better to study more military history. Or he'd remember that right here by this same lake, during the Dance of the Dragons, there was a battle remembered as the Fish Feed. And that's precisely what it looked like. After an hour of grueling combat, Stannis's forces were desperately retreating, finding themselves fatally trapped between the enemies on the left and the lake on the right. Already, the archer units and dismounted knights from the start of the battle were pushed into the lake by their own retreating comrades, who had come to aid them, and those wearing heavy armor sank and drowned. The king's troops were suffering heavy losses, not only due to the enemy but also because of their own men. Though they never launched a full disorderly retreat, they turned and tried to pull back, inevitably trampling their comrades in their flight. Those in the front lines, meanwhile, were mercilessly slaughtered by the enemy army, which pressed them, paused to catch its breath, allowed them to overextend in futile counterattacks, and then pressed them again, often using the opportunity to rotate exhausted units with fresh troops, as per tried and true tradition. Robb was radiant, everything was going as planned, and he was confident of achieving a decisive victory. Grey Wind, beside him, darted from one enemy to another, slashing the throats of those in light armor. Near him, Smalljan and Dacey struck down anyone daring to approach the king in the north. Victory was near. And it was at that very moment that everything fell apart. It started with the sound of a horn, one that neither army recognized. The right flank of Robb's formation, which was closing the three-sided encirclement strangling Stannis's forces, began to stir. This flank consisted almost entirely of Riverland's infantry. At first, these divisions pulled away from the rest of the army, only to regroup and close ranks into tight columns. And then, at their commander's signal, they let out a great war cry and fiercely attacked Robb's right flank. At first, the men who were struck didn't even realize what was happening. They didn't understand, attacked and skewered by the very men who had been covering their flank moments earlier. Then, one by one, they realized something was terribly wrong. The first to sound the alarm was Tytos Blackwood. "It's those filthy Brackens." And the phrase, "those damn traitors. They're attacking us on our flank. They've switched sides." Robb turned, as if hypnotized. He began to see familiar faces fighting other familiar faces just a few dozen meters away. A cold shiver ran down his spine. What the? Brynden Tully snapped out of it first. Regroup. Separate the troops near the traitors from the others immediately. Meanwhile, swap the frontline units, the ones from the Reach, with their reserves right behind. And the rearguard. Send a signal to the rearguard. The unengaged troops must advance around and take those damned traitors from behind. In a flash, the battlefield shimmered with the sensation that something was wrong. Thousands of heads turned to the right. Even in the thick of combat, where the Tyrell vanguard had come close to taking Stannis's head, though he had been barely saved by his men, wounded but not gravely, it became clear that something was amiss. and the mood of the troops shifted, like a summer wind. A lowly soldier cried out, "Our enemies are killing each other. We can still win this." The cry was echoed by a thunderous hooray, that erupted simultaneously from 10,000 throats. The men regained their courage, raised their weapons to the sky, and began fighting with renewed ferocity, counter-attacking savagely. On the opposite side, where infantry and cavalry were blocking Stannis' armies, pushing them away from the river, a northern commander took charge. "Don't worry. I'll handle this," he said, gathering the troops under his command and charging. Roose Bolton made a wide loop behind the Allied army's rear and struck directly at the troops the Blackfish had mobilized to catch the traitors from behind. These troops, mostly light infantry and crossbowmen, were even less prepared to understand what was happening. They began being slaughtered left and right, even though Bolton's infantry and cavalry were not particularly numerous. In their attempt not to be crushed between the hammer and the anvil, and also to distinguish themselves from the traitors, the other Riverland troops, Pipers, Mallisters, Vances, Moutongs, Blackwoods, and, of course, the Tullys, began retreating toward the center of the formation, leaving their allies exposed. Robb felt a sense of foreboding, his stomach clenched, and a sense of impending catastrophe washed over him. He tried to give orders. "Pikesmen! Lower your pikes. Don't let them get close. If they push us back, it'll be US caught between two sides." Meanwhile, Roose Bolton seized the opportunity created by the gap between the advancing traitors and their retreating former allies. He aimed his cavalry directly at the young wolf, whose flank risked being exposed. But Stannis Baratheon wasn't idle either. With a good tenth of his army already knee-deep in the lake, he ordered a counter-attack. On the left side of his formation, where the pressure had been relieved by the work of the traitors, he ordered his men to find an opening and move out of the battle zone into open ground, to make a wide loop, bypassing their new allies and supporting Roose Bolton on the opposite flank. By moving as many men as possible, he would reduce the pressure on the units being pushed back. He then used that brief reprieve to reorganize. He ordered pikes lowered to counter Tyrell cavalry charges and his archers to target the enemy in open ground. Meanwhile, he mimicked the Blackfish, pulling back exhausted frontline troops and replacing them with fresh reserves from the center and rear. Positioning himself at the center of the formation, he grabbed a war horn to make himself heard. "Men! Your king orders you to attack. Today we will win." A roar that made the earth tremble answered his cry, and Stannis' soldiers launched their first offensive in hours. Pushed back by the king's numerous divisions and pressed on the right by the traitors and retreating allies, Robb's army began to feel the grip of fear, and started to retreat inexorably, toward the same river that had been the centerpiece of their strategy. The cavalry that had attacked Stannis' army from that side could no longer maneuver, crushed by their own infantry retreating into them. The lack of coordination and orders worsened the chaos. On that same side, Rickard Karstark cursed furiously. "May the others take Roose Bolton to damnation. That damned liege lord has betrayed us. But if he thinks I'll let him kill the king in the north, then he's as mad as a horse." With wild eyes, he rallied his men. His son Haryon rode up to him. "Father, what are you planning to do?" The Lord of Carhold gave him a peculiar look, something that will be sung about for centuries. "Then I'll come with you." "No," the man roared, startling his son. "You are all I have left, don't you understand? Your brothers are dead. Dead. And Robb Stark allowed me to avenge them. I never even dared hope for that. I owe him a debt. And now I'll repay it. But you, Haryon, you are my firstborn, and my last remaining son. The heir to Carhold. Our house was founded as a cadet branch of the Starks, back when they fought the Boltons for control of the north. This is what we were born to do. Haryon. Go. You must live. Fight another day. Stand by Robb Stark and avenge me. Don't let Roose Bolton and Stannis Baratheon get away with this treachery." The young man understood but was devastated nonetheless. "I wish I could do more for you. For the north." His father's gaze softened almost tenderly. "You will. You have your whole life ahead of you. But not now. Not now. Jaime Lannister took 2 of my sons, but I'll be damned if I let Roose Bolton take the 3rd. Spurring his horse, he charged forward in a mad rush, wielding his double-bladed axe. 50 of his personal guard followed him. Robb was fighting Bolton's vanguard, men he knew, and at the same time trying to give orders to other units. He saw Roose approaching on his pitch-black horse, his gaze colder than the wall. Roose picked up a pike that had lodged itself tip-first in the ground. He raised it over his shoulder, took aim, while the young wolf was busy fending off 2 of his men. Grey Wind growled. Roose's horse reared slightly, and he missed the throw. The spear grazed Robb's arm, but the wound was shallow. At that moment, Ricard Karstark charged into the flank of Bolton's men like a demon, hacking and slashing relentlessly. Robb regained his senses. Dacey and Smallgen fell upon his attackers, killing 1 each. He looked around. To his left, some of Stannis's infantry were trying to outflank their new allies and attack the others from behind. Behind him, the king's army was advancing, pushing his troops back for the first time and moving away from the lake. On the opposite side, his infantry was retreating, hindering their own cavalry. Jason Mallister and Gratian Umber shouted to him, almost simultaneously. "What are your orders, your grace?" As Ricard Karstark was pulled down from his horse, he kept fighting nonetheless, ending up surrounded by armed men with long spears. Robb Stark closed his eyes. Then he shouted, "Retreat! Order the retreat! Move towards the river in an orderly manner, without haste and without turning your backs on the enemy. If we do this now, we can still save the majority of the army." All his commanders widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard from him. But Gratian roared, "You heard our king. Retreat! But mark my words, the first one I see turning tail and running, I'll kill with my bare hands." Harryon was approaching on foot, heading straight for the thick of the fight. He saw his father surrounded. Smallgen threw himself on Harryon, grabbing him around the waist with his massive arms and dragging him away by force, as Harryon screamed in despair. "Come away, Harryon. It's pointless. Let's go." And so, slowly, inexorably, Robb's troops began moving towards the river. The Tyrells couldn't believe their ears when they heard the retreat order from the trumpeter, but, being in the thick of the battle, they knew that if they delayed obeying, they would be surrounded by the enemy. Swearing and cursing, they complied. The cavalry on the other side, seeing the entire army shifting toward the river, ordered a trot in the opposite direction. They executed a wide semicircular maneuver, leaving the path clear for the retreat, avoiding being obstructed, and, bypassing the rear guard, engaged Stannis infantry attempting a similar maneuver on the opposite flank to encircle the army and attack the rear guard. After about 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the infantry gave way to the cavalry's superiority and fled back the way they had come. At that point, those valiant riders, seeing Robb's army retreating in good order and crossing the river, pushed back by Stannis on one side and the, albeit few, traitors on the other, with relatively low losses, finally calmed down. "We could still strike at the traitors, Frey, Bracken, and Bolton, and wipe them out," one lieutenant suggested. "That way they'll pay for their betrayal immediately." His commander shook his head. "No, it's too risky. We'd be cut off, with Robb Stark in the woods and Stannis' entire army blocking our escape. Follow the king's example, Lieutenant. Better to live to fight another day. As a cavalry unit, we're too valuable to die like this. But don't worry, those bastards' punishment is only delayed." They, too, began retreating, executing another wide semicircular maneuver. Moving too quickly to be pursued, now that Stannis only had infantry, they crossed the river by its source 3 miles to the west and then veered back into the forest to rejoin the rest. The retreat was not bloody, discipline ensured that everyone followed orders, keeping losses to a minimum, but it was humiliating. Every soldier bore a heavy heart and a searing sense of injustice for the victory that had been within reach, only to be stolen by treachery. They were not safe yet, however. Just as they had crossed the river, so too could their enemies pursue, continuing to harass the rear guard. Theon consulted with the others and realized something had to be done. The wind was still blowing north to south. He ordered his archers to set fire to the forest with incendiary arrows as soon as the last Stark or Tyrell soldier had crossed to safety. The strong wind turned the southern edge of the Willowwood into an inferno, and the smoke made visibility impossible for Stannis Baratheon's men. Intoxicated by victory and the relief of narrowly escaping defeat, they had begun their pursuit. It was the king himself, standing upright despite a not too severe head wound, who commanded, "Stop. Let them go. We can't chase them into the forest if we can't see them. If they set more ambushes, we'll squander this victory." Then, turning to his men, he added, "Rejoice, men. Today Arla, the Lord of Light, has shown us his favor. This is a day of victory." A thunderous cheer echoed his words. As he rode among his men, leaving the Willowwood Castle behind and heading toward the village of Crossed Elms, Robb Stark seemed in a trance. He saw his men moving around him like fleeting shadows, as if in a nightmare. Everything felt unreal to him. In the end, the unthinkable had happened. Robb Stark, the young wolf and king in the north, the commander whose skills were already the stuff of legend, had been defeated. Arya Stark had reached a hill west of the lake, close enough to witness the entire scene, but far enough to remain safe. She had watched the battle unfold, the first she had ever seen, both fascinated and horrified. She was almost hypnotized by the rhythmic movements of the troops, the clashing of weapons, and the cries of combat. Yet she was equally horrified by the blood, the screams of the dying, and the infernal randomness with which men fell like stalks of wheat. Needless to say, when the betrayal unfolded and, despite the chaos, it became clear what was happening, her trance turned into despair. No. No. This can't be happening. It can't be. She started moving in that direction, hoping, though taking immense risks, to reach the retreating troops and get someone, perhaps one of the officers, to listen to her. She wanted to ask to be brought to her brother so he could confirm her identity. Better to stay with Robb, even if he was defeated, on the run, or even captured, than to be free, but alone. But amidst the confusion, she didn't notice someone creeping up behind her. She was grabbed, an arm wrapping around her body, pinning her shoulders, and a hand covering her mouth. She was lifted off the ground and carried away. Elaine Stone, clad in a high-necked dark blue dress with mahogany-colored hair, hastened to take the scroll handed to her by the messenger. In just a few weeks, the girl had become indispensable at the Eyrie. Driven by an energy that astonished the other servants, the bastard daughter of Petyr Baelish oversaw supplies, with a competence suggesting she had observed similar tasks being performed in a great castle, King's Landing, as the cooks suspected, managed the servants' schedules and monitored their behavior, handled the court's social engagements, organized them, and reported to the relevant parties. She had also been entrusted with the task of waking and dressing the heir, Robert Arryn, who was 8 years old, and putting him to bed at times, often reading him bedtime stories. It seemed that with her, for whom he had a clear fondness, the boy threw fewer tantrums than usual. The entire staff whispered that the girl, only 16 and truly beautiful, must have grown up fast and was sharper than most children her age, as bastards often were. Though a small minority among them speculated that she carried some secret affliction and immersed herself in work to forget about it. More likely, others concluded, knowing she was a newcomer and, on top of that, the bastard of a man of questionable reputation, she believed the best way to gain acceptance was to work hard. Petyr Baelish, former master of coin and now lord of Harrenhal, he carried a scroll bearing Joffrey's seal, one of the young king's last decrees, had arrived recently, but Lady Lysa, who had known him since they were children, seemed infatuated with him. In fact, she had decreed that he could read incoming messages even before her. And to have them read by Lord Baelish meant they first passed through the delicate hands of his daughter. But that time, Elaine nearly fainted when she read the message. Some of the guards offered to help her, but she apologized, claiming it was a woman's issue and that she needed to go to her room to freshen up. The castle was full of guests, and she couldn't allow herself to be seen in that state. Sansa Stark, 15 years old, began to breathe normally again in the privacy of the fabric storeroom. Later, during the ceremony, she had to appear impeccable. Baelish read the contents of the scroll, and for a moment, he seemed delighted, though he quickly resumed his usual composure. "And now?" Sansa asked him, her beautiful blue eyes pleading. "And now, nothing," Littlefinger replied, smoothing his beard as he adjusted his finest attire. "I told you this was the safest place, and I also told you it would be wise to conceal your identity. As you can see, both of my precautions have proven correct. All right, but what do we do now? What will Lady Lysa's next move be? You're the closest person to her. Don't you ever talk about these things." Baelish smiled, his tone syrupy. In recent weeks, Sweet Lysa's thoughts have been quite far from current events, and there has been no swaying her. And I'm sure you'll agree that bringing it up today, of all days, would be inappropriate, don't you think? The girl swallowed and nodded reluctantly. However, he continued, right now, all the great lords are gathered here, so the matter will inevitably arise. There's a time to influence the current and a time to follow it, and on that note, smile, Elaine. Out there, everyone expects to see you smile. And he offered her his arm. Elaine Stone composed herself as she allowed him to take her arm, and with long strides, they approached the main hall, crowded with people. When the doors swung open, all the guests turned to look at them. After all, Petter Baelish declared as he stepped into the room where he was about to marry Lady Lysa Arryn, who had loved him since they were children, who doesn't like a happy ending? Chapter 10, Frustration, Fury, Backup Plans. The camp that had been hastily set up among the sparse trees north of the village of the Crossed Elms and west of one of the streams that flowed into the God's Eye, separating them from Harrenhal, was filled with the men of the Allied army, defeated, but gripped by a vast kaleidoscope of emotions: anger, despair, frustration, helplessness, shame, humiliation, and a desire for revenge. 3 times the usual number of sentinels had been posted, and everyone kept busy tending to the wounded, preparing meals, counting weapons and armor, and making small repairs to saddles, armor, anything. All of it done with snorts, seething rage, and curses. The situation inside the commander's tent was, predictably, even worse. The humiliation, the shock of betrayal, the rage and helplessness over a triumph that had come so close it could be touched, only to be cruelly ripped away, combined with uncertainty and fear for the future. It made them reconsider the recent alliance and the value of their agreements, contrasting sharply with the adrenaline that now ebbed, as the battle faded into a bitter memory. An outrage. That's what it is, growled Mace Tyrell. Even his own sons would have sworn they had never seen their father so furious, or seen him furious at all. A great victory snatched from our hands just steps from the finish line. And yet, replied Loras, it wasn't necessary for us to retreat. We were winning. 5 more minutes and we would have taken Stannis Baratheon's head, and the battle would have ended right there. Perhaps that was what frustrated him the most. If King Robb had waited 5 more minutes to give that order, countered the Blackfish, we would have been defeated, nothing less. The men would have broken into a disorderly rout, and half of our own would have died trampled under their comrades' feet. Forget taking Stannis' head, you would have been cut off and surrounded by all the other enemies. We could have done it, I'm telling you. But maybe you're too old to believe it. And yet, it was your plan. That's exactly why I know it was all going wrong, boy. Loras was about to reply hotly when Robert Glover intervened to make peace. There's no use sitting here blaming each other. We can consider ourselves lucky to have saved most of the army. Stannis may claim victory, but he suffered far greater losses than we did. Including, I remind you, 2/3 of his cavalry. And remember that the only reason he survived is because of those traitors. Damn phrase, growled Jason Mallister. I knew they couldn't be trusted, but I didn't think it would go that far. I, on the other hand, have always known the Brackens couldn't be trusted, snapped Tytos Blackwood. But was I listened to? Of course not. You all think our 1,000-year-old rivalry is silly, but competent commanders, pointed out Randall Tully, earning some glares, would have been able to win, despite the betrayal. They would have come up with an alternative strategy on the fly. Maybe I made a mistake, Edmure admitted guiltily. I practically provoked Walder Free, and enough, roared Great Jon Umber. Those slimy free scoundrels wanted the Lannister gold we've captured, we all know it. That's been their only thought since we took it. They must have been plotting betrayal for a long time. And not just them, hissed Harry on Karstark, still in mourning, though his grief was beginning to be replaced by a cold rage. The Boltons too, that damn Roose, the Lord of Leeches, has taken up the habits of his ancestors, who were the worst enemies of the Starks. And also the Roosewells have sided with them, confirmed Lord Tallheart. Robb, who had remained seated until that moment, listening to everyone with his head lowered and a dark expression, suddenly stirred. He looked up. What? Even the Roosewells? Hellman Tallheart nodded gravely. After all, they've always been the family closest to the Boltons among the northern houses, one of Lord Roderick's daughters, Bethany, was Roose Bolton's second wife. She gave him the son Domeric, though he died prematurely. Old Manfred Dustin gave a start. Then perhaps we have another problem, my lords, and all eyes turned toward him. The current lady of my house, Lady Barbary, the widow of my poor nephew, is also a Roosewell by birth, Roderick's other daughter, and she has hated the Starks ever since her husband died fighting alongside Eddard during Robert's rebellion. I fear that. Rob was incredulous. You mean now, that Stannis will surely proclaim the Boltons lords paramount of the North in place of the Starks? Lady Dustin might declare for them. It's a possibility, I fear. Blasphemy, roared Smallgen, in that moment very much like his father. They are turning us all against each other. Garland remarked painfully. Oh, you have no idea how much, Garland added Rob, his temples beginning to pound. Some time ago, when I went to the Westerlands, I brought Roose Bolton with me instead of Great Jon Umber because there were rumors among the soldiers, that he would send men from other houses into the vanguard first. By taking him with me, I wanted to keep an eye on him. In fact, he didn't do anything of the sort again, but now, it's clear that I was a fool. Great Jon calmed down. He hadn't been angry, but he had been disappointed when Rob had left without him. Now he understood the reason. And also, now other things are clear to me, continued the king in the north. For some time, we were told there was trouble in the north, a mysterious bandit who allegedly kidnapped poor Lady Hornwood, a certain Red Armor. Then, a few weeks ago, Roose Bolton, all smug, announced that he had been killed by Ramsay, his bastard. Well, I should have listened more to Maester Lewin as a boy. I just remembered that the Boltons used to call themselves the Red Kings, when they fought us Starks. I'm sure it's always been him, Ramsay, the real Red Armor. He had one of his own men killed and passed as him, so Roderick Castle would abandon the hunt, and then he even took the credit for it. A chorus of astonishment rose at that insight. Of course. Willis Daly continued. Just as it's now obvious why poor Lady Hornwood was kidnapped, my father's cousin and now the only heir to her late husband's house. That wretched bastard must have forced her to marry him and then killed her, to inherit her lands. So, they have been playing this game long before Stannis declared war on us. Robert Glover observed. It's a scandal. Mace roared once more, unable to contain himself amidst such displays of incompetence. Had I imagined that you weren't even capable of commanding your subordinates, Rob, I would never have promised my daughter to you. What will become of us now? What kind of lord allows himself to be betrayed this way? What kind of king allows such a thing? Great Jon was about to say something that everyone would regret, but Rob stopped him with a touch to his arm. He leaned forward, his face livid with fury. Those present could have sworn they heard Grey Wind growling, even though the direwolf was chained 50 feet away. You are right, only an incapable man would allow himself to be betrayed like this by his subordinates. And now answer me one question, my lord, am I mistaken, or was more than half the army we faced yesterday made up of men who, until 2 months ago, were your subordinates? And with that, he stood and walked out. Mace's face was a mask of conflicting emotions. He stammered something, embarrassed, then shrieked. But it's not the same thing. But Rob was already gone. Davos Seaworth, as more and more often these days, was far from satisfied. In fact, he was furious. He slammed his hand on the field table in his king's tent and declared, "This is unacceptable. I will no longer tolerate this woman's presence in our camp." Melisandre, standing beside him, gave an impassive look. Stannis took a breath, glancing at him sideways. "Calm yourself, Sir Davos." "I will not calm down," the old sailor roared. "Do you know, Your Grace, that some of our soldiers came to tell me, that yesterday morning, before the battle, Melisandre burned Edric Storm alive, sacrificed him to the Lord of Light." A heavy silence followed. Davos widened his eyes. Did you know this or not? Did you order her to do it? Because, depending on the answer. He made to rip the hand of the kingpin from his chest. "Stop and do not do something you will regret, Davos." No, I did not order it. Not directly. I did not know, in truth. However, I acknowledge that Melisandre came to me, saying she had seen my defeat in the flames, and that she knew of a way to prevent it. Just as she had prevented me from being defeated by Renly, in the past. And I told her to do what she had to do. What she had to do. But our Lord Stannis has won, the Red Woman reaffirmed. A sign that the Lord of Light truly accepted the offering. There is nothing more important than this. We won because some of Robb Stark's subordinates rebelled against him. Out of pure convenience. Do you expect me to believe that these traitors only changed their minds yesterday morning? That they had never sent messages before to seek an arrangement? Davos, the true traitors are those who do not recognize my authority. My entire army, save for the Florents and some sailors, is composed of men who once fought for other claimants. By your reasoning, they would all be traitors. Instead, they are not traitors now, they were traitors before. And I have sworn to forgive any who return to the side of the rightful king. But Edric Storm was just a boy. Blood of your blood. You used him to prove to the world that Cersei's children were illegitimate, and you could have promised him as a husband to your daughter Shireen, who cannot inherit the Iron Throne because she is female, to reunify the houses. My daughter will marry someone else when the time comes, Stannis interrupted. And her children will still carry the Baratheon name. Edric Storm was a boy, yes, just a boy. Do you know how many boys, girls, men, women, old and young will die in the long night, Davos? All of humanity. And I have been chosen to stop it. Only I can do it. Only I. And I must bear the weight of the choices I must make to prevent it. If I do not become the uncontested king of the Seven Kingdoms, all of us will die. This is what Melisandre has seen, and you yourself know her magic works, so it must be true. Davos waited a long time, while his emotionally exhausted king caught his breath. So, you have no intention of executing Melisandre for this crime? No. Davos remained silent and overly torn for a while, his face an ever-changing mask of rage, uncertainty, delusion and sorrow. In the end, he said. Fine. I will let this pass, this time. But on two conditions. Stannis looked at him intensely. First, as Hand of the King, from now on, every communication entering or leaving this camp must first go through my hands, and mine alone. And second, if this woman even tries something like this again, I swear on my dead son that I will kill her with my own hands. And then, sire, you may do with me as you will. Stannis saw that he was serious. Granted and granted. Now leave me, I must speak with our new allies. Several people entered the tent. True to the exaggerated size of their family, the Freys were for Ryman, Lord Walder's direct heir, the son of Stevron, the firstborn, who had died in battle months earlier, a man with a stupid, insignificant face, then his sons, the legitimate one, Edwin, the very picture of arrogance, the fierce bastard called Black Walder, and their half-brother Lothar, the planner, the 12th son of Old Walder, but in many ways, the one most like him. Then there were Jon Osbracken, Roose Bolton, and Roderick Ryswell. Stannis had received them in his field chair, and they had knelt, paid homage, and sworn fealty. Then they began to speak. Ryman sneered, it was a great victory. The young wolf fled with his tail between his legs. Stannis frowned. The young wolf is a capable commander and a skilled strategist, I recognize that. As, indeed, you should know well. After all, you fought for him for an entire year. He lured my armies into a well-planned trap and would have won, and then he correctly decided to withdraw his army to avoid a total rout. Do not deceive yourselves, my lords. We won a battle, but not the war. We suffered far greater losses than he did. Ryman stopped laughing. His son chimed in, but this only means that our intervention was truly decisive in saving you. Then it was Black Walder's turn, and that you still need us. Stannis closed his eyes. It's true, that's the case. Your experience fighting alongside the Starks and Tullys will also be very useful in the future. The tactics they use, the characteristics of each commander, the number of troops, the type of units. Now, regarding your demands. You promised us Lannister gold, or at least part of it. Ryman quickly reminded him. And to us, Jon Osbracken added, not wanting to be left out, along with the Blackwood lands, don't forget. And to us, you promised Riverrun, to make us lords paramount of the Trident, Lothar added. Stannis was patient. At the moment, I don't have the Lannister gold, and therefore, I can't give it to you. According to your information, half is in Harrenhal, and half in Riverrun. Harrenhal is nearby, but Robb Stark's army blocks our way. Depending on what they decide to do, surrender, retreat, or continue the war, we will decide what to do. However, 4 pairs of eyes sharpened at those words. I still cannot give you all that gold, or even half of it. It is needed for the crown. A series of protests rose in the tent. Stannis glared at them and didn't even raise his voice. Lords, do I need to remind you that you are in my camp? At that veiled threat, the 4 fell silent. However, he resumed, I will still give you a portion, a quarter, divided again into 2 parts. It's not bad, if you think about it. Ryman reflected, well, an eighth isn't much, but it's still better than nothing. Plus Riverrun, Lothar emphasized. Yes, plus Riverrun. Stannis was beginning to sound tired. In fact, I will sign the royal decrees immediately, declaring the phrase as Lords Paramount of the Trident and granting the Brackens the Blackwood lands, though, of course, in practice, you will only obtain these things once the war is over. Jon O's Bracken had more to add. Sire, I have 5 daughters of marrying age. I think these alliances should be sealed with marriages. Unfortunately, Lord Bolton is already married, to Walder the Fat, another daughter of Ryman, which, I admit, is quite fitting, but there are other options. One could marry Lord Ryswell's heir, Roger, and 2 others. Well, we'll find good matches. If there's one thing the Freys aren't short on, it's relatives. Finally, the last 2 could be promised to lords among your bannermen, one from the Reach and one from the Stormlands. Granted, the king said without lifting his head from his desk. Send me proposals, and I'll let you know if they are acceptable. You may go. With their papers in hand, the River Lords left, all pleased. Stannis had the impression the last 2 would be more serious and less annoying. He looked Lord Bolton in the eyes. It's said that men of the North get straight to the point. I hope so, because I am not known for my patience, and after meeting those 5, I assure you, it is wearing thin. Roose Bolton stared at the king with his icy gaze. We won't waste your time, sire. After all, there are few things we desire. And one of them is for you to become Lord Paramount of the North, I assume. You want Winterfell. Your grace may lack patience, but you certainly have intuition. What else? I want my sons to have good marriages, Roderick Ryswell interjected, and I might marry one of them to a Bracken daughter, but certainly not my eldest. Roger must marry a woman of the North to legitimize our position, and our house must become the second most important after the Boltons, also territorially, acquiring part of the holdings of our neighbors who are still loyal to that traitor Robb Stark. Like you until yesterday morning, Stannis reminded him, and the arrogant lord flushed red. Roose, however, was impassive. Make a list of the territorial and marriage prospects, and I'll see what can be done. And you, Bolton. What else do you want, but most importantly, will you truly be able to deliver the North to me? I know that your 2 houses are alone up there, surrounded by a sea of men loyal to the Starks. Eddard's memory still counts for much. We might defeat Robb Stark here only to discover that his loyalists at home have ravaged your lands. The Lord of the Dreadfort nodded, having expected that objection. In truth, Your Majesty, my other request addresses precisely this legitimate concern of yours. I desire that you legitimize Ramsay Snow, my bastard, currently my only son after the death of poor Domeric, while I await for Walder Free to grant me others. And how would legitimizing this Ramsay help me conquer the North? You see, Your Majesty, Ramsay is energetic, I'll admit, but not without certain subtler skills, and he has developed a certain plan to make occupying the North easier for us. Even up there are houses with rivalries and envies, second sons dissatisfied with their position, houses without heirs and daughters needing to marry well. For example, he himself recently married to the poor Hornwood widow. What can I say? The boy has strange tastes. She's much older than him, after all. So much so that she might not survive him long. But then again, if Ramsay were legitimized before her death, you understand. Arya had been tied hand and foot, gagged, and thrown sideways across a horse, which had first trotted quickly, then, once danger was left behind, walked at a slow but watchful pace into one of the thinner forests stretching west of the God's Eye. She thought she had recognized her captor, but she didn't want to believe it. Then, when she heard him speak in response to her muffled cries, she had no doubts left. "Stop making such a racket, little girl. I took you alive because you'll fetch me a good ransom, but if you don't stop, it may be that a few pieces of you get lost along the way." It was the hound. Arya tripled, quadrupled her fury, her efforts to struggle and get off the horse, along with the curses and maledictions she hurled at him from under the gag. Sandor Clegane stopped the horse and turned. "Hey. I meant what I said. Now I'll. If I were you, I wouldn't do that," a young, mocking voice interrupted. Sandor looked ahead, and as if by magic, 7 armed people had appeared from the woods and surrounded him. The speaker was a man wearing a cloak of an incredible lemon color, but now a friend of his continued, strumming a small harp instead of wielding a weapon. "My friend is right. We're grateful you brought Squabble back to us. We were looking for her, but we would prefer if you returned her in one piece." The hound placed his hand on his great sword. 1 against 7. He was armored, while they wore lighter protections. He was on horseback, and they were not. He didn't hate his odds. At that moment, he heard a third voice coming from up a tree. "As my friend said, if I were you, I wouldn't do it," confirmed an archer with a cocky grin, aiming an arced arrow at him while sitting on a branch 6 meters above the ground. Arya and the hound were taken to the Brotherhood's new hideout, another cave in the woods. Arya had been freed from her gag and the bindings on her feet but not her hands, while Clegane had been stripped of his weapons and armor and was walking on foot, dragged by a noose around his neck, cursing and shouting with every step. When they arrived in the center of the hall, Arya saw Beric Dondarrion, Thoros of Myr, Gendry, and Hot Pie again. The latter two looked relieved to see her alive and well, but also disappointed. Hurt. She turned her gaze away. "Well, Squabble, you're alive and well," observed Beric, "even though we still need to determine why you left and whether we can still trust you. On the other hand, look at what you've brought us, the Hound. A vicious killer with countless crimes to answer for before men and gods. I wanted to see the battle." Arya lied. "I had never seen one before. I would have come back. I knew you wouldn't let me. But then, this brute kidnapped me. If you hadn't saved me, who knows what." It was too much to expect Sandor Clegane to keep his mouth shut. "Squabble," he said, almost with disgust. "You've grown even uglier since I last saw you, Dondarrion. Maybe it's those ridiculous rumors about your deaths, but you've definitely gotten dumber. Are you all blind? This girl is the bloody Arya Stark. The sister of the so-called king in the north. Everyone's looking for her, from Highgarden to the Wall. Her ransom is worth a heap of bloody gold." A series of astonished exclamations filled the cave. The most surprised of all was Gendry. "So you're really a lady? I thought." He seemed as shocked as he was disappointed. Beric nodded gravely as he leaned in to look at the girl. I should have realized sooner. I'd seen you at court when I served Robert Baratheon and your father, the Hand of the King, but never often, nor up close." Thoros of Myr avoided adding anything more. He was painfully aware that, after each of his deaths, every time Beric returned to life, his friend lost a piece of himself. His personality, his memory, who knew what would remain in the end. "So you fled to return to your brother. You must have figured we would hand you over, perhaps to the true king, Stannis Baratheon, who, like us, worships the Lord of Light. But you lacked faith in us, girl. Our interest is for the poor folk. We will sell you, yes, but to the highest bidder, to earn coin that we will give to the poor and needy. And in any case, only after consulting among ourselves. We don't like using hostages, it isn't honorable. We might still return you to your brother, if he has anything left to give in exchange, after Lord Stannis has defeated him." "That's not true." Arya squeaked, furious. "Robb was beating Stannis. He had to retreat because some of his men betrayed him, switching sides in the middle of the battle. It was dishonorable. The Lord of Light works in mysterious ways," Thoros reflected serenely. Nevertheless, Beric continued, "this changes nothing for you, Sandor Clegane. You're a criminal, you should be executed." Sandor spat on the ground. I reject the judgment of men and gods. Why the hell would I accept the judgment of a pack of miserable beggars? You talk big because I'm tied up, Beric. You wouldn't have the balls to face me in a fair fight. You're wrong there, said the man, rising to his feet. We still believe in trial by combat. Give this man a sword, I will face him myself. I swear, if you manage to kill me, my men have orders to let you go. Minutes later, everything was ready, and a space had been cleared at the center. Arya watched them with hatred. She hoped they would kill each other. Before starting, Beric performed a dramatic gesture. He dipped his sword in pitch and set it aflame, as his friend Thoros of Myr often did. Sandor Clegane began sweating, terrified at the sight. Everyone knew he was afraid of fire ever since his brother had pressed his face into a brazier as a child. The duel still went on for several minutes, and it was thrilling. The Hound wasn't in the right mental state to attack properly and limited himself to dodging and parrying blows, with an occasional half-hearted counterattack. Beric, meanwhile, was unable, despite his advantage, to deal any decisive blows. Pushed into a corner, Clegane reacted with desperate strength. He struck a cutting blow, from high to low, with all his might. Beric parried, holding the flaming sword horizontally above his head. They remained that way for a long moment, then the brutal force of the Hound, combined with the fire on the blade, broke Beric's sword in half, and Sandor's blade continued its path, cutting deep into his shoulder and chest. Beric collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Sandor began breathing heavily again. This, then, is the will of Rolla, declared Thoros. Let that man go, and then he went to attend his fallen friend. Arya couldn't believe it. This was the worst outcome. She was still a prisoner, and the Hound, who was drinking water to recover but would have preferred wine, had gotten away with it. She shouted at him, "You damned murderer! You killed Micah, the butcher's boy. You're the one who should be dead. It was a judgment of the gods. The guilty should die." Sandor turned to give her a sidelong glance. "Yes, girl, I deserve it. I killed him and 100 others. And you know what? I don't give a damn. In this world, there's no justice, and there's no gods, either." But just then, as if to contradict him, Beric Dondarrion stood up, with only a scar on his body, and cast them a mocking glance. Alive once more. Robb Stark had moved a little away, so that his troops wouldn't see him. The last time he had been this angry, he had just received news of his father's death. Back then, he had taken to striking a tree with his sword to vent his frustration, until his mother had arrived, sorrow in her heart, and told him not to ruin the edge of a good blade. But now his mother wasn't there. He had sent her away himself. He picked up a large branch from the ground and struck a blow against a trunk, shouting with savage rage. The branch snapped in two, and it was a miracle the other piece didn't bounce back and hit him. He stood alone for a moment, catching his breath. Then he began pacing back and forth, muttering. At that moment, he sensed someone's footsteps behind him. A sad sight indeed, for the king in the north. It was Great Yonumber. Robb composed himself and asked, exasperated, "What is it?" "One of our scouts has arrived. He says that yesterday morning, before the battle, he saw something he must report to you." Fine, the young man sighed, resigned. "I'll hear him." "No, I don't think that's a good idea. Not until you've pulled yourself together." Robb frowned. "Excuse me. Robb, right now I'm not speaking to you as your vassal, but as a man with a son your age. You need to snap out of it. You can't let the men see you like this. Soldiers fight poorly when they don't have confidence in their commander, or their king." Robb was shaken for a moment. Stannis's words came back to him. "The king is alone. Always. TSK. So being a king means this. Never having a moment to yourself. Never being able to feel any human emotion again. If that's the case, Great Jon, the honor you did me, proclaiming me king at Riverrun, back then, it wouldn't be much of an honor at all." "I didn't proclaim you king to honor you," the big man clarified. "I did it because I believed you were worthy of it. And I still do. But you need to find yourself again, Robb. Otherwise, everyone else, they won't believe in you if you don't believe in yourself first." Robb was struck by this. I don't know what to do. I swing from one extreme to the other. Sometimes I'm furious and let my emotions carry me away. Other times, I realize I'm at fault, I'm unsure, and I prefer to take advice on what to do. My best moments came when I found a balance between the two extremes, when I had clear ideas, made a decision, and followed through. But, facing this betrayal, it's a new situation. I honestly don't know which decisions to make. Let me tell you something. Why do you think those 4 houses betrayed you? Ah. I don't know, for power, for gold. Wrong on both counts. They betrayed you because they perceived you as weak. What? That's right. You're not ruthless enough, Robb. Do you think anyone could have betrayed Tywin Lannister? No. They were all afraid of him. But your vassals don't fear you. Sometimes you seem more Tully than Stark. And no one's afraid of a trout. But they might fear a wolf. Robb bristled at that theory. My great-uncle Brynden is a fish, and he's scarier than many men of the North I know, he protested. And anyway, I am a wolf. I've proven myself ruthless when it was necessary. I defeated Tywin Lannister and had him torn apart by Grey Wind. And I allowed Lord Karstark to behead Jaime Lannister when it would have been more advantageous to let him go. That's true, you were ruthless with the Lannisters. You had reasons to hate them. With Stannis Baratheon, on the other hand, you went easy. You went to negotiate with him, you offered terms you shouldn't have, you hesitated to accept the alliance with the Tyrells to avoid breaking your word to those damn Freys. You weren't as motivated, your heart wasn't in it. They all thought you were satisfied with what you'd achieved and that you'd gone soft. There was blood in the water, and the sharks came. But I couldn't simply send thousands of men to die for nothing. Or break my word as if it meant nothing. You accuse me of being like someone from the south, Great Jon, because of my mother, but the truth is, you'll never be satisfied. What was I supposed to do? Favor the north and abandon the Riverlands? Run away at the sight of Stannis? Would you have respected me more then? Or break my oaths to gain allies to take the throne? Aren't you the ones who want the north to secede and have nothing to do with the Iron Throne? What in the hell do you truly want? It doesn't matter what we want, that's what you need to understand. It matters what you want. We named you king because we trust your judgment. So make whatever decision you think is best, and we'll follow you. But be decisive. Be convinced of what you're doing. No one wants to follow someone who does things halfway. Right or wrong, you not only need to be convinced, but also give that impression. Men don't respect indecision, Robb. Robb fell silent for a moment at that blow. I really wanted to beat Stannis, but, more than anything, I wanted to go back to the north, not take the throne. My father died when he went south. As did his father before him. Maybe. Let me tell you something about your father. We all respected him, but do you know what he was called? The Quiet Wolf. And do you know why? Because unlike most of your ancestors, he was calmer, more reflective, brooding. Yet, even he knew that when you decide to do something, you do it. Do you think Roose Bolton would have ever rebelled against him? But. And as I told you, your father wasn't the best example of what it means to be a Stark. He made mistakes as Hand of the King. He should have used all that power, without scruples. If he hadn't spared Cersei Lannister's children, he'd still be alive today. And now, let me ask you a question. Do you think all the Starks were always honorable sons of bitches? Hell, no. The Starks were beasts, boy. Real wolves. They lived in a hostile land, and when they wanted something, they took it. They defeated the bloody others, damn it. And since then, 8,000 years have passed. The only house to last that long, across the entire continent. Maybe the entire world. And in those 8,000 years, they subdued, one by one, all the other clans, and mind you, we're talking about real bands of killers, like the Glovers, the Reeds, the Boltons, and the Umbers. They defeated them one by one and forced them bow their heads and swear fealty. Do you imagine what that means? Robb was petrified. One of your ancestors, Cregan Stark, at the end of the Dance of Dragons, descended upon King's Landing to fight for Rhaenyra, only to discover she had already lost, and her brother had killed her. But when the new king was betrayed and poisoned by his former allies, do you know what he did? He stayed as hand of the king and had the culprits executed. The murderers of the very man he had come to fight. He was hand of the king for only one day, and he achieved more in that single day than most men do in a lifetime. They still call it the Hour of the Wolf. That's who the Starks were. Great Jon removed the leather patch covering the fingers of his left hand, which he had lost. I began following you when you had my fingers ripped off by your beast. You need to become that man again. No one fears a trout. If you want them to fear you, be a wolf. Robb stood still for a moment that felt like an eternity. In the distance, grey wind howled at the last moon of the morning. The young king closed his eyes, then reopened them. His gaze was fierce. Bring me those scouts. I'll hear them. Arya Stark was miserable. To be honest, that was her normal now. She couldn't remember a single truly happy day since her father had been arrested in King's Landing. But she forgot one important thing: things can always get worse. A sentry rushed into the cave to speak with Beric and Thoros. They spoke quietly for a while, and Thoros, in particular, seemed impressed. Then they gathered their men and went to greet their guests. Everyone was present, even Gendry. Ever since he had discovered Arya Stark's identity, his attitude towards her had changed. He seemed oddly formal, as though the bit of commoner still left in him, even now that he was a knight, was ashamed of having treated a noble so naturally and now sought her forgiveness, and that infuriated Arya. At the same time, he had snuck up to her to ask why she hadn't told them the truth earlier, and to reiterate how sorry he was that the Brotherhood would now sell her. Yet he also seemed sad for some mysterious reason of his own. And then the procession arrived. 6 men wearing long crimson robes and hoods, followed at the rear by a stunningly beautiful woman. Her hair was an incredible shade of red, her eyes green, and she wore a long, low-cut red gown and a green gemstone around her neck. She exuded superiority and nonchalance. Thoros stepped forward. This humble red priest, Thoros of Myr, is honored to welcome a priestess of Arla. I am pleased to inform you, Melisandre, that we are all faithful to the Lord of Light here, and we pray for the victory of Stannis Baratheon, the rightful heir to the 7 kingdoms. Melisandre thanked him. You have my gratitude, Thoros of Myr. The Lord of Light is pleased to have faithful followers even here. May I ask how you managed to find us? I saw you in the flames. Ah. Then, you have been blessed by our Lord with great powers, though even this humble former non-believer has been granted gifts. Gifts I still do not fully understand, I must admit. Melisandre seemed genuinely interested. What gifts? When they explained that Beric Dondarrion had already been resurrected 7 times when Thoros had given him the kiss of the dead, Melisandre appeared very surprised. It was bizarre to see surprise on her face, which always seemed so sure of itself and utterly controlled. I did not think such a thing was possible. Evidently, our Lord has great plans for you, Beric Dondarrion. Then she inspected every member of the Brotherhood one by one, lingering briefly on Gendry, who turned the same color as her dress. Arya was irritated, for some reason. As if reading her thoughts, Melisandre approached her. She was tied up and seated on the ground, and examined her. And who is this little one? A deserter of ours, guilty of betrayal. No one of importance, Beric cut in quickly. They had yet to determine if Robb Stark would pay a higher ransom, so they were in no rush to reveal her identity. Melisandre stared into Arya's eyes for a long moment, and Arya feared she had guessed who she really was. You, too, have an important destiny, little one. I don't know yet what it is, but it is certain to be significant. Then she stood and turned to the 2 leaders of the Brotherhood. I have found what I was looking for. One of you will be very useful to our God, the Lord of Light, and I am willing to pay a considerable price to take him with me. Arya feared they meant her. Who? Beric asked. Melisandre pointed at Gendry. At first, he looked bewildered, as if he couldn't quite believe they really meant him. But all his companions, those he had come to know as friends in recent weeks, were on him in an instant, grabbing his arms and holding him down. Hey! What are you doing? Guys! Leave him alone! Arya shrieked, but it was useless. The Red Woman opened Gendry's shirt one button at a time, something that left him both perplexed and excited, especially when she passed a hand over his chest. Then, with Arya's horror, the Red Woman drew a dagger, aimed it at Gendry's now bare chest, and inflicted only a small wound with the tip. She watched the blood trickle onto the blade, examined it with interest, then touched a drop with her finger and tasted it. As I thought, king's blood. I will pay you immediately and leave with this boy, she concluded, ignoring Arya's cries of protest. King Robb Stark stormed into the tent where all the officers were still gathered, having exhausted their rage, accusations, and options. Most of them noticed his change, though they didn't immediately show it. My lords, began the young wolf, I have just received word from one of our scouts that the Red Woman in Stannis' service, yesterday morning, burned Edric Storm, Robert's bastard, alive as a sacrifice to their god to ensure victory. Monstrous! Lord Mouton exclaimed, amidst the horrified cries of the others. Yes, Stannis is as mad as a horse, we already knew that. So what does this change for us? Randyll Tarly retorted, always focused on the practical matters. Perhaps nothing, or perhaps everything. Stannis Baratheon has found himself in worse situations than the one we face now. And what did he do? He wrote. He sent ravens to all the 7 kingdoms, revealing Cersei Lannister's infidelity, that her children were bastards, unworthy of the throne. Edmure frowned. So, you mean to say that we will do the same? We'll send ravens to every corner of the continent, from Sunspear to the Wall, and we'll tell the truth. That Stannis worships a foreign god and honors neither the old gods nor the 7. That a witch who practices dark magic controls him like a puppet. That he is a kinslayer who had his own brother murdered using that dark magic. That he burns people alive like the Mad King. That he performs human sacrifices to demons to secure victory. That the men who follow him are nothing but turncoats, traitors, and oath-breakers, and that if it weren't for such betrayals, he would have never won a single battle. And we'll conclude by saying, that Robb Stark of Winterfell, betrothed to Margaery Tyrell of Highgarden, victor over Tywin Lannister and Balon Greyjoy and savior of the Riverlands, is more worthy than him to rule the 7 kingdoms. And that all those who abandon the pretender who worships a false god will be forgiven and spared. Silence fell over the room. It was, in fact, an obvious solution. Yes, it could work. Mark Piper conceded. Could. It will certainly work, Lord Tallheart enthused. And then, of course, the young king continued, we will send ravens to the north to warn my brother and my mother about the threat of Ramsay and the chance that they will try to stir up other houses against us, and we'll inform them of our suspicions. Roderick Castle must recruit at least another 2,000 men. Aye, and we'll do the same with the Riverlands, Brynden added. Those traitors made up more than half our armies, it's true, the only ones who haven't sent their men back to the fields, now we know why, but this can work to our advantage. There is relative peace, many have planted new crops, we will spread word to our veterans to remain vigilant, not to openly take up arms, but to remember our guerrilla tactics, to be our eyes and ears, to hide their harvest and fodder when Stannis's men pass through, to starve his enormous army while aiding us, for as long as possible. Edmure nodded. He didn't particularly like the direction the discussion was heading, but it was still better than total war. Fine Garland interjected, who usually supported Robb, but now was challenging him. But then, practically, we'll need to give the men something to do, no? What do you plan to do, Your Grace? Attack? Retreat? Divide? And now that they have those traitors, Lord Tarly added, they know our forces and our tactics well, and despite suffering more losses, they still outnumber us. Robb studied the large military map on the table. On the other hand, I have spoken with Stannis, and now he has debts with those traitors, so, we also know their goals. We know they crave the Lannister gold, half is here at Harrenhal, the other half at Riverrun. If we stayed here, they would try to face us again, too risky. We will do what we've always done, deceive the enemy. We'll feign retreat. After all, it's what they expect us to do. Though I defeated him, I'll borrow a page from Tywin Lannister's book, a part of our forces will entrench themselves inside Harrenhal with provisions for a year. I see. Loras exclaimed, beginning to understand the strategy. So, they will be forced to split their troops to besiege the fortress if they want the gold. Exactly, Robb continued, pleased that the younger Tyrell son agreed for once. Then we'll pretend to retreat toward Riverrun and do the same there, leave some of our men behind, to force them to divide even further. I'm starting to see a pattern, Jason Mallister commented. A brilliant strategy, indeed, Lord Glover added. And then, we'll split our remaining forces, including all the cavalry, into 5 units, fast and mobile. And they will be commanded, one by me, one by Great Jon Umber, one by my uncle Brynden, one by Randil Tully, and one by Garland Tyrell. The commanders exchanged satisfied looks. They could not argue with those names. And their deputies will be, respectively, Jason Mallister, Mark Piper, Loras Tyrell, Robert Glover, and Harry on Karstark. Allies must learn to cooperate and compare different leadership styles. Though initially surprised, the present lords noted that he had paired individuals with differing characters and approaches, balancing each other. And we will torment Stannis Baratheon with coordinated attacks. Robb continued, raising his voice. We will strike and disappear like ghosts, turning his presence here into a nightmare. And the first target. He pointed to a spot on the map. Stonehenge. Titos Blackwood was delighted. Will be the ancestral seat of those traitorous Brackens. Let them discover the price of betrayal. We will ravage their lands, raze their castle to the ground, and take all of Lord Jon O's family hostage. If he doesn't want harm to come to them, he will have to order his troops to retreat and fight us no more. The attendees were shaken. They had never heard the young wolf speak like this. Great Jon was beaming. They wanted to divide us. Well, we will divide them. And after the Brackens, it'll be those free scum's turn. Stannis Baratheon wants to play dirty. Then we will play dirty. Arya could not remember the last time she had been this furious. She had had to remove some names from her list, like Joffrey, Cersei, and Eileen Payne, without being able to kill them herself. And now she had added new ones, Melisandre, that damned witch who had taken Gendry away for who knows what purpose. And so, Beric and Thoros, for selling him to her. But now she had more pressing problems. The Brotherhood was meeting to decide whether to sell her to her brother Robb or to Stannis. Escaping would not be so easy this time. And then, a large hand covered the mouth of the sentry, and a dagger slashed his throat from side to side, without making a sound. A tall, hulking figure emerged from the shadows. It was the Hound, without armor or boots. He pressed a finger to his lips and approached, starting to cut her bonds. Shhht. Little girl, I know you don't like me. Let's make this clear, I don't like you either. But you've got one advantage, I'll only sell you to your brother. Because I know the only reward Stannis Baratheon would ever give me is burning me alive, and I don't like fire. So, don't make a sound and come with me, okay? After the strategy had been established, the officers' mood had improved, and now everyone was busy moving back and forth making preparations. Each of them had also gone to address their own troops, to shake them out of their torpor and depression, and promise them vengeance. In all that productive chaos, Mace Tyrell approached Robb and signaled that he wished to speak with him. Ahem, began the Lord of Highgarden, this morning, certain things were said, by both of us. I want to emphasize that. Let's not think about it anymore, Lord Mace. Very well, that is exactly what I wanted to hear. Your Grace, because I just have one small amendment to make to the plan you've developed to turn the situation around. Robb was skeptical. And what would that be? That, unlike Walder Frey, who, I do not doubt, only agreed to let you marry his daughter after the war ended, so he could back out of the arrangement in case things went poorly, I am actually putting everything on this alliance. And thus if, something were to go wrong, for example, if you were to, 7 forbid, perish in battle, we would be left empty-handed. I understand your concern, but that will not happen. I don't doubt it. But as an additional guarantee, I need you to do something for me. And that is, you will marry Margaery as soon as possible and consummate the marriage. That way, the agreement will remain valid, no matter what might happen to you in the future. What? But Lord Mace, be reasonable. We are in the middle of a war. It is precisely because we are in the middle of a war that I am telling you this, the Lord retorted sharply. If you do not marry my daughter, you will not have our support. Rob remained silent for a moment, trying to cool his temper. After all, it was a reasonable request. But he would not simply yield the point. Very well, Lord Mace. I will do it. But on 3 conditions. Which are: first, I will marry her at Riverrun. It is the only place nearby with a godswood, and second, tied to the first, I will marry her with a dual ceremony, both of the Andals and the First Men. I will not disown my father's gods. The Lord looked displeased. And the third. After we have consummated the marriage, you will send Margaery back to Highgarden. As my wife, I do not wish to risk anything happening to her either.